Chapter 956. Little Anne's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she experienced an intense sense of unease. She drifted out of the hall and gazed in the direction that Li Qingshan had left in. Apart from him, there was no one else who could make her feel uneasy. The mountains and rivers were heavy, and the sea of trees was boundless. Even she could not see that far away. The glow of the setting sun dyed the stone steps of the hall red. Standing on them, she drifted about as her clothes ruffled in the wind, becoming even more beautiful. However, her face was shrouded by a shadow. She took out the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase from her sumeru ring, closed her eyes, and silently practiced the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. The 7 powers of yin yang and the 5 elements shone with rainbow light, condensing into a multicolored lot container in her hand. It was as resplendent as a kaleidoscope, reflecting the heavenly secrets and fate. She silently recited Li Qingshan's name and shook the lot container gently, beginning her divination. She had not fallen behind in the methods of the school of yin-yang because she practiced the Buddhist Dharma. Instead, as she practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, she gained a deeper understanding of it. After all, one of the 6 most renowned abilities of Buddhism was the predestination connection. It was impossible for a Buddhist cultivator at the white bone bodhisattva's level to not practice it. A portion of the path of white bone and great beauty specifically dealt with this aspect. She still did not have the right to reach too deep of a level, but she still gained a different understanding when she combined it with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Originally, Li Qingshan could block out most of the probing of the heavenly secrets with the spirit turtle transformation, but their fates were closely linked. They were like one body so they could sense each other. In the past, when Li Qingshan was hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea and suffered rebirth, she could clearly sense it even from the distant Chan monastery of Devanaga. Her divination regarding him was particularly accurate too. Coupled with the fact that she was not divining the elusive future, but the past and present that had already happened and were currently happening, the relevant information was extremely abundant too. She even knew his rough location, so the divination process was extremely smooth. As soon as she closed her eyes, she caught hold of the thread of fate that was Li Qingshan. He was enveloped by omens of great danger, currently in great danger and trouble. He seemed to be sealed in a certain place. That place was basically cut off from the outside world. Even the thread of fate that transcended space felt intermittent. Did I fall into a trap of the demon's domain? Little Anne frowned slightly and immediately made an accurate deduction. He clenched his fist and said, "It's all because of me." The Buddha's aura and the flame on her body that were in balance suddenly became chaotic. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. She almost couldn't help but want to rush to the rescue immediately. Biting her fingers, she calmed herself down. He muttered to himself, "My current state, even if it's my best state, it's useless, it's not an ordinary trap." The only thing worth rejoicing about was that according to the revelation of fate, although he was in a desperate situation, it would not be fatal for a short period of time. The problem was how to help him out of this predicament. As for help? The Chan monastery of Devanaga? Feng Shiwo? Banyan Tree King? The King of Southern Yu? Merfolk King? In that instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. He continuously eliminated, denied, and chose. First of all, it was impossible for the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Right now, the Mist province was still hostile to the Green province. Secondly, Feng Shiwu and the Banyan Tree King might be willing to help, but they were both plant demons. They could not move their bodies easily, so they had a certain range of movement. Although the Banyan Tree King could mobilize some demon kings from the Mist province, it was impossible for him to order these demon kings to throw their lives at the demon folk. The 2 merfolk kings of the South Sea would take action for Gongyuan, but gaining their trust would definitely not be easy. And there would definitely be a merfolk king watching over the Crystal Palace. Just how effective could a single merfolk king be? It was not optimistic at all. Finally, the King of Southern Yu was the best person to ask for help from. With the Silver Dragon King's great destructive power, and fending off demon folk was part of his duty too, so Li Qingshan had basically been helping him the entire time by purging the demons, so it only made sense for him to lend a hand. However, there was a 30% chance that he would not lend a hand. He finished planning in the blink of an eye. Little Anne arrived where Wuxia cultivated in a flash. After explaining the situation, he asked her to go to Savage Mountain and ask for help from the Banyan Tree King. Only the Banyan Tree King could contact the King of Southern Yu quickly and convince him to take action. Wuxia saw how stern and slightly worried Little Anne was. She understood the severity of the matter, so she cut right to the chase and immediately made her way to Savage Mountain. After sending off Ruexin, Little and seemed to make up his mind about something. He returned to the hall and thought. Qingshan has always been balancing the demonic and divine, balancing water and fire. Great beauty and white bone, the transformation of appearance and the change of life and death, also reinforce and counteract each other. The white bone bodhisattva has converted her entire Buddhist cultivation into the demonic path of white bone, so why don't I try and balance the two? The king of southern you might not lend a hand. I'm better off relying on myself than others. I can only undergo the third heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. Only then can I save him. With a thought like that, she took out the 2 arcane treasures the divine nun of the South Sea had left behind for her before suddenly conjuring her golden avatar. It had a total of 4 arms, one holding the skull prayer beads, one holding the scripture of discipline, one wielding the disciplinary ruler, and one gripping the Buddha slaying sword firmly. The blood sea banner stood upright on her back, spraying out a river of blood that wrapped around the golden avatar. Under the golden avatar, her body underwent a wondrous change. The left half of her body was covered in flesh and blood. Not only was she a striking beauty, but she also seemed benevolent and solemn, shining with Buddhist light. Half of the back of her head was enveloped by a ring of light. However, the right half of her body was covered in jagged white bones. The samadhi flames of white bone lingered there, hiding thousands of twisted, pained faces. It was cold and merciless, as if it could destroy Buddhas, destroy Dharma, and slaughter all life. For a moment, good and evil alternated, Buddhism and demonic coexisting. It was indescribably profound. However, it was extremely dangerous to her. Whether it was using the samadhi flames of white bone to devour the Buddhist light or having the Buddhist light suppress and extinguish the samadhi flames of white bone, it could be regarded as a path for her. It was not dangerous at all. However, as soon as she tried to balance the two and make them coexist, she was immediately pushed to the most extreme state possible. Not only did the two powers contend against one another, but even every single thought in her head was debating with one another. She was like a coin that had been tossed high into the air, with the two sides constantly flipping back and forth. The entire world spun around, pursuing an outcome that was neither heads nor tails. Instead, it stood firmly. The difficulty was obvious. The slightest carelessness could lead to her splitting and collapsing completely. As a matter of fact, she did not even know whether it was possible for her to stand firmly or not. After all, even the white bone bodhisattva had come from Buddhism before becoming a demon. However, neither side of her had any hesitation. During the process of practicing the path of white bone and great beauty, she had once fallen into confusion. It was him who made her understand it with a few sentences. It was not because of how profound the words were. They were even simple and direct to the point of being rather naive. However, the crucial factor was not the content of the words, but him who had spoken them. She had never pursued the profound mysteries of the Buddhist Dharma in her life, nor had she become engrossed in the freedom of the demonic path. She only wanted to stay by his side forever. That was all. As long as her heart was there, all Buddhas and demons could not change it. Namo Amitabha. Destroy Buddhas, destroy Buddhas, destroy Buddhas. She suddenly opened her eyes. Two voices rang out at the same time and she brought her palms together. Chapter 957. The pavilions and the surroundings of the hall all collapsed like they had been torn apart. They kicked up a cloud of dust that enveloped the myriad poison cult. The two forces collided and a coin fell to the ground loudly. Would it stand firmly or would it shatter loudly? Savage Mountain. Qingshan is trapped and in dire straits. Little and has sent me to ask for help from Senior. Ruexin arrived under the great banyan tree. What? The banyan tree king was surprised too. Regular demon kings were not Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan's opponents when they worked together. Even if they came across a few more demon kings, they could always flee if they could not defeat them. He dared not tarry. He immediately gathered his focus and used his innate ability. A while later, the wild grass and reeds in the swamp thousands of kilometers away all became his eyes and ears. He saw the strands of demon chi that rushed into the air, as well as the demon gods they had conjured. He could not help but be taken aback. Just what kind of existence had they provoked for them to go to such lengths? Even if the king of Southern Yu fell into a trap like this, he would struggle to escape. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous supported by 12 pillars of demon chi was extremely powerful, but it came at quite a hefty price. This amount of power was enough to carve out another 12 demon caverns and send out even more demon folk, yet it was only used to deal with Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan. Even if they had cleaned up a few demon caverns together, they should not have attracted so much attention. The number of demon caverns that the king of Southern Yu had suppressed and cleaned up was only greater than theirs, but he had never received such treatment. Qiongqi taking action was equivalent to a great general paying attention to a corner of the battlefield, a battle between a foot soldier. A casual ambush would be a fatal blow. No matter how alert and skilled the foot soldier was in battle, he would not be able to escape. Senior? Ruexian asked again. Her face was filled with concern. That'll be troublesome. The banyan tree king sank into his thoughts. It was definitely not a demon king who could set down a trap like this. It was probably not the demon emperor who had led the battle this time either, but an existence of an even higher level. It was already very difficult to break this 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, and he still had to consider whether the existence who laid this trap had any other backup plans. Even he was very hesitant. There was a saying that went, if gods openly oppose humans, then no one will be able to deal with them. They were all kings among cultivators, but Qiongqi was an evil god that even the bone-eating shaman king worshipped. In fact, the fact that Li Qingshan and the others were only trapped and not in a desperate situation immediately surprised the banyan tree king. Qingshan was able to wipe out the demons with your guidance, senior. I can't just leave them to die. Don't worry. I'll ask the king of Southern Yu to take action. If it really doesn't work, then I'll have to put aside my pride and ask those young friends, said the banyan tree king. Within the Silver Dragon King, the handsome king of Southern Yu stood with his hands behind his back like a divine sword, gazing at the demon cavern below. He smiled, clearly in quite a good mood. He had suppressed another demon cavern this time and even left behind a demon king. As long as he dealt a painful blow to the demon emperor in the demon domain, he would reconsider his target of invasion. After all, this world had fended off the invasions of the demon domain every single time over the course of time. The reason why he was in a good mood was the pacification of the south. He could not help but admit that Li Qingshan had impressed him once again. He was actually able to convince Gong Yuan to work with him and basically sweep through all the demon caverns in the south. It was said that he even killed a few demon kings. He really did live up to his title as the king of the south. Compared to these accomplishments, the information revealed behind the scenes delighted him even more. The merfolk Queen Gong Yuan's actions symbolized the peace of the South Sea. Li Qingshan was no longer a potential threat either. If the Chan monastery of Devanaga knew he would help them out so much, they would probably regret sending him to the south. And behind Li Qingshan was the shadow of the great demon king of the Mist Province, vaguely expressing his stance. If they could receive his assistance, the threat of the demon plague would be drastically reduced. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and said to a tiny banyan tree potted plant on the desk, "What do you want, fellow?" "I want you to save someone." "Who?" "Li Qingshan." "Li Qingshan, have you thought of him?" Gong Yuan said impatiently, but her voice did not contain the irritation or despair of facing death. Instead, it was more like a cold wife complaining about her useless husband, actually getting lost in a journey. "What are you in such a hurry for? Aren't I thinking right now? Don't disturb me." Li Qingshan was also impatient. He propped up his chin with one hand and pondered with a frown. "I don't think you can think of anything at all. I actually almost believed you earlier. If I had known earlier, I might as well throw my life at them. I've already said it before. Don't even think about dying before me. Just stay there obediently. Didn't you say you were going to collect my corpse?" "Humph, I don't think there's any difference whether it's in front or behind." Gong Yuan sneered. "Then do you like it in front or behind?" Li Qingshan smiled lewdly and slid his hand down from her waist, but he was immediately frozen by her icy cold gaze. He pulled his hand back awkwardly and rubbed his nose. "All right then. I just want to ease the tense atmosphere." Gong Yuan rolled her eyes helplessly. Ever since they were trapped, when had they ever been nervous? She did want to feel a little nervous, but when she faced this careless guy, even life and death did not seem like a big deal. "Li Qingshan, you're almost going to get me killed. Can you show me some respect?" Li Qingshan considered it seriously and smiled. "Gong Yuan, I can't. I might as well die with you right now." Gong Yuan gritted her teeth. "Wait, I've thought of something." Li Qingshan took out the Azura field and asked with a smile, "Which do you like more? The Azura realm or the demon realm?" "I don't like either." Li Qingshan shrugged and entered the Azura field. Gong Yuan felt her body relax. She finally did not have to stick close to him. However, when she looked at the boundless darkness around her, she felt a little empty. Her expression gradually returned to its icy cold state. A moment later, Li Qingshan came out of the Azura field again. He unceremoniously grabbed her soft waist and hugged her tightly in his arms. He seemed to be very familiar with her. "All right then. You can't go anywhere." He had thought that the blood-colored whirlpool in the Azura field could lead to the Azura realm and could be used as the final path of retreat. However, when he entered, the blood-colored whirlpool was also filled with darkness. He had indeed split the surrounding void extremely thoroughly. Even the Azura field could not connect to the Azura realm. "I knew it," Gong Yuan said in disdain and adjusted to a more comfortable position. "It seems to have grown bigger," Li Qingshan said solemnly. Through her open clothes, he could see the snow-white skin and the deep cleavage between them. Separated by the thin mermaid silk, he could see the slightly cold fullness. Even though it was not his first time feeling it, he still felt that it was not bad. Gong Yuan stared at him coldly. Chapter 958. Just when Gong Yuan wanted to refute him, she saw his expression change. He raised his head slightly and sighed with a smile. "There's still a very long way to go. I can't die here right now." His gaze seemed to pierce through the boundless darkness and reach an extremely distant place, like a frog gazing at the stars or a child pursuing a beautiful dream. It was so insignificant, but it was also so persistent. In that moment, Gong Yuan experienced a false impression. She was clearly in his arms, yet she seemed to be separated by a shattered space. Suddenly she felt that he was rather lonely and pitiful. The light he gave off made her unable to look at him directly. Their minds connected. His complicated desires were replaced by an even deeper desire. She could not help but sigh. Under his almost mortal appearance, he was still a cultivator after all. At this moment, the shattered space in the surroundings automatically recovered, like the surface of a lake that had been shattered. With his current strength, he was nowhere close to flattening the surface of the lake. "Once a crack appears, power the heart of the abyss with everything you have and provide me with the power of Ruin's End. However, those guys outside will definitely use this opportunity to attack. You have to protect me for a while." "I can," said Gong Yuan. "I might not be able to become your partner, but if I can survive this." Li Qingshan suddenly broke into a self-deprecating smile. "Forget it. Let's not talk about something like that. Let's work together and slaughter those bastards outside." As the shattered space recovered, the demon kings were eager too. Li Qingshan slowly raised his fist and threw a few punches in the surroundings. Every single punch was extremely clumsy and heavy as if it bore a heavy burden. The power of tremors condensed on his fists as he worked hard to control them to the limit. Pieces of the void shattered again. Under his precise control, there was only a tiny crack left. Gong Yuan immediately powered the heart of the abyss and connected with the world of Ruin's End. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and dismissed all of his stray thoughts in that moment. He circulated the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression with all his strength, absorbing the deep, cold power of Ruin's End. It was like he had returned to his home that he had been away from for a very long time. His mind became extremely calm. At the same time, a cluster of black chi pierced through the crack in space and turned into a strange, black snake, biting towards his neck viciously. Li Qingshan acted as if he didn't notice it, wholeheartedly immersing himself in cultivation. A cold light flashed and a diamond-shaped ice crystal shot into the snake's mouth, defeating it. Gong Yuan coldly stood in front of Li Qingshan thinking, "I haven't lived enough either." A smile flashed across Li Qingshan's lips before vanishing. Afterwards, he completely devoted his mind to the deep world of Ruin's End. If he wanted to become a demon king, balancing fire and water was not the only way. There was actually another way, pushing the spirit turtle transformation to the 5th layer. In fact, this path had been laid out before him a long time ago. However, after considering and giving it a try, he still chose to give up. This was because the phoenix transformation back then was too weak. Once he gave up, it would make his future cultivation exceptionally difficult. However, now that the phoenix transformation had reached the 4th layer, equal to the spirit turtle transformation, the latent problems in this aspect were much smaller. Although balancing the two first was still the best choice, it was impossible for everything in life to go according to plan. However, since someone wanted to give him a little surprise, he decided to give them a little surprise too. The spirit turtle transformation had been on the verge of breaking through a long time ago. After 20 years of accumulation, he was only a single step away. With the support of Ruin's End, this step became especially easy. A while later there was a great rumble in his sea of consciousness. After a moment of upheaval, it was immediately suppressed. A spirit turtle dove deep into the bottom of his sea of consciousness, slowly extending a head that resembled a dragon, yet was not. It let out a deep growl. Gong Yuan gritted her teeth to fend off the frenzied attacks of the demon kings. She sensed something and glanced out of the corner of her eye. In a daze, she seemed to see a spirit turtle, staring at her with a tranquil gaze. At a closer glance, she discovered that it was Li Qingshan's gaze. Not only did his presence become even greater and more profound, but even his appearance had undergone many changes. His scarlet hair and eyes returned to black hair and eyes. His ox horns, claws, and teeth vanished. His face lost some of its handsomeness, but it gained some sharpness. Having suppressed the ox demon and tiger demon, he had returned to the original Li Qingshan. "You've worked hard," Li Qingshan said. Gong Yuan's long hair was disheveled, and her presence was feeble. There was a wound on her shoulder. Although it had been sealed in ice, it was still black. Even if it was just a tiny crack, blocking the various attacks of 7 demon kings was anything but easy. Moreover, during this period of time the crack had widened by a lot. If it were not for the fact that the demon kings were afraid of being dragged down with them and were unwilling to take the risk, the situation would have been even more dangerous. "No problem. I'll trust you one more time. Don't disappoint me this time." Gong Yuan swung the dark power of Ruin's End with her left hand and bellowed, "Icebound domain." She never expected the ice wall to block the attacks of the demon kings immediately, even sealing up the spatial crack for a moment. She was surprised. She never thought she could erupt with such power. On one hand, she no longer had to split her attention to support Li Qingshan's cultivation, and on the other hand, Li Qingshan could use the power of Ruin's End with even greater ease now that he had broken through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle. "When have I ever let you down?" Li Qingshan took a step forward and threw a punch. The power of tremors spread out with a whistle, shattering the surrounding space. He glanced at his fist and smiled. Sure enough, it's quite effective. Although the ox demon transformation had not improved at all, the various transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine had always influenced one another. Going from the 4th layer to the 5th layer for the spirit turtle transformation was a huge improvement. His control over his power had increased significantly. The sound of thunder rang out through the air, filled with supreme dignity and shaking up the mind. As the absolute law that measured a cultivator's cultivation, even the shattering of space was unable to stop the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan's smile vanished. He had already taken this crucial step. What came next was the true challenge. "Wait for me," Li Qingshan said before diving into the Azura field again. The sense of intimacy and tranquility was extracted from her heart, leaving Gong Yuan feeling empty inside. She sucked in a deep breath and said softly, "All right." At the same time, in the myriad poison cult, little and stood in a pile of rubble. The skull prayer beads turned into skulls as they flew around in the surroundings, with pages of golden scriptures surrounding them. Among them, she still possessed a strange appearance of half beauty and half white bone. She stood with one hand pressed against the Buddha-slaying sword while the other pointed at the sky with the disciplinary ruler. The Blood Sea banner stood upright behind her, fluttering in the wind. Golden Buddhist light merged into her skin and spread through her flesh and blood, covering half of her white bones in the blink of an eye. She had turned into an alluring beauty, with her head lowered and eyes filled with benevolence and solemnity, preventing anyone from blaspheming her. However, the samadhi flames of white bone burned silently in the depths of her eyes, emotionless and emotionless. Perhaps it was the effects of her determination, or perhaps the white bone bodhisattva had left behind this possibility in the first place. "Qingshan, I've done it. Wait for me." Chapter 959. A streak of silver light shot through the sky, stopping firmly above the great swamp. The king of Southern Yu stood with his hands behind his back. Strands of demon chi rushed into the air, and the demon god stood tall. He could not help but be taken aback. What a grand formation! The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous originated from extremely ancient times. It was very widespread in the demon domain. The king of Southern Yu had seen his fair share of them as he fought and suppressed demon caverns, but this was the first time he had seen such a grand formation. No wonder you wanted me to save him. With this formation alone, who else can save him in the Mist Province apart from me? However, the king of savages is trapped inside, so he's probably dead already. There's no need for him to save him. The king of Southern Yu looked back at the banyan tree bonsai on the table. According to the divination, he's still alive. Please get through the formation as soon as possible. The banyan tree king swayed his branches and said sternly, "What's so special about this Li Qingshan for him to receive such favor from you, fellow?" The king of Southern Yu sighed. The Banyan Tree King did not say anything else, but just the word please was worth more than 1,000 words. This child is anything but ordinary. He shouldn't have died here, and the existence that set down such a trap probably isn't here to take his life. The Banyan Tree King's voice grew deeper and deeper. What do you mean? I suspect that the demon caverns that have been swept through and the demon kings that have died are all just bait. Bait? The king of Southern Yu was finally alarmed. Just who would be baited by using demon kings as bait? And what would they be baiting? If he's threatened and falls into the demon domain, it won't just be the Mist Province where demons run amok before long. The entire 9 provinces will become another demon domain, the Banyan Tree King said. After spending so many years together, he had gained an extremely deep understanding of Li Qingshan. This was something the king of Southern Yu could not compare to. Even though the king of Southern Yu guarded the Mist Province and possessed great authority, his vision was inevitably limited to this well. He was unable to see the secret on Li Qingshan that originated from beyond the well in the heavens. What? It seems like I've underestimated him. The king of Southern Yu swung his hand, and the silver dragon king shone with resplendent silver light. The dragon head at the front of the ship opened its mouth, and specks of silver light converged together, becoming brighter and brighter. It was like a silver sun, even brighter than the sun in the sky. The 12 demon gods turned their heads and looked over. Their gazes seemed to have substance, piercing through the void and containing extremely deep and chaotic evil thoughts. The king of Southern Yu shuddered, and his face darkened before returning to normal a while later. He said, "Impressive." He purposely parked the Silver Dragon King at a safe distance. Being good at defense was the disadvantage of almost all formations. As long as he kept a sufficient distance, there wouldn't be any danger. However, this 12 heavenly demon ominous formation could attack from such a distance. Furthermore, it was a direct attack on the soul. If not for the Silver Dragon King blocking it, Xiaoqian might have suffered some damage. Attack. The king of Southern Yu said in a dignified manner. The Silver Dragon King shuddered, and an extremely resplendent streak of light pierced through the surroundings, rushing straight towards the 12 heavenly demon formation of the ominous. This was the dragon head cannon that could easily destroy mountains and temples. It had directly blasted away the upper half of a demon god. At the end of the day, it was just an illusion, not a true demon god. However, the king of Southern Yu did not ease up at all. Although he had destroyed a demon god, there were still 11 demon gods left, and even the demon god that had been blasted away rapidly recovered. The foundation of the 12 heavenly demon formation of the ominous were the 12 demon caverns. They came from another world, so it was very difficult for a single strike to collapse the entire formation. Using the opening created by the cannon, the king of Southern Yu peered in. Originally, he wanted to create an opening so that he could trap Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan, but he did not see any signs of them. There was not even a single demon king. It's already too late. They're either already dead, or they've passed through the demon cavern and entered the demon domain. The king of Southern Yu shook his head. Although he could destroy the 12 heavenly demon formation of the ominous as long as he continued attacking, it would take up quite a lot of time. The attacks of the Silver Dragon King were powerful, but they came at a tremendous cost. He needed to consider whether it was worth it or not. He's still alive and he hasn't fallen into the demon domain, said the Banyan Tree King. If Li Qingshan were dead, little and would never have sent Ru Xian to ask for reinforcements. If he had completely fallen into the demon domain, it would be extremely difficult to divine, and it would not be exactly a dire situation. The king of Southern Yu sank into his thoughts. If the demon folk use this formation to establish a stronghold and gain a foothold, the demon plague of the Mist Province will never be pacified again. That's definitely not the outcome we want, said the Banyan Tree King. What he was implying was that even if it was not for the sake of saving Li Qingshan, he could not give up on destroying the formation for the sake of his own business. The king of Southern Yu's eyes lit up. He smiled. Whatever. I'll just go for broke this time. I'll gather people to destroy the formation right now. Please help me out too. If Li Qingshan is still alive, I'll definitely save him. The Banyan Tree King had always refused to assist him in suppressing the demon plague. He finally relented this time, so he felt rather grateful towards Li Qingshan. All right. In order to protect the interests of the demons, the Banyan Tree King originally did not want to get involved so early, but he could not just turn a blind eye to Li Qingshan. Moreover, he had a feeling that if the King of Savages became a demon king, they would have already lost half the battle before it had even officially begun. If Little and continued to follow in his footsteps, they would be at an even greater disadvantage, so he could not just turn a blind eye to this. In a few words, they completed a negotiation that would affect the entire situation of the Mist Province. The two kings who stood at the apex of the Mist Province began to issue orders at the same time. In the gloomy underground cities, on the majestic peaks, and in the vast jungle, demon kings and great cultivators listened to the summons. Qingshan, you have to hold on a little longer, thought the banyan tree king. Li Qingshan reverted to his original form, standing there with his head held high, gazing at the sky. The blood-red swirl in the azura field had already become pitch-black tribulation clouds. Thunder rumbled inside, like the wheels of a god driving a chariot. He would occasionally pass through the blood-red land and see a rebel. Not only did he refuse to kneel down and accept his fate, but he even tried to defy the heavens, so he could not help but lash out with his whip. Boom! The scorching lightning struck Li Qingshan's back. There was a hint of bright violet in it, like a steel wire kneaded in a whip. It immediately split open his flesh, revealing the tiger bones that shone with a metallic luster. Brr! Li Qingshan stood like a mountain without budging at all. He spread his arms, and his scarlet hair drifted about as he roared at the sky. The pitch-black sky immediately turned into a violent pool of lightning. Thousands of bolts of lightning crisscrossed like dragons and snakes dancing wildly. Before he was completely swallowed up, he sensed something and gazed into the distance. He wondered how little An was doing. A skull prayer bead shattered loudly, blocking a bolt of tribulation lightning for little Anne. As a life-bound arcane treasure, her mind shuddered as well, but she was unable to spare a second glance at it. She pushed her path of the sword to the limit, and the Buddha-slaying sword cut through several bolts of tribulation lightning. The blood sea banner behind her had dimmed, covered in scorch marks. It was no longer able to produce another river of blood or swallow another bolt of lightning. Her golden body had already shattered, revealing the jagged white bones beneath her great beauty. The samadhi flames of white bone blazed in her eyes. No matter how many life-threatening threats she faced, she did not waver at all. She listened to the furious roars of the lightning silently as she swung her sword through the pool of lightning like a phantom. How satisfying! Li Qingshan bellowed out, ignoring the warnings from the spirit turtle's intelligence and the rustling of the phoenix's wings. He allowed the lightning to cleanse his body. His feet remained buried deep in the ground the entire time, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Who had once said that fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against people was endless joy. He cast his life and death aside, completely submerging himself in the pleasure of battle. What a tremendous lightning tribulation! Is this really the third heavenly tribulation? Yin Qing hid far away in a corner of the azura field and watched on in shock. She had once seen an azura commander undergo a tribulation and become an azura king, but the scale of the heavenly tribulation was much smaller than this. Even with her ability to hide in space, she dared not touch a single bolt of lightning. Although Li Qingshan possessed strength that far exceeded his peers due to his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, that did not mean his tribulation could be as easy as eating or drinking. The heavenly tribulation was the most strict and fair judge. The more powerful his body was, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. Other items were the same. Borrowing a pile of powerful arcane treasures, formations, and talismans before the tribulation would not make the tribulation any safer. The more powerful the arcane treasures and other items he used, the greater and heavier the heavenly tribulation would be. If he could not unleash 120% of the power of these items, such as the sea-splitting sword against Yi Duanhai, then he might as well not use them at all. When little Anne underwent the tribulation, she placed the discipline ruler and scripture bestowed by the divine nun of the South Sea into her Sumeru ring. She only used the life-bound arcane treasures forged from the path of white bone and great beauty. The skull prayer beads she had forged with great difficulty shattered in the lightning, and the sea of blood in the blood sea banner had almost dried up. Even the Buddha-slaying sword was covered in cracks. However, these life-bound arcane treasures underwent the tribulation with her, enduring the refinement of the lightning tribulation as they advanced towards a higher level with great difficulty. With a clang, Tiger's Fang suddenly left its sheath and turned into a huge blade. Gripped firmly in Li Qingshan's hand, he swung it towards the sky. The pool of lightning stirred and countless bolts of lightning gathered on the blade, pouring into Li Qingshan's body through the veins and meridians on it. At that moment all of his bones were clearly visible. The electricity penetrated his bones, making him tremble all over. Even his soul was about to be ripped apart. The might of the heavenly tribulation had already reached the limit. He knew that he was already at a critical juncture of life and death. If he could not endure it, he would be crushed and his soul destroyed. He grinned viciously and gritted his teeth, using the 4 abilities and the 4 transformations of the demonic and divine at the same time. The illusions of the ox demon, tiger demon, spirit turtle, and phoenix appeared on him one by one, either silent or roaring loudly. At that moment, the ox demon's tenacity, tiger demon's fighting spirit, spirit turtle's profundity, and phoenix's pride all gathered on him, forming a whole. The earth bore everything, sharing the damage with him. Fierce winds whistled and swept through, stirring up the tribulation clouds in the sky. The black water was unfathomable, judging every single attack. The flames burned endlessly, healing the wounds all over his body. The blood-red soil beneath his feet was crystallized by the tribulation lightning before being blasted to smithereens. The fierce wind picked it up and it danced through the air. Under the illumination of the lightning, it formed a resplendent, illusory spectacle, enveloping Li Qingshan's mountainous figure. It seemed like 1,000 years had passed. The thunder had vanished at a certain time, but it continued to reverberate. The crystalline sand drifted to the ground, turning into a crystalline desert. Chapter 960. Yingqing was alarmed. With a few flashes she arrived in the desert. Standing on a sand dune, in the center of the desert, there was a tall and thin figure standing there motionlessly. His hands were holding onto a saber to support his body. His lowered head was pressed against the hilt of the saber. His dry red hair fluttered in the wind, and his face could not be seen clearly. He was covered in wounds. There was basically not a single part of his skin that was unscathed, revealing thick bones that shone with a metallic luster. He seemed so feeble and lifeless. Had he succeeded? Yingqing was uncertain. She slowed down and arrived beside him carefully. She extended her hand, wanting to touch him, but she retracted it hesitantly. She was worried that the slightest touch would cause him to collapse into dust. A gust of wind blew over, kicking up a cloud of crystalline sand. The dry, messy, scarlet hair drifted in the wind. Suddenly, a speck of scarlet light lit up. It was a scarlet eye. It was like a beautiful ruby staring at Yingqing beside him. The gaze was so calm, without the slightest emotion. However, Yingqing felt her entire body go numb. Her heart trembled as if it had been struck by lightning. She seemed to have been stunned, unable to move. Seeing that it was her, the scarlet eye blinked and became amiable. Yingqing seemed to wake up from a nightmare, but she took a step back instinctively. She asked in a probing manner, "King?" It was not that she could not recognize Li Qingshan. Instead, the changes that had happened to him left her far too surprised. In the past, he was extremely powerful, far more powerful than regular Azura commanders. He would give off a startling aura from time to time, but he did not possess this kind of breathtaking aura. Even some of the Azura kings she had seen did not possess it. His powerful aura had all been withdrawn and melted away. There was no direct pressure anymore. Instead, it became heavier and heavier. His aura, however, was currently recovering. It was like a grassland that had been scorched by fire had sprouted a few new shoots. They were extremely weak, but they symbolized new life. "Greetings, my king." Yingqing knelt on one knee and lowered her head. "I'm still alive," Li Qingshan said hoarsely. He seemed to be talking to himself but also to Yingqing. The might of the 3 heavenly tribulations were far greater than he had imagined them to be. The spirit turtle's warning seemed to be saying, "Stop struggling, you're dead meat." After all, after going through 3 months of continuous battles, this was definitely not his best condition. Being forced to directly undergo the tribulation was actually very difficult and even dangerous. However, in the end he managed to pull through. "Yes." Yingqing nodded heavily. "Very good." A hearty laugh came from the messy red hair. The laughter grew louder and louder, bringing with it a metallic hum. The wind danced and drifted in the desert. With a clang, he drew his saber and pointed it at the sky. His footsteps staggered, but just now he stood firm. He muttered, "Above the 9 heavens, I'm one step closer." The blood-colored vortex spun like an eye, staring at him. Deep within the demon cave. "This is the Azura arena." "What? Gongyuan, did Li Qingshan abandon you and flee?" The bone-eating shaman king grabbed the Azura field. He glared at Gongyuan viciously. He never thought all of his efforts would end up in vain. As a king he was knowledgeable. The Azura field possessed an existence similar to the demon cave that led to the Azura realm. Now that the shattered space had already recovered, Li Qingshan must have fled there already. No matter how powerful they were, it was impossible for them to hunt him down in the Azura realm, or it would be terrible if they got sucked into the eternal battle of blood. Gongyuan was bound up by black brambles. Her beautiful, silken dress was soaked in blood. She spread her slender arms like a butterfly that had fallen into a spider's web, possessing a tragic beauty. Even her deep blue eyes struggled to focus on her. The bone-eating Shaman King's voice seemed to ring out from an extremely distant place. She used all of her strength to control her lips and tongue, saying gently, "Don't worry, he'll return." It was exactly because she believed this that she did not choose to die with him. Instead, she helped him fend them off for a while longer, hoping he could undergo the heavenly tribulation safely. However, facing 7 demon kings also meant losing this option forever. That would be a fate even worse than death. Apart from the brambles around her, a purplish-black existence that resembled a brain hovered above her head. There was a terrifying, twisted human face on it, which was the meditative Brain King's demonified form. He constantly unleashed his power and influenced her mind. A few demon kings revolved around her, ready to unleash their various techniques. It was enough to make her beg for death. "Fool, you've been tricked. He tricked you into coming from the South Sea to get involved in this mess, and then he tricked you into staying here and dying for him. How foolish." The bone-eating Shaman King failed to complete Qiongqi's mission, which filled him with resentment and some fear. He was especially short-tempered. He did not waste his time forcefully breaking and refining the Azura field. Faced with a dire situation like this, anyone would choose to flee. Even if they opened it, it would already be too late. The gazes of the other demon kings in the surroundings were rather gloating. He had paid such a price, yet he still failed. Not a single demon god was known for having a good temper. "You're wrong," Gong Yuan said gently. "I'm wrong? Oh, I seem to remember now. Your younger sister was an idiot just like that. The fire devourers tricked her into coming to Fire Melt Mountain to be burned at the stake. You sure are a pair of good sisters. You're even so foolish in the same way. However, I don't like playing with fire. I only like eating meat. Merfolk are delicious. I've always liked them very much, but I've never tasted the Merfolk queen." The bone-eating Shaman King extended his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. He smiled viciously. "You'll live for a very, very long time. I'll carve off your flesh piece by piece and enjoy it slowly. How about it? It'll be a perfect match for your younger sister's death." Then do you know what happened to Fire Melt Mountain? Gong Yuan was at ease inside. That guy was so horrible, but she did not regret leaving the South Sea and accompanying him through danger, nor did she resent him for putting her in dire straits. Suddenly she understood her little sister's feelings back then, and she could not help but smile. They still held on to hope. "How dare you?" The bone-eating Shaman King became even more furious. "He'll return. Maybe not now, but maybe in the future. He'll find you one by one and get his revenge for today." Gong Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, staring at the bone-eating Shaman King before her coldly, but she smiled inside. This guy sure knows how to hold grudges. "I'll eat your tongue first." The bone-eating Shaman King shivered inside and became even more furious. Suddenly he opened his gaping mouth and bared his sharp teeth, biting towards Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan shut her eyes. Foul air rushed into her face, but she heard the bone-eating Shaman King's roar. The blood-red blade rushed out of the Azura field, plunging into the bone-eating Shaman King's head from below. With a twist of the blade, the head was ground to pieces and the roar came to a halt. Li Qingshan crawled out of the Azura field and said rather tiredly, "This woman's lips belong to me." Chapter 961. Gong Yuan opened her eyes and gazed at his tall, scarred figure. For some reason, her heart ached, feeling both relieved and wronged. She was almost tempted to cry. Li Qingshan turned around and grinned at her. "Sorry to keep you waiting. You're too slow." Gong Yuan grumbled. Suddenly, the bone-eating Shaman King's headless body leapt backwards rapidly. As if he had been expecting this, Li Qingshan casually pressed his palm against his chest without even looking back, making his way towards Gong Yuan. The bone-eating Shaman King retreated and roared out resentfully, "Li Qingshan, you, this, no." Black cracks spread out like a spiderweb reaching the surrounding space. His body was like the cracked earth. The demon heart hidden deep in his body shattered under the tremors. He died completely. Boom. The power the bone-eating Shaman King had accumulated over a millennia after devouring countless lives immediately swept through the entire demon cavern. The demon kings all paled in shock, retreating and defending. Water mirror's image. A smooth mirror appeared behind Li Qingshan. As soon as the terrifying power from the demon heart's explosion came into contact with the mirror, it was reflected back, colliding with the incoming power afterwards and forming a perfect defense. When the mirror shattered, only the fierce wind ruffled his scarlet hair, but the Demon King's encirclement was cut off. Only 2 Demon Kings remained before him. His eyes narrowed and his mind was as still as water. Everything was going according to plan. From the beginning till the end, he did not give off any aura or murderousness. If he closed his eyes, he would basically forget about his existence. Even though he seemed extremely feeble and exhausted, it only left the Demon Kings even more shocked. Even someone like him could kill the bone-eating Shaman King casually. Was he purposefully acting weak? In fact, Li Qingshan's condition was even worse than what the Demon Kings had imagined. He had just gone through a life-and-death struggle with the terrifying heavenly tribulation, so he didn't have any time to recuperate and recover. He didn't even have the time to familiarize himself with his new divine art before he had to fight 7 Demon Kings. It was extremely dangerous. If he didn't take the initiative and break their encirclement, he would be in danger of dying. But fortunately, the heavenly tribulation wasn't for nothing. The power of the saber and palm wasn't all that powerful. After becoming a Demon King, his power had increased substantially, and he could completely control the power of the Ox Demon transformation and the Tiger Demon transformation. In the past, he was just a strong and healthy child who often swung his saber and slashed randomly. Although the appearance of flesh and blood flying everywhere was terrifying, who knew how many times it would take to slash an enemy? Now that he had finally grown up, even if he was very weak, a single dagger was enough to kill him. Coupled with the fact that he could suddenly injure someone, which was why he could kill the bone-eating Shaman King so easily. However, after blocking the explosion of the demon heart, he had become even weaker right now, and this was a demon cavern. It was far away from the ground, surrounded by space, so the strength of the earth could not be used. However, all he did was maintain his composure, holding on purely through his willpower. Stop right there. Do you want her to die? The meditative Brain King unleashed a terrifying aura, threatening Li Qingshan. His consciousness turned into invisible hands, ripping at souls and shaking people's minds. A smear of pain appeared in Gong Yuan's eyes. She gritted her teeth. Don't worry about me, kill them. Li Qingshan frowned and glanced at the meditative Brain King angrily, but he did not stop. Gong Yuan suddenly felt her mind ease up. The meditative Brain King's control had suddenly vanished, and she raised her head in confusion. Every single fold of the meditative Brain King that resembled a brain trembled. The meditative Brain King originally wanted to use fear to stun Li Qingshan's mind and use Gong Yuan to threaten him. However, he sensed even greater and deeper fear from Li Qingshan's eye of the Tiger Demon. A clash of willpower like this had always been the most dangerous, so he immediately suffered an intense backlash. Meditative Brain King, what are you doing? A sharp, ear-piercing voice rang out from the black thorns around Gong Yuan. Li Qingshan, do you still recognize me? I'll kill her first and then you'll be next. Thousands of black thorns surged over like the tide, filling Li Qingshan's vision. It's King Blackthorn. As he sighed emotionally, he unfurled his glorious wings. The wind danced and the flames blazed. He swung his blade without the slightest hesitation and rushed into the forest of thorns, arriving before Gong Yuan and embracing her firmly. This was already the last of his strength. In the next moment, the thorns wrapped around him firmly, piercing his skin and sucking away his flesh and blood to suppress his demon qi. If that's the case, why did you come back? Gong Yuan blinked her eyes. How could she not sense his current feebleness? Just walking over to her had already put him in life-threatening danger. I've said it before. If you want to kill you, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Li Qingshan smiled. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by that. Gong Yuan suddenly raised her head and kissed him on the lips. The black thorns turned into a huge, black cocoon, and the 4 demon kings who had been forced back by the demon heart explosion surrounded them again. Don't be frightened by him. He seems to have only undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation recently. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, he's just a spent force. He can't put up any resistance now that he's landed in my blackthorn forest. King Blackthorn let out a complacent laugh. Actually, he had been frightened by Li Qingshan's stance earlier too. Only after probing him a little did he discover that was all. It was all thanks to that idiot, the bone-eating king. Now that he had rendered a great service, he would definitely receive evil god Qiongqi's favor. The demon kings looked at one another. They never expected this to be the final outcome. The bone-eating shaman king had gone to great lengths, only to lose his life. Instead, this King Blackthorn benefited from it. The meditative Brain King recovered from the backlash and said frantically, Blackthorn, kill them. Meditative Brain King, what I, King Blackthorn, do is not something you can tell me. Evil god Qiongqi might want to live, King Blackthorn said. Not only did he not want to, but he was also afraid. Without the meditative Brain King's control, Gong Yuan was completely capable of choosing to commit suicide calmly. Even if the meditative Brain King took action, he could only control one of them at most. He was not stupid enough to force them to die with him. Instead, he planned on leaving them with a sliver of hope, taking them back to the demon domain and offering them to evil god Qiongqi. The meditative Brain King reverted to his original form. His face was sunken, and he dove into the demon domain without even looking back, as if he was running away from something. In the cocoon of thorns, Li Qingshan widened his eyes at first before smiling. He lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Their blood flowed and mingled, but they were completely unaware of it. It was like they had forgotten everything around them, even when they were in dire straits and on the brink of death. Their minds were connected like never before. Apart from her tongue that was as soft as water, what Li Qingshan tasted greedily was an icy cold sphere that revolved in their mouths, releasing strands of the cold and profound power of Ruin's End. That's right, it was the heart of the abyss. She had swallowed it and hidden it away. With this as a foundation, she connected with the distant Ruin's End. The spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and all water to Ruin's End began circulating at full strength at the same time, supporting and benefiting one another. Chapter 962. Gong Yuan's heart was filled with joy. She forgot about her pain and broke free from the binding of the brambles, embracing Li Qingshan firmly. It was no longer just to break free from this dire situation. It was as if she wanted to sink into his embrace. The all-water to Ruin's End circulated rapidly, with unprecedented smoothness. It no longer had the coldness and loneliness of traversing the abyssal sea alone. A pair of warm arms embraced him firmly. His mind was at peace as their lips and teeth connected. Strands of water to Ruin's End flowed out from the heart of the abyss. Originally, the power was so tremendous that it was difficult to control, but now it was just enough for them to share. Their hearts were connected. Li Qingshan could clearly sense that she had already fallen in love. His heart also lit up with love. This had never happened during any of their dual cultivation in the past. They were both so proud. Even when they leaned against each other and fought side by side, they would never fall in love with each other until this moment. In this deep, demonic cavern, what they entrusted to each other was no longer just life and death. There was also absolute trust and an unchanging promise. When they sensed each other's feelings, there was no longer any hesitation. The flames of love piled up like waves, constantly rising. Their minds were completely connected, melding like water. This was no longer just because of love. It was also because of the increase in Li Qingshan's cultivation. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine went from easy to difficult. With each layer, it would become several times more difficult, but the increase in strength would also multiply. When the ox demon transformation and tiger demon transformation broke through to the 5th layer, they had both turned the tables in dire straits. Now that the spirit turtle transformation had reached the 5th layer, the bloodline of the spirit turtle had become even denser, so it was obviously more compatible with Gong Yuan. Actually, if he wanted to, he could even suppress Gong Yuan's will unilaterally. Of course he would not do that, but unknowingly, it would still affect her slightly. As long as she practiced the all-water to Ruin's End, he would be her natural nemesis. To think you still have such a false heart of love. Kiss me slowly. Kiss me to your heart's content. King Blackthorn sneered inside. Originally he was still thinking about how to pacify them just in case they fought to the death, but when he saw how they only embraced each other, it saved him a lot of trouble. In any case, as long as they entered the infernal domain, the outcome would be set. With their strength, they would not be able to stir up any more waves. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to hide his presence and shield himself from the heavenly secrets, which was why King Blackthorn failed to sense it at all. He even thought they knew they were no match for him, so they just gave up. The cocoon-like thorny ball carried Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan through the dark and long devil's cave and flew towards the devil's domain. The 4 demon kings looked at each other, then followed. They thought about how they couldn't let King Blackthorn take all the credit for this battle. King Blackthorn was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. He was also wary of the 4 demon kings behind him, so he flew at full speed. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. He was in a good mood, so he greeted him. Meditative Brain King, you sure fly slowly. The Meditative Brain King was not skilled at flying in the first place, and he was injured from the backlash. After distancing himself from King Blackthorn, he slowed down. Just as he furrowed his brows in thought, he suddenly felt a tremendous demon chi approach him. Turning around, he discovered that King Blackthorn had actually caught up to him. He could not help but widen his eyes and curse aloud, "You idiot! Stay further away from me. Are you tired of living?" King Blackthorn was furious as well. "I didn't do anything to you, so what right do you have to curse me?" The black thorns twisted and grew. The meditative brain king was renowned for his cautiousness in the demon's domain, but cautiousness was synonymous with cowardice. This was also why he was not skilled in open battles, which was why King Blackthorn was not afraid of him at all. The meditative brain king simply ignored him and sped up. Suddenly he came to a halt and a black thorn tore through the air, wrapping around his waist. He turned around and said furiously, "King Blackthorn, do you want to fight me? Tell me first. What are you running from?" King Blackthorn asked, feeling that something was off. The meditative brain king did not become a demon king solely through cautiousness. He was also famous for his meticulous, sinister, and despicable thoughts. "Fine, let me ask you. Are those two willing to return to the demon's domain with you?" The meditative brain king was helpless. He could only hope that it was not what he guessed. Why would I care if they're willing or not when they're in my hands?" King Blackthorn said. "Let me go. I'll apologize to you. If you want to go to the demon's domain, then go." The meditative brain king's eyelids twitched violently. Although he did not sense anything, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Li Qingshan had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations with great difficulty. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like he was here to die for nothing. "I must go the same way as you. What are you doing? This is impossible. How can you still have power?" King Blackthorn suddenly exclaimed in shock and anger. The sound of something freezing came from within his body. Waves of cold air spread in all directions, and traces of frost spread along the thorny vines. Among the layers of thorny vines, Li Qingshan raised his head reluctantly. The time to counterattack had arrived. As a demon king, Gong Yuan opened her eyes. Her dark eyes were as deep as the ocean. She glanced at Li Qingshan, and there was a fleeting hint of gentleness in her eyes. Although his injuries were still severe, the power surging in his body was unprecedentedly great, and he could easily control it. 1,000 miles of ice. Her red lips parted slightly and a wave of cold air whizzed out. King Blackthorn was immediately frozen into a huge ice ball. "King Blackthorn, I still remember you, a loser. You can't escape this time," Li Qingshan said with a smile. His expression became stern. Quick! The ice ball shattered loudly, turning into ice dust. Li Qingshan opened his hand and grabbed a demon heart wrapped in thorns. The thorns shrieked, "Release me or I'll take you down with me." Li Qingshan spat out another word. "Suppress." The figure of a spirit turtle appeared around him, completely suppressing the demon heart. "Take me down with you? You're not qualified." He looked up. "All right, you can stop running too." The moment the coldness in King Blackthorn's body spread, the meditative brain king cut off the thorns around his waist resolutely and flew towards the demon domain at full speed. He heard Li Qingshan's voice and his body came to a sudden halt. Li Qingshan's left hand wrapped around the meditative brain king nearby and he bellowed, "Get back here." He erupted with a powerful suction force, and the meditative brain king immediately flew backwards against his will. Li Qingshan formed a claw with his right hand and accurately grabbed the meditative brain king's demon heart with the tiger demon digs out the heart. "I know the details of the demon domain. I can help you," said the meditative brain king. "Then do you know Cheongqi?" "This." The meditative brain king was slightly taken aback. He never thought Li Qingshan would ask a demon god right off the bat and he was filled with killing intent. Was he thinking of revenge? Then go to hell. Suppress. Li Qingshan fished out a bloody demon heart and suppressed it casually before tossing it into his sumeru ring. Then he turned around and smiled. "You've come too. Come. I'll send you off." Chapter 963. The 4 demon kings were very far away from Li Qingshan, and the gravity of Earth was beyond his reach. Li Qingshan considered it slightly and was in no hurry to chase after them. Instead, he turned around and returned to Gong Yuan's side. He asked, "Are your wounds fine?" "They're fine." The bloodstains on Gong Yuan had already been cleaned away, and her wounds had all healed up. However, her face was rather pale and frail. There was also an extremely rare hint of softness in her expression, which made this cold and proud merfolk queen particularly alluring. However, after that kiss, their relationship seemed to undergo a slight change. For a moment she had no idea what to say. After a moment of hesitation, she did her best to recover her cold expression. Don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Li Qingshan smiled mischievously. He even licked his lips as if he was savoring the taste. You know. Gong Yuan glared at him viciously, but it was no longer as cold and emotionless as before. Instead, it was slightly angered from embarrassment. Li Qingshan originally wanted to tease her a little more, but he became serious again. Don't worry, I understand. He never hid his desires, but he would never erase his sincerity either. Sometimes, the more sincere one was, the more reluctant one would be to do whatever one wanted. Even if he loved her, it was impossible for him to stay in the South Sea, much less return her infatuation. As a result, all he could do was do this. At the very least, he could not turn love into hatred. Gong Yuan sighed inside and sneered. As long as you understand. At least you haven't undergone the third heavenly tribulation for nothing. You've gained some bearing of a demon king. By now, Li Qingshan had already recovered from his wounds. His exhaustion had vanished as well. He was calm and composed. Even after killing the 2 demon kings, there was not much killing intent left behind, as if he had just done something insignificant. When she thought about it now, she still found it rather unbelievable. King Blackthorn could be said to have been caught off guard by her successful sneak attack, so it was not strange for him to be killed. However, the meditative Brain King was completely on guard, yet he was still killed so easily. Just how powerful was he right now? You're too kind, too kind. I don't think I have any bearing of a demon king. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He placed his hand on her shoulder and circulated the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to heal her wounds. Is that so? But I feel that you have changed a lot. Please keep it up. Gong Yuan closed her eyes. Perhaps it was because of the change in his attitude he no longer seemed so frivolous and frivolous. There was actually a kind of charm and attraction to him. If it was in the past, he would have taken the opportunity to take advantage of her while he was recuperating, to hold her in his arms and take advantage of her. He sighed in his heart. What she didn't realize was that this feeling was very likely due to the change in her heart. Li Qingshan shook his head. The distance between the heart was getting closer, but the body was getting further away. How strange. Gong Yuan's injuries were almost healed. Li Qingshan also took the opportunity to adjust his breathing and familiarize himself with the power of a demon king. Gong Yuan asked, "What should we do next? There are still 4 demon kings and a 12 citadel demon formation outside." I'm thinking about it. The 4 demon kings did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. If they cast aside their selfish desires and worked together, they could pose some threat to him, but the possibility of that was almost non-existent. The key was the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Even with his current strength, he had no confidence in breaking out of it. If he clashed with 4 demon kings at the same time, his chances of victory were even higher. Then think about it properly, Gong Yuan said. Don't worry. I'm here. Li Qingshan said confidently. As long as he had the time to comprehend and familiarize himself with the new ability, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. If it really did not work out, he would just stay here and balance the water and fire, recovering to his peak condition. That way he would have 3 chances at Nerva rebirth. He would definitely be able to make a breakthrough. I'm afraid we don't have much time. Li Qingshan frowned. He could sense great danger approaching. He turned his head in the direction of the demon domain and waved his hand. Profound light illuminates all. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, stacking on top of one another like a large telescope. The scene rapidly extended towards the depths of the demon cavern. When he was about to pass through the demon cavern and reach the demon domain, a dark purple color filled the scene. A dark purple demon chi rushed over from the demon domain. It surged violently and was as swift as lightning. It was so fast that even Li Qingshan sighed in amazement. The strength of the demon chi was even more terrifying, filling the entire demon cavern. Wherever it passed by, the demon cavern showed signs of shattering as if it could not contain the demon chi. A demon emperor. Gong Yuan's face changed slightly. Demon kings definitely could not produce such a disturbance. As if it had sensed that it was being spied on, a gaze swept across from the demon chi, and the scene was immediately cut apart, reduced to pieces. Li Qingshan blocked with his blade. With a clang, the blade paused and trembled. A sword slash appeared on it. He could not help but praise, "Impressive." The newcomer was a demon emperor, and he seemed to be very skilled in fighting and killing. It was very likely that he was the commander who led the demons to attack the 9 provinces this time. Having just undergone the third heavenly tribulation, he had not even familiarized himself with his new abilities, so he was unable to fend off the demon emperor. Let's go. Li Qingshan swung his fist as hard as he could and shattered the space before him, but he could guarantee that he could stop a demon emperor just like that. The difference of a major realm of cultivation was like the difference between clouds and mud. Afterwards he wrapped his arm around Gong Yuan's waist and flapped his phoenix wings, flying towards the other end of the demon cavern. After becoming a demon king, he had yet to comprehend any new abilities, but his old abilities had improved significantly. Whether it was the range of the profound light illuminates all or the speed of the wings of wind, he seemed to have turned into a fierce gust of wind, arriving at the other end of the demon cavern very soon. Just as he was about to stop and see if the demon emperor had caught up, he felt a huge murderous intent looming over him. The demon emperor had already crossed the broken space and caught up. His main body was clearly still thousands of miles away, but the dark purple demonic energy he released had turned into a torrent of sword chi that flooded the demon cavern. Li Qingshan immediately flew out of the demon cavern with Gong Yuan. The scene in front of him changed and he once again returned to the southern territory. The skin on his back was tingling, and the torrent of sword chi followed closely behind, rushing out of the demon cavern with unstoppable momentum. Just as the torrent of sword chi was about to engulf them, it seemed to be shackled by something invisible and shattered and dissipated in the air. Even a demon emperor could not break the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth, and even the power he released would be suppressed. The demon emperor stopped hundreds of miles away from the exit of the demon cavern. In the surging demonic energy, there stood a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard and a face full of vicissitudes. He wore hemp shoes and a short brown robe, with a long sword hanging from his waist and another one on his back. He did not look like a ferocious and terrifying demon emperor, but more like an ordinary swordsman walking in the pugilistic world. The suppression from the 9 provinces had become stronger and stronger, and every step forward had to be paid a price. Chapter 964. The night was deep, but the swamp was illuminated. Streaks of resplendent silver light tore through the sky. The Silver Dragon King assumed an offensive stance, unleashing his full power. He seemed to have truly become a furious dragon, roaring and ripping apart the dense demon chi. However, the demon chi that gushed out of the 13 demon caverns was far too dense. The demonic cloud sealed off the sky the entire time. Even if a portion of the 12 demon gods' colossal bodies was destroyed, they would recover very quickly. The king of Southern Yu stood in front of the porthole with his hands behind his back. His face was rather stern. The formation was much more troublesome than he had imagined it to be, and there seemed to be a mastermind behind the scenes controlling it, constantly nullifying the Silver Dragon King's attacks and minimizing the damage. If this continued, the Silver Dragon King would definitely give way first. He turned to the Banyan Tree King and said, "Fellow, there seems to be some existence eyeing this world. The demon plague probably won't end so easily this time." The Banyan Tree King was well versed in formations. He experienced the terror of the mastermind even more deeply than the King of Southern Yu. The 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous did not operate smoothly. Instead, it felt a little sluggish. Clearly, it was also affected by the laws of heaven and earth. However, the effect of its operation was unbelievably good. It was as if it had completely seen through the Silver Dragon King's attacks and could turn the situation around with just a few pointers. He said rather sternly, "Let's hope it's not like what I think it is." "Fellow, have you noticed something?" the King of Southern Yu asked. "Among the 12 demon gods, one of them hasn't been attacked at all." When the Banyan Tree King saw the formation, he felt the situation was very severe, but he never thought it would be so severe. "Jianghu." The King of Southern Yu thought back slightly and became stunned. "Impossible. Does a mere bone-eating shaman king possess such great prestige?" Everyone knew that bone-eating shamans worshipped Jianghu as their ancestor god, but just like how the fire god Zhurong worshipped by the fire devourers, there had always been many ancient names in the south. These higher gods and demons existed in a higher world, so they rarely responded to their believers. Their names could only be passed down in places of wilderness. In the eyes of mortals, the existences of cultivators were akin to gods, Buddhas, and devils. Especially those great cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, they were lofty and unreachable. However, the King of Southern Yu understood extremely well that they were only kings among cultivators. They were no closer to immortals, Buddhas, and demons than mortals were to great cultivators. The path of cultivation was extremely, extremely long. No great cultivator would pay attention to the battles between mortals because it was not worth it at all, and there was no meaning to it. This was why the king of Southern Yu refused to believe that Qiongqi would interfere with the affairs of the 9 provinces. Just like for him, slaughtering 1 or 2 cities in Qing province would not bring him any closer to victory. There were more important things that he had to deal with. I also hope that my guess is wrong, but the scale of this great formation is definitely not something that a demon king can operate, let alone remotely control. It isolates a world and is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Even a demon emperor might not be able to do it. The banyan tree potted plant on the table swayed its branches and turned into an old man. His dark green hair and beard were tangled together, basically obscuring his face. He arrived beside the king of Southern Yu, and his deep green eyes were filled with worry. The king of Southern Yu fell silent at first before shaking his head and breaking into laughter. If that really is the case, then all of my plans are meaningless. All I can say is that the plans of man outweigh the plans of the heavens. The laws of the world were not absolute. As long as Qiongqi made up his mind and was willing to pay the price, he could turn this world into a demon domain. There were some legendary existences that could even ignore the laws of the world and roam the worlds freely. If it were any other demon god, I would be certain that it's not, but this one is renowned for making trouble out of nothing. The banyan tree king smiled bitterly. Adults would not squat on the ground and burn ants for no reason, but who knew what a child would do? If a child with the power of a god still retained his great curiosity, then no one could guess what he would do. The 2 kings who stood at the apex of the Mist province both frowned in thought as they worried about the unpredictable will of heaven. At this moment, a magnificent streak of light shot over from the southern horizon. Pavilion Master Yi is here. Looks like my side is a little faster. The king of Southern Yu cracked a smile. Looks like your majesty, the king of Yu has already thought it through. The banyan tree king smiled. Even if the sky collapses, there'll be the tall ones to hold it up. This isn't something for us to worry about. If it really reaches that point, we'll just become demon kings at most, unlike those people in the north, the king of Southern Yu said easily. Most of the cultivators of the Mist province were demonic cultivators. Going from demonic cultivators to demon folk was only a single word apart. As for many so-called righteous cultivators, all they could do was endure until the end. For example, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would never compromise. As a result, he could easily settle his grievances with his country and his family. At the very least, fortune and disaster came hand in hand. That's reasonable. Demons and demons have always been the same. The great banyan tree king smiled, but his deep, dark green eyes were filled with unshakable worry. Every world had its own laws. Those who complied would prosper, while those who disobeyed would perish. The hungry ghost realm only took in the dead, while the Azura realm was the home of warriors. If the 9 provinces were converted to the demon domain, then it would definitely be a world where good and evil were reversed, a world that ran amok. If they did not comply with the change, they would be eliminated and destroyed, but if they complied with the change, they would have to twist their own wills. Every place had its own people. They were born in this world and grew up in this world, so they had already been branded deeply. How could it be that easy to change? They could suffer from chi deviation with the slightest carelessness. Even if they managed to keep their lives, they would have severed their path of cultivation. As a result, no one could remain uninvolved in a war between worlds like this. The king of Southern Yu had only said it casually, or he would have colluded with the demon domain a long time ago and turned the Mist province into the demon domain's main base of invasion. With the assistance of several dozen demon kings, how was the Green province supposed to stop them? And if he really did that, his king of Yu's estate would immediately fall apart. Even if most of his guests were demonic cultivators, committing evil for the sake of power and satisfying their desires was not the same as reversing good and evil. However, demons were a little different, as demons could not be considered good or evil, nor did they care about morals and etiquette. They obediently adhered to the natural law of survival of the fittest, so even if they fell into the demon domain, they would only become a little more violent and vicious. Perhaps they might even adapt to it better. As a result, it did make some sense for the word demon to be linked together. If it were not for his great plan, the banyan tree king could have had it even easier than the king of Southern Yu. So be it, so be it. I'm just an old tree. Though, in terms of speed, my side is still a little faster. Chapter 965. So the Shadow Queen has arrived. The king of Southern Yu shivered inside. She really was worthy of being the king of assassins of the Mist province to be able to infiltrate the Silver Dragon King silently. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yi Weiyang bowed and drifted over gently, arriving beside the banyan tree king. She placed her elbow on his shoulder. You sure have gone to great lengths for that kid. How enviable. How impudent. The banyan tree king slapped her hand away and shook his head. He's in dire straits right now, so what's there to be envious of? The Shadow Queen is right. Li Qingshan has either surrendered or died right now. If Qiongqi really has interfered, then everything we do will be futile. Who knows how many people will die before the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the ominous, said the king of Southern Yu. It was not just Yi Weiyang who was unwilling to approach the formation. Even he was unwilling. It was impossible to get through the formation with the long-range attacks of the Silver Dragon King alone. Yi Duanhai flew around the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the ominous on a streak of light. He also maintained a relatively great distance, afraid to approach it. Only afterwards did he arrive in the Silver Dragon King. Greetings, Your Majesty and Senior. Just what's going on with this demon cavern? The king of Southern Yu told them everything that had happened, including his guess about Qiongqi. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan are in there. Yi Duanhai frowned. After all, they had fought together before and they had purged the demons in the south, which took a lot of pressure off him. What do you think? The king of Southern Yu asked. The chances are slim, said Yi Duanhai. Look. The banyan tree king pointed out, and 4 demon kings emerged from the demon cavern in the center of the formation. What extravagance! 4 demon kings working together. Even without the formation, they're not their opponent. Yi Weiyang said. But they seem to be fleeing? The banyan tree king keenly noticed that the 4 demon kings didn't seem like they were going to accept the challenge calmly. Instead, they seemed to be in a rush and seemed impatient. That's a demon cavern. Who could make them flee? Don't tell me. The king of Southern Yu and the banyan tree king exchanged glances. They did not quite believe this explanation either. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan definitely did not possess the strength to do that, let alone in a demon cavern. However, when the demon kings looked at the Silver Dragon King in the sky, they did not assume an attacking stance. Instead, they turned around and guarded the demon / den looking into it. This further proved the banyan tree king / judgment. They were indeed fleeing. Compared to the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the ominous being breached, they were more afraid of their retreat being cut off. Wait, Yi Duanhai said. If the Demon Kings really were fleeing, then there must be someone chasing after them. He believed they would find out very soon. This is Kings of Yin and Yang Flying Zombie King. If that Li Qingshan is bold enough to chase after us later, we'll set up an ambush here and catch him off guard. What do you think? The 9-headed king said together as he swung his 9 snake heads. All right. He's definitely not our opponent in the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the ominous. The male and female voices said together. The Flying Zombie King nodded silently, expressing his agreement. They're coming. The Demon Kings did not wait for too long. A while later, there was a flash of light in the demon cavern, but the Demon King's first reaction was not to stop him. Instead, they scattered. None of them were stupid enough to believe the 9-headed king and face Li Qingshan head-on. Unless they relied on their strength and outnumbered him, it was basically impossible for the Demon Kings to work together and fend off a powerful enemy. Moreover, the Meditative Brain King and the other 2 Demon Kings had been slain was far too horrific. In the Silver Dragon King, the king of Southern Yu and the others looked at one another. They were not just being hunted down. They were basically scared out of their wits. They possessed such a great geographical advantage, yet they did not even dare to fight. Were they still the vicious Demon Kings in their memories? In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind and fire rushed into the air. It's them? The banyan tree king's eyes lit up. Yi Duanhai's expression changed because of the flood of sword chi that tailed closely behind. He was well versed in the path of the sword. A sword move like that definitely could not be used by a demon king. The path of the sword it contained completely surpassed his own. Was it a demon emperor? I finally returned. The flood of sword chi collapsed, and Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. He still had to run quickly. It was still a little too early for him to treat a demon emperor as an opponent. He looked up at the Silver Dragon King on the horizon and waved his hand with a smile. The gazes of the 12 demon gods turned into a tremendous pressure, almost suffocating him. However, after returning to the ground, the strength of the earth also began to come into effect. Endless power surged out violently, resisting the pressure. After becoming a demon king, all of his innate abilities had become stronger, and his body had undergone an overwhelming change. Li Qingshan saw how Gong Yuan's face was rather pale, so he pulled her into his arms. We'll be able to leave very soon. Then he looked at the 4 demon kings below and saw that none of them had any intentions of doing anything, so he eased up even more. Originally he was worried that it would be difficult for him to escape, but looking at it now, the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous was not as terrifying as he imagined it to be. Coupled with the helpers outside, as long as the Silver Dragon King tore open a crack in the formation, they would be able to escape successfully. The King of Southern Yu raised an eyebrow. Things seemed to be growing more and more out of his imagination. The 4 demon kings were being hunted down, and there was even a demon emperor right behind them. There was even Qiongqi lurking within. Just what had Li Qingshan done? I see. He's already undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The Banyan Tree King smiled extremely happily. Yu Weiyang shook her head. Isn't it still a dead end? The 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous was so large that even the King of Southern Yu dared not approach it, afraid of being sucked into the formation, let alone staying in the formation. It was basically impossible for him to survive. The Banyan Tree King said to the King of Southern Yu, "Please attack with your full strength and open up a path to save them." "All right," the King of Southern Yu said. Right when he was about to activate the dragon's roar, a voice directly rang out in his head, "All right, if you've messed around enough, you can go back." The expressions of Yi Weiyang and the others changed too. Clearly they had also heard this voice. Evil God Qiongqi? As if he could sense their fear, Qiongqi sneered. "I have no interest in your mediocre world, so don't flatter yourself. Stop interfering with my game, or I don't mind paying a small price." The Silver Dragon King fell silent and stopped all of his attacks. Infuriating an evil god was definitely not a wise decision. It also gave rise to a sense of doubt. Since Qiongqi's objective was not this world, why had he descended? Even powerful evil gods would have to pay quite a heavy price to pass through the barriers between worlds and resist the suppression of the laws of the world. Just what was the game he spoke of? What's going on? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. Heavy killing intent pressed over. The 4 demon kings that originally had no interest in fighting actually surrounded him again. Originally, they were waiting for the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous to unleash its power and crush Li Qingshan and the Silver Dragon King to smithereens, but nothing happened. Instead, a voice directly rang out in their heads. "Don't be a coward. Go kill him." The voice was not vicious or dignified. Instead, it was full of interest, filled with anticipation and joy. Chapter 966. Within the Silver Dragon King, the King of Southern Yu and the Banyan Tree King exchanged glances. They were both deeply fearful. "Let's cancel the gathering." The King of Southern Yu let out a long sigh, while the Banyan Tree King nodded silently. There was also a hint of helplessness in his dark green eyes. Let alone the fact that it was impossible for them to save Li Qingshan at the risk of angering an evil god. Even if they were willing to take the risk, it was basically impossible for them to save him. The difference in strength was just too great. This was the dignity of a god. Who knew how many worlds separated them, but a single word was a decree. "Qingshan, even if the Dragon King of the Sea came charging over, I could protect you a little, but there's nothing I can do about Qiongqi." The Banyan Tree King sighed inside. The King of Southern Yu had never thought that what caught Qiongqi's attention was not this world, but a mere person. Moreover, it seemed like even this world was insignificant compared to him. He thought, "Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, just what kind of secrets do you possess?" The Silver Dragon King withdrew from the demonic clouds and cast a huge shadow, expressing its submission to the will of a god. Under the illumination of the moon, it shone with resplendent silver light, but it still seemed to be enveloped by a shadow, losing its original luster. "What do we do?" Gong Yuan asked with a frown. Without the assistance of the Silver Dragon King, there was basically no hope for them to get out of the formation from the inside. "I'm thinking." Li Qingshan shrugged. He had just entered a wolf's den, and now he had entered a tiger's lair. He was in dire straits after dire straits, but his fighting spirit only rose higher and higher. Gong Yuan agreed and leaned her head against his shoulder gently. Thick demon chi permeated the battlefield that the 12 demon gods overlooked. The 9-headed king that was as colossal as a mountain raised its 9 huge snake heads high up, coiling around Li Qingshan. Its 18 snake eyes stared at him as the turbid liquid in its mouth constantly surged. The flying zombie king had also completely demonized. From a bony man, he had turned into a giant zombie with protruding fangs and black fur. He spread his bat wings and flew through the demonic clouds. He occupied a high vantage point and was ready to attack. The Yin Yang King's demonic form was the strangest. He was tiny, and his body was fused together like a conjoined baby. He had 3 legs and 4 arms, and his body was even smaller than a normal person's. He crawled unsteadily in the swamp, and he looked at Li Qingshan with hatred. The demonic qi he gave off was the strongest. In the process of Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan wiping out the demons, only the Yin-Yang King wasn't defeated. Instead, he forced them to retreat with his own strength. The 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous was a great form of suppression and restraint to Li Qingshan, but it was of great benefit to the 4 demon kings. The restraint from the surroundings had completely vanished, as if they had returned to the demon domain. The demon qi they had expended was immediately replenished, and their condition reached an unprecedented peak. It was like they had advanced by a minor realm of cultivation. They cast aside their grudges and vigilance, connecting their minds and advancing and retreating together. This proved once again that the only thing that could make demon folk cooperate well was the orders of those above them. Demon god Qiongqi has actually directly descended his will for this guy, the 9-headed king said. That person's thoughts have always been the hardest to guess out of the 12 demon gods. This Li Qingshan really is abnormally powerful. How can he possess such strength after undergoing the 3rd heavenly tribulation? The Yin-Yang King said. Let's not worry about that. Can't we kill him in the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous? The Flying Zombie King said. That's right. They sensed the power surging through their bodies and were filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Their murderousness grew heavier and heavier, mixing with the surging demon qi. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. Faced with dire straits, the tiger demon's battle spirit surged, and his blood boiled even more. The tiger's fang blade on his waist thrummed. However, in his arms, Gong Yuan's face became paler and paler. The wounds that he had just recovered from were spreading again. Even when he was wrapped in thorns, he remained unfazed, but right now, his brows were tightly furrowed. He was in unbearable pain as his body trembled gently. The 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous, which had the 12 demon caverns as its foundation and evil god Qiongqi personally presided over, was far too powerful. There was no need for him to purposefully power it. Just the pressure alone was enough to kill regular great cultivators. The fact that Gong Yuan could last until now could already be regarded as a testament to his tough willpower and extraordinary cultivation, and it was all thanks to Li Qingshan's assistance. Go rest. Li Qingshan took out the Azura field. Gong Yuan bit her lip and shook her head gently. Don't worry. These guys aren't my opponent at all, but if you insist, I'll fight with you in my arms. A single arm is enough anyway. Li Qingshan feigned ease. Just when he was about to stow the Azura field away, Gong Yuan grabbed his hand. After an internal struggle, she understood that she had already become a burden. It was better for him to fight alone than working together. She raised her head and kissed him on the lips, passing the heart of the abyss to him. She stared at him. Promise me don't die. How can I? I haven't had enough of that yet. Li Qingshan pursed his lips and swallowed the heart of the abyss. With that kiss, Gong Yuan had completely passed the heart of the abyss to him. Although he did not practice the all-water to ruin's end, he could use it freely with his spirit turtle bloodline. Coupled with the strength of the earth, it was equivalent to having an inexhaustible source of power. He became even more confident about this battle. Behind the porthole, Yi Weiyang widened her eyes. Through the thick demon qi she saw this. She was even more shocked than when she heard Qiongqi's voice. She doubted whether the Gong Yuan she saw was the one she knew. They were both other folk kings who ruled over races. Even if their relationship could not be regarded as friendly, they still had some connections. Gong Yuan was a great iceberg that was bone-chilling, yet she had actually taken the initiative to offer a kiss to a man. This world sure was crazy. After sending Gong Yuan into the Azura field, Li Qingshan casually drew his blade and glanced at the 4 demon kings around him calmly. He asked, "What are you waiting for? I'll let you enjoy the moment before you die. When I kill you, you'll feel even more pain." The lords of Yin and Yang cackled together. The voices of a man and a woman overlapped. It was extraordinarily ear-piercing and unpleasant, upsetting everyone. The demon kings were in no hurry to attack. The longer they delayed, the greater the effects of the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous. They might even win without fighting. With the meditative Brain King and the others as examples, they dared not be careless at all. Thank you. Then let me enjoy it a little longer. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. He actually laid down in the air with his arms as a pillow, as if he really wanted to sleep for a while. You're just bluffing. I'd like to see how long you can last. the lords of Yin and Yang said. Li Qingshan's body had always been tough. Due to the 4 bloodlines of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, the phoenix and spirit turtle were filled with a divine nature, so they could not be suppressed so easily. The ox demon and tiger demon were demons among demons, and the cultivation method he mainly practiced as a human was the demon suppression statuary, condensing a demon heart in his body. Therefore, the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous did not suppress him as much as it suppressed Gong Yuan. In addition, he could use the heart of the abyss to communicate with the bottomless ruin, so his losses could be recovered to a certain extent. As long as there were no intense battles, it would not be a problem for him to stay here for 10 days. Chapter 967. Under the gazes of the 12 demon gods and the 4 great demon kings, Li Qingshan supported his head with one hand and lay sideways in the surging demon qi. He closed his eyes as if he was really sleeping soundly. "You fools, how long do you want me to wait?" In just a moment, Qiong Qi's roar resounded in the demon king's sea of consciousness. The 4 great demon kings trembled and came to their senses. They could wait, but Qiong Qi couldn't. He had to pay a price for every second that he sent his consciousness into this world. He wasn't here to watch Li Qingshan sleep. Die. Li Qingshan. The 4 great demon kings didn't dare to hesitate and attack together. The 9 ferocious and huge snake heads spewed out torrential turbid flows at the same time. They were like 9 mountain torrents that rolled over with sand and rocks. However, this wasn't an ordinary mountain torrent. It was a venom that could pollute one's soul and erase one's spirituality. The flying zombie king retracted his wings and swooped down from the sky like a black eagle hunting for its prey. His fingernails protruded out and turned into sharp hook-like claws. They were as black as ink and soaked in corpse poison. The Yin-Yang king opened his 2 mouths and let out a sharp cry that sounded like a crying baby. A male and a female voice chased each other and converged. They actually reached Li Qingshan's body first and rushed into his every pore. It was like a demonic sound penetrating his brain and tearing his heart and lungs. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He seemed to be stunned by the demonic sound and couldn't move. A black shadow flashed and the flying zombie king's pitch-black hook-like claws grabbed his head. "We won." The flying zombie king was delighted. The power of his hook-like claws was no weaker than a demonic treasure. In the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil killing array, it was even more powerful. Not to mention flesh and blood, it could even tear apart flying swords made of metal. Then he was submerged in the turbulent turbid flows. The demonic sound continued to reverberate. "It's over." Yu Weiyang withdrew her gaze. She didn't expect him to die in such a useless way. He couldn't even resist. However, if she fell into the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil killing array, she would probably have no choice but to face death. She wouldn't be able to use any of her powerful techniques. "Not yet," the Banyan Tree King said solemnly. Although he couldn't see Li Qingshan's situation clearly because of the formation, he believed that Li Qingshan wasn't someone who would die so easily. The flying zombie king let out a cry of surprise amidst the surging turbid flow. The tip of his claw landed on Li Qingshan's head, but it encountered a layer of extremely tough obstruction. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to penetrate it. Unknowingly, Li Qingshan's skin was covered with a layer of light green, and a pair of ox horns on his head were bent. Lying on his side, he was like a winding mountain or a lying oxen, allowing the turbid currents to bombard his body, but he didn't move an inch. This was his first new divine ability. Ox Demon forges its hide. That's right, it was the move that he had practiced before. Innate divine abilities all originated from the demon's innate ability. The water tribe could control water and cast some water spells, but the power and effect were usually very ordinary. Only when it was truly transformed into an innate divine ability would it be considered a truly powerful trump card. The ox hide on his body was originally tough, but as his combat level increased, its effect became less and less. Any opponent could tear his ox hide apart, and he often had to rely on his tiger bones to support himself. However, if his flesh and blood were damaged, it would actually have a considerable impact on his combat strength. After experiencing many years of battles, he had finally turned this ox hide into a true innate divine ability. Ox Demon forges its hide. It was ordinary and simple like the iron shirt that was popular in the Jianghu, but it had an extremely strong defense. Just as the flying zombie king was using all his strength, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if 2 scarlet stars were flashing within them, and he reached out to grab the flying zombie king. The flying zombie king only felt his vision darken. The huge green hand actually gave him the illusion that it could cover the sky. He instantly understood that the suppression on Li Qingshan was definitely not as great as he had imagined. The flying zombie king did not continue fighting. He flapped his wings and quickly retreated. He was extremely fast to begin with, and he was only able to escape with his life from Li Qingshan last time. Now he was even more confident in his own speed. Otherwise, he would not have dared to launch a surprise attack at close range after witnessing the meditative Brain King's death. "Stay here," Li Qingshan said in a deep voice. The huge green hand was like a green cloud that directly covered the flying zombie king. He kept changing his hand gestures, and the gravity of Earth was no longer purely pulling and pulling. Instead, it was fluctuating, dispelling the flying zombie king's momentum. The flying zombie king's eyes widened, and a demonic aura erupted from his body. His black hair stood on end, and he tried his best to flap his wings, but he could not escape from the shadow of the huge hand. He cried out in fear, "Help me quick!" A turbid current pierced through the air like a surging river, separating the flying zombie king and Li Qingshan. This was not a duel but a siege. The flying zombie king felt his body relax, and the invisible and terrifying suction force instantly disappeared. He was still in a state of shock, and he never expected that he would almost fall into Li Qingshan's hands in just one exchange. If he was facing other opponents, he would not be afraid of close combat. His physique could be considered strong even among demon kings. His black hair could withstand the bombardment of treasures, and he had no shortcomings in defense, attack, or speed. However, when he thought of Li Qingshan's fist that could even shatter the void, he did not dare to resist at all. He decided to first adopt a strategy of attrition. Boom! The turbid river suddenly shattered, and a scarlet tiger with a long saber in its mouth leaped out. Its monstrous evil aura surged through the turbid currents. The flying zombie king's body trembled, and he was intimidated by the pair of tiger eyes. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the scarlet tiger was Li Qingshan. He raised the long saber with both hands, and the blood-colored saber astral slashed down like an unstoppable bolt of furious lightning. How can he be so fast? The flying zombie king extended his claws to block, but just as this thought flashed through his mind, all 10 of his sharp claws were broken and scattered. The blood-colored saber astral slashed him in the middle. If you had half the bravery of the martial chief king, you could still be considered an opponent. Li Qingshan's expression and appearance changed greatly. His scarlet hair fluttered like raging flames, and his blood boiled all over his body. His calm expression became ferocious and furious, and his body was no longer pale green. Instead, it was mottled with scarlet stripes like tiger stripes, interweaving to form a king character on his forehead. This was his second new divine ability, Tiger Demon Fury. It allowed him to overdraft his stamina, spirit, and even his lifespan. He also gave up all his defenses and instantly erupted with astonishing combat power. Slaughtering this kind of demon king that had no intention to fight was like slaughtering a dog. The flying zombie king was slashed in half, but he still tried his best to glue his broken body back together with his devil chi in an attempt to escape. Break! Li Qingshan stood with his saber in hand, and he roared angrily. The power of the tiger demon's breath divine ability was completely infused into this roar. The fierce wind was like a strong gale, and it slashed and scattered the flying zombie king. There was a loud boom and heaven and earth trembled. Violent energy surged in all directions. The flying zombie king had detonated his demon heart. After seeing the meditative brain monarch and King Blackthorn's fate, he no longer hoped that Li Qingshan would let him live. Even if Li Qingshan was willing to let him go, demon god Qiongqi wouldn't let him go. He could only infuse all his hatred into self-detonation. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and retreated in a hurry. He could not use the ox demon forge as its hide right now. In his berserk state, his speed reached a whole new level, but he was still slower than the terrifying shockwaves. He was swallowed by the black demon chi that was laced with corpse poison. A demon king has self-detonated. Yu Weiyang was surprised. Due to the obstruction of the formation and demon chi, all methods of investigation were rendered useless. They could only directly see with their eyes. Only now did the kings among the Silver Dragon King sense it. The king of Southern Yu and Yi Duanhai exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Demon kings would never choose to self-detonate unless they were forced into dire straits. Under such horrible circumstances, Li Qingshan had actually managed to kill a demon king? In the past, before Li Qingshan had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, he had already demonstrated startling battle prowess, but he was still an entire major realm of cultivation away after all. He was still unable to threaten the king of the Mist Province and the great sword cultivator of the South Sea. And he had worked with the Merfolk Queen during the Battle of Firemelt Mountain and the cleansing of the Demon Cavern, so it was very easy for people to misunderstand that he only played a supporting role. It was only at this moment that they felt a great shock. He had taken on 4 demon kings alone, and he had done it under the suppression of the colossal demonic formation. What kind of concept was that? Yi Duanhai personally believed he could not achieve that unless he chose to perish together with them. The king of Southern Yu was confident, but that was based on his millennia of cultivation and the 10 millennia of the kingdom of Yu's accumulation. Just how old was Li Qingshan? 50? Gazing at the banyan tree king's back, he said from the bottom of his heart, "I can't help but admire your wisdom and insight." If this kid was given another 50 years, would there still be anyone in the 9 provinces who would be his opponent? A pity? A pity? Although he was not on good terms with Li Qingshan, and there was even a hidden hostility between them, he could not help but sigh in pity when he saw a genius die like this. No one could do anything about being targeted by a demon god. The banyan tree king stared at the battlefield in the distance and said nothing. In the past, when he referred to Li Qingshan as fellow, it was actually mostly because of his peaceful and natural nature. Of course, it was also because he admired Li Qingshan's potential, which was why he gave him such recognition. However, never did he think he would rise up so quickly, shine so brilliantly, and die so helplessly. He was like a resplendent comet streaking across the sky. If Li Qingshan's opponents were only 4 demon kings, then he definitely would not hesitate to place all of his hopes on him, hoping that he could carve out a path of survival in dire straits. However, his opponent was a demon god. A victory like that would only add a little more solemnity to it. After the shockwaves of the demon heart's explosion passed, the battlefield froze momentarily. The 9-headed king and the kings of Yin and Yang struggled to believe the flying zombie king had died in battle. They were also intimidated by that person's bearing, so they momentarily forgot to attack. Li Qingshan stood in the sky. His robust body was covered in traces of corrosion from the corpse poison, but it did not diminish his surging murderousness at all. His face was radiant, without the grief of a hero at the end of his road. Instead, there was only the heroic spirit of fighting against the world. He looked down at the 9-headed king and the kings of Yin and Yang like a tiger looking at a lamb, waiting for him to feast on it. Yi Weiyang shook her head gently and sighed inside. No wonder even that ice woman has moments of passion. He's basically tempting me right now. Chapter 968. The other snakeheads hissed at the same time. Their yellow tongues moved in and out. They opened their mouths and bit at Li Qingshan like mountains. Break, 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 break. Li Qingshan bellowed out repeatedly. The 4 snakeheads basically collapsed at the same time, like the collapse of a mountain, revealing a dark red fracture. Demon blood surged out violently, spraying into the air like a downpour. The kings of Yin and Yang silently arrived behind Li Qingshan. Suddenly they opened their mouths but no sound came out. The demonic sound had already surpassed the limits of hearing, becoming silent and undetectable. It surged towards Li Qingshan faster than the speed of sound. Li Qingshan's figure twisted and dissipated in the demonic sound. Afterimage? Yin-Yang Lord's eyes popped out in disbelief. As demon kings they could only see afterimages. A red bolt of lightning tore through the sky. It was a blood-red blade aura. It streaked across the sky and left behind a zigzag trail. Without any warning, the huge snakeheads broke off and fell into the swamp. A loud rumble resounded and muddy water filled the air. The red lightning paused and revealed Li Qingshan. He sucked in a deep breath, and the wings of wind and fire on his back unfurled to several hundred meters. His blood surged like it was about to be set alight. He swung his blade at the 9-headed king's final head. Hiss hiss. It's useless. I admit you're strong but it's useless. This is your best. But it's still far from. Boom. The snake heads turned into minced meat. Li Qingshan retracted his fist and bathed in demonic blood. 9-headed king's voice came from behind him again. Not enough. The snakehead that had been shattered by his shout grew back again. Mountains rose up one after another. Those were the snakeheads of the 9-headed king. They opened their mouths at the same time, and their voices reverberated through the mountains. You can't kill me. I'm the real 9-headed snake here. Although the 9-headed king had some of the Hydra's bloodline, and his life force and recovery ability were very strong, He would not die as long as he did not destroy all of his snake heads, but he was not a real Hydra after all. The power of the demon heart was limited, and the snake heads could not grow continuously. However, in this 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, not only did his vitality and recovery ability increase by a level, but he also had the support of an endless supply of magic power. It was as if he had truly become that legendary unkillable Hydra. How long can you maintain this state? Give up resisting. You won't be able to win. Why don't we put in a good word for you with evil god Qiongqi? Maybe evil god Qiongqi will be magnanimous enough to accept you as one of us. The Yin-Yang Lord's voice suddenly changed. The male voice was filled with magnetism, while the female voice was as gentle as water, filled with bewitchment. However, his heart was filled with vicious killing intent. Qiongqi's order was to kill Li Qingshan, so they definitely could not hold back and leave behind a potential threat like him. He said this because he was shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. At the same time, he could tell that Li Qingshan could not maintain his berserk state for too long. He would definitely fall into a deep state of weakness afterwards, and the corpse poison was currently spreading. As long as Li Qingshan relaxed his battle intent and revealed a sliver of a desire to live, he would be dead for sure. The kings among the Silver Dragon Kings were all sharp-witted, so they could immediately tell that this was a trap. However, as the saying went, the onlooker had a clearer view of the situation. Who wouldn't want to grab onto a life-saving straw when they were in dire straits? The Banyan Tree King even hoped that Li Qingshan would agree to it. Even logically speaking, this was his only chance of survival. If demon god Qiongqi really did favor him, perhaps he might decide to spare his life. However, this was also the possibility that the King of Southern Yu worried about the most. After personally witnessing Li Qingshan's strength, he struggled to imagine just what kind of demon king he would become if he joined the demon domain. Born in this world, he would not be bound by the laws of the world at all. He could leave the demon cavern and roam the world freely. Killing him would be even more difficult than killing 10 demon kings. If he was given sufficient time to grow, he would probably become the master of this new demon domain. Ha 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 ha. Just as they thought about this in particular and became anxious, laughter suddenly erupted. It reached their ears from the distant battlefield. The laughter was so loud and clear that even the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous could not stop it. Li Qingshan laughed madly as if he had heard some kind of joke. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged and demon chi surged. His figure rapidly expanded. 3 meters, 30 meters, 300 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,500 meters. He climbed to a height of over 1,000 meters. Just now he stopped, turning into a towering body of the demonic and divine. With a great rumble, iron hooves stomped the ground. The pair of curved horns on his head almost touched the low-hanging demonic clouds. He was on equal footing with the 12 demon gods around him. The 9-headed king tried her best to straighten her snake head, but she still had to look up at his figure. Compared to his figure, the 9-headed king was no longer a monster that was as large as a mountain, but a strange snake with 9 heads. Use your full strength? Ah. A member of you? Ah. Li Qingshan's laughter rumbled like thunder, descending from the sky. Suddenly he shook his arms and extended his tiger claws, revealing his sharpness. The tiger's tail swung behind him, wrapping around a huge, blood-red blade that let out the sound of ripping through the air. Die all of you. In that instant Li Qingshan moved. He swung, galloped, and leapt about. He was like a scorching war dance that originated from ancient times. There were no steps or rhythm, only joy from the bottom of his heart. Even if he was clumsy and in a sorry state, he was fighting for survival. The wind danced with the tiger. The roaring wind turned into a wild song that rang through the sky. Li Qingshan's colossal figure blurred, turning into a spinning storm. The sharp claws and blood-red blade aura were like bolts of lightning within the storm. The 9-headed king was originally hesitating about whether she should take advantage of Li Qingshan's enlarged figure to wrap around him and take a few bites, but when she saw this, she retreated madly. However, in the blink of an eye, the storm had already arrived before her. It was unavoidable and unstoppable. No! The 9-headed king let out a despairing cry, merging with the wind perfectly. How could a war song not contain the wails of the enemy? The 9 snake heads were sucked into the storm one after another, reduced to a rain of blood. Even her colossal body was devoured by the storm. Boom! The deafening explosion of the demon heart's self-detonation brought an abrupt end to this violent battle dance. The storm vanished. The king of Southern Yu and the others were all dumbfounded. The sight before them had already surpassed their imaginations. Their hearts thumped heavily, still submerged in the lingering charm of the battle. Yu Weiyang pursed her lips. What a good man. The demonic clouds were torn apart, and the silver moon shone down like a glorious curtain. Chapter 969. A layer of the swamp had been blown away by the storm, revealing the fresh soil below. It was soaked in the nine-headed king's demon blood. With a gentle breeze, Li Qingshan's scarlet hair danced in the wind. The soil in the distance trembled and a strange-looking conjoined twins crawled out. They were the kings of Yin and Yang. Li Qingshan glanced at them and could not help but smile. I was looking for you. The kings of Yin and Yang lay on the ground, covered in a few bloody wounds from the wind. They stared at Li Qingshan resentfully, but they struggled to hide their fear. They did not want to face the terrifying storm a second time. If it were not for Qiongqi's orders, they would not be hiding in the ground. They would have directly fled. Li Qingshan, stop bluffing. You've already lost. Just like last time, we're the final victors. Two mouths spoke at the same time. The voices of a man and a woman crisscrossed and trembled. Is that so? Li Qingshan's face was as calm as still water. Under the moonlight, his skin was so pale that it was almost transparent. Purplish-black liver mortis spots appeared as yellowish marks spread across his skin. This was the price he had paid to kill the flying zombie king and nine-headed king. Even he could not completely ignore the power of the demon heart's self-destruction. The feeling of weakness after going berserk seeped deep into his bones. Even taking a step seemed rather difficult. Normally he would not have been so weak, but this was the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous. If it were not for the support of the strength of the earth and the heart of the abyss, he probably would have collapsed already. However, he slowly raised his blade, and its edge flickered under the moonlight. With a flash, the kings of Yin and Yang suddenly retreated 5 kilometers away, staring at him in fear. The demon king has been scared out of his wits, but he's powerless to fight anymore. The king of Southern Yu said with some pity. Just now, the violent power was basically startling. If it were not for the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous, it would probably be even more terrifying. However, as the saying went, prosperity is bound to decline. The banyan tree king fell silent. Li Qingshan laughed aloud at the sky, but his laughter was filled with weakness. He lowered his blade powerlessly. I'm too tired. Let's rest up for now. As he said that, he just lay down on his back and gazed at the bright moon through the cracks in the clouds. He said softly, Brother Ox, how satisfying. Life is not lived in vain. You dare to scare me? The Yin-Yang Lord was furious and flew into the sky. It let out a terrifying demonic roar, but it still maintained a sufficient distance from Li Qingshan. Bastard, you blocked the moonlight. Forget it, I'll kill you first. As Li Qingshan said that, he continued to lie there without moving. The spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, forming a smooth, mirror-like surface. The demonic sound landed on the surface of the mirror and was reflected back at the Yin-Yang Lord. The Yin-Yang King spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Every inch of his body trembled violently. He could clearly feel how powerful his demonic voice was. This was Li Qingshan's third divine ability, terminal lucidity. It was rather similar to the Ox Demon's new ability. They were both independent abilities that he already possessed, going from being useless to an ability that could truly stand on its own. However, unlike the Ox Demon forges its hide, terminal lucidity was more suitable for dealing with techniques, and it could be regarded as both attack and defense. If it were another time and place, this ability might have been able to unleash wondrous effects, but it seemed rather powerless in the current situation. The Spirit Turtle's abilities had always focused on defense and support. Terminal lucidity. TSK, how inauspicious. Li Qingshan mumbled to himself. He considered whether he should change the name or not. Is this your trump card? What a pity. I just want to watch you die. 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 The Yin-Yang Lord wiped away the blood from his mouth and looked down at Li Qingshan from above. His 3 bulging eyes were bloodshot as he howled hysterically. A while later, a few more spots of liver mortis appeared on Li Qingshan's body. Even when he powered the Spirit Turtle's method of C suppression at full strength, he was unable to suppress it. Li Qingshan suddenly took a step back and swung his right arm as hard as he could, tossing out the blade in his hand. It turned into a streak of blood-red light and shot into the sky. You want to injure me with an attack like that? The Yin-Yang Lord sneered. Suddenly, light filled his field of vision. The smooth, mirror-like surface of the spirit turtle's profound shell suddenly shifted, reflecting the silvery blue moonlight on his face. He became even more disdainful. "You're still using tricks like that? How pitiful." A hand extended out of the resplendent moonlight, gripping the hilt of Tiger's Fang firmly. The Yin-Yang Lord's eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost. All he saw was Li Qingshan's scarlet hair drifting in the wind. He was brimming with energy. He did not seem injured at all. How is this possible? The Yin-Yang Lord retreated in a hurry, but he had already swung his blade. With the moonlight, he drew a silvery blue arc, hanging in the sky like a crescent moon. The trajectory of the Yin-Yang Lord's retreat just happened to coincide with the crescent moon, as if he had gone up to receive it himself. Moonlight flashed and demonic blood splattered. The Yin-Yang Lord's body split into two. He widened his eyes, but all he saw was Li Qingshan standing on the ground, staring at him calmly. Meanwhile, the Li Qingshan before him had the same expression, swinging out another crescent moon. What a powerful clone. The king of Southern Yu and the others on the side could clearly see that the second Li Qingshan had flown out of the mirror-like surface that reflected the moonlight. If he were outside, just this clone would possess the strength of a demon king. Yi Duanhai sighed. No, he's even more powerful than regular demon kings. Aren't these two demon kings much more powerful than regular demon kings when they fuse? Yu Weiyang pointed at the battlefield again. I don't necessarily have to use a new ability to kill you. Li Qingshan smiled. Now this was his true trump card, the second innate ability of the spirit turtle transformation, the water mirror's image. The strength of the mirror clone was directly connected to his original body. After undergoing the tribulation and becoming a demon king, the strength of his clone had increased as well. Coupled with the strengthening of the innate ability itself, the power he could unleash was no weaker than before he underwent the tribulation, even under the suppression of the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous. Some people might find this strange. Before the tribulation, even when Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan worked together, they were not the opponent of the kings of Yin-Yang fused with two demon kings, so how was it possible for him to emerge victorious alone? However, when the same power was controlled by a demon king and a demon commander, the effects would be completely different. The kings of Yin-Yang could clearly sense this. The mirror clone's strength was clearly below his, but Li Qingshan seemed to be able to read his thoughts. He could predict his opponent's moves every single time, leaving openings all over his body. With the heart of the abyss in his mouth, Li Qingshan's eyes turned pitch black. He seemed to be staring at the kings of Yin-Yang in the sky, but also like he was staring at the endless void. After breaking through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle transformation, he could see the heavenly secrets and fate with even greater clarity. Although it took a tremendous amount of effort, he could still calculate the kings of Yin-Yang's movements, which was enough for his mirror clone to gain the upper hand. However, he did not show any joy at all. The difference in strength was there. The 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous suppressed his mirror clone even more than his original body, or he would have summoned his mirror clone a long time ago. It would have been very difficult for him to deal a fatal strike to the kings of Yin-Yang. And his current state was even more difficult to maintain than the tiger demon's fury, as he had not developed an independent innate ability after all. If only the innate ability the spirit turtle had condensed this time was related to this. However, there were no ifs in life. All he could do was calmly accept his fate. He closed his eyes gently. Already exhausted, even his mind was close to the limit now. Chapter 970. Clang. Tiger Tooth flew back and stabbed into the ground not far from Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan had heavily injured the kings of Yin and Yang time and time again with his mirror clone, the vitality of demon kings was powerful, and they were in the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous too. No matter how heavily injured they were, they could recover rapidly. Meanwhile, the mirror image's power was weakening. The Yin-Yang lords finally regained the upper hand and knocked the saber away. In just a moment, the mirror image collapsed under the echo of the demonic sound. The last trace of hope was extinguished. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun had completely sunk into the deep sea, leaving behind eternal darkness. Li Qingshan's expression was still calm. The livor mortis and turbid yellow spread all over his body and bones. With a loud bang, the Yin-Yang lords landed far away and looked at him with the attitude of a victor. The terrible saber wounds on their bodies were recovering at a visible speed. They laughed sinisterly and said, "Li Qingshan, you lost to me again. How is it? You don't want to accept it, right?" "Wrong." Li Qingshan shook his head lightly. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. There is nothing to be unconvinced about. Don't be stubborn. Let me give you a quick death. Sure. Li Qingshan smiled. The Yin-Yang lords took a step forward but stopped. Do you think I'm so stupid? I'm going to stand here and watch how you die. Even though Li Qingshan looked so weak as if he could be knocked down with one finger, the Yin-Yang lord still didn't dare to approach him. Li Qingshan smiled. His gaze swept past the Yin-Yang lords and looked in the direction of the 10,000 poison cult. He said in his heart, "Sorry, I have to leave you alone. Cultivate the most ferocious spells, fight the strongest enemies, sleep with the most beautiful women, all the way to the 9 heavens and stand side by side with Brother Nyo." All of these ambitions would turn into nothingness. However, when he stepped out of that small village and swore never to return, he was already prepared for this. The only regret in his heart was that he couldn't see her again. The Silver Dragon King fell silent. Apart from the Great Banyan Tree King, the other 3 did not have much of a relationship with Li Qingshan. As a matter of fact, they had even clashed with him in the past, but at that moment, they were all in no mood to talk. The Banyan Tree King clenched his fists tightly. There were a few times when he wanted to attack, but in the end he let out a long sigh. His original body was over 10,000 kilometers away. With a mere clone, even if he took action, it would be futile. The 3 kings of Southern Yu would never take the risk with him. Demonic clouds covered the moon and the stars dimmed. Suddenly, the pitch-black horizon was illuminated by a white light, as if the sun had broken through the dawn. In the next moment, white flames burned through half the sky. The king of Southern Yu raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, "Something's approaching." So fast. With a thought, the image on the porthole locked onto a figure within the flames 1,000 kilometers away. She held a shiny bone sword firmly in her hand as her seaweed-like hair drifted about in the flames. Her brows were firmly furrowed, filled with anxiety. Only when she saw his figure did she smile just now. Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled as well. Even if he died right now, he would have no more regrets. The kings of Yin and Yang were alarmed, but they sneered. Don't celebrate too early. Who do you think is bold enough to come in and save you? With the power of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, anyone who fell into it would struggle to escape death. Even the king of Southern Yu, who rode the Silver Dragon King, was afraid to approach it, let alone others. Li Qingshan did not even glance at the kings of Yin and Yang. He gazed into the distance with a smile. He was not moved, nor would he try to persuade her to turn around and return. To them, living and dying together was only a matter of course. They were willing to spend another moment together, until death do us part. The flames in the sky receded, merging into little Anne's body. She turned into a streak of white light and crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, flying over the Silver Dragon King. Under the gazes of the 12 demon gods, she threw herself into the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous without the slightest hesitation, throwing herself into his arms. Li Qingshan staggered before catching her. You seem to have grown up again. I'm almost unable to carry you anymore. Yeah. Little Anne nodded and stared straight at him. She touched his face with her bare hand and shone with a faint Buddhist glow. Wherever it passed by, the liver mortis and murky yellow were immediately purged, returning him to his normal skin tone. You've also undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Yeah. Very good. Li Qingshan, congratulations on having another person accompany you to the grave, the kings of Yin and Yang said sinisterly. This guy's blabbering is annoying. Hurry up and kill him for me, Li Qingshan grumbled to Little Anne with a grin. All right. Little Anne looked back indifferently. The kings of Yin and Yang's heart skipped a beat. They could not sense any danger or killing intent. There was only emptiness, as if she did not exist. They could not help but feel an indescribable sense of fear. They retreated almost instinctively, only to suddenly feel a pain in their chest. They lowered their heads in disbelief, only to see that the shiny white bone sword had already stabbed into their body. The skull engraved on the hilt was inches away, staring at them with its empty eye sockets. It seemed to be filled with benevolence, but the person who held the sword was expressionless, ignoring everything. There was no dazzling light or sharp sword chi. It was just an ordinary strike, but it seemed to pass through space and time, making it impossible to grasp its trajectory. Even now, the kings of Yin and Yang did not feel like they had actually been stabbed. What path of the sword is this? Yi Duanhai's eyes suddenly narrowed. As a great sword cultivator, he could clearly sense the terror within. The sword was pulled back immediately. It did not even pierce through the kings of Yin and Yang's body. Little Anne returned to Li Qingshan's side, standing there with her sword. After undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, not only had the Buddha-slaying sword turned from a sword embryo into a true sword, but her path of the sword had also finally broken free from the three absolutes calligraphy's shadow, forming a path of the sword that belonged to her. The path of the Buddha-slaying sword. This path of the sword had always existed in the path of white bone and great beauty. However, her cultivation in the past had been too low, so she was unable to comprehend it, let alone practice it. The kings of Yin and Yang retreated another 5 kilometers and stared at little N in fear. This was definitely not an enemy they could deal with. Just what kind of monsters had Qiongqi's trap attracted? They were also confused as to why he did not continue his pursuit. Just when they were about to speak, meaningless gurgling sounds came out of their mouths. Suddenly they split into two, turning into a male and female demon king. They recovered their normal posture and knelt on the ground, desperately clutching the same wound on their chests. The poison did not spread, nor did the wound expand. It just did not heal, as if it would never heal. What's going on? The two demon kings looked at one another. Their faces were filled with fear and confusion. Who knew how many times the blade had struck him, but it had never claimed his life, let alone a gentle strike like that. This feeling was so familiar, as if they had returned to a very, very long time ago. Back then they were not powerful demon kings yet, but the weakest demon folk. They struggled to survive in the demon domain, facing death many times. Birth, residence, mutation and destruction, success, residence and destruction. Great beauty and white bone, the cycle of life and death, Little Anne recited gently as she stroked her sword. You don't understand, do you? In short, you're already dead. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Then he asked Little Anne, am I right? Yes. Little Anne smiled. With two thuds, the two demon kings collapsed on the ground, dying like mortals. Chapter 971. Two swaying white lotuses rose up from the wounds of the two demon kings. At a closer glance, they were actually two pale white sparks. They suddenly turned into scorching samadhi flames of white bone and rushed into the sky, gathering in Little Anne's hand. He clenched it gently, and the traces of the two demon kings completely vanished. What sword is that? Yi Duanhai stared at the shiny bone sword and was completely shocked. Even if he used his full strength, he was not confident he could kill two demon kings in a single stroke, let alone in the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. The sea-splitting sword was a famed sword in the world, but it definitely did not possess such power. Everything that he had seen today was too unimaginable. Sir, I finally believe that Qiongqi has come for them. Just what are their origins? The king of Southern Yu asked in surprise. He was unable to imagine whether he would end up like the two demon kings if that sword landed on him, dying a baffling death. I'm not too sure either. The banyan tree king shook his head gently, but he had a vague guess inside. As it seemed, the dream that Li Qingshan had mentioned in the past was not without reason. This is definitely not a power that should exist in this world, the king of Southern Yu said confidently. Even the 3 graves and 5 classics passed down through the imperial family of the Xia Empire definitely did not possess such power. Now, all the demon kings who had taken part in dealing with Li Qingshan were dead, yet what stood before him was the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, as well as the mastermind Qiongqi. Interesting. This is far too interesting. Loud laughter suddenly rang out, echoing through the surroundings and making everyone's expressions change. It was Qiongqi's voice. Sure enough, he had been paying attention to this the entire time. There was no anger from the failure of his plan at all in the laughter. Instead, it was filled with surprise and joy. There was even a hint of naivety, like a child who had obtained a toy he liked. Among the 12 towering demon gods, the demon god Qiongqi that had never been injured the entire time began to laugh. His demon qi rapidly condensed, and his body gradually consolidated, gaining life. A pair of bright moons lit up in the surging demon qi. To no surprise, they were his eyes. He was shaped like a black tiger with wings on his back. An extremely distinct smile appeared on his face, and his huge mouth stretched into a terrifying arc. It was filled with sharp teeth. The laughter originated from his mouth. Boom. Qiongqi leisurely took a step forward, leaving the shackles of the demon's den. Countless interweaving cracks appeared in the void, like black chains, but they couldn't stop Qiongqi's footsteps. An invisible presence expanded out. Even the king of Southern Yu and the others who had retreated far away felt their breaths freeze. They were immediately tempted to flee on the Silver Dragon King. Qiongqi has really descended? The banyan tree king furrowed his brows. He could not guess how much Du Qiongqi would have to pay for this action, but it was definitely much more difficult than the descent of his will. Even if it was just a doppelganger condensed from demonic energy, controlling it as the mastermind behind the scenes was completely different from jumping onto the stage and directly interfering. Even his king had not expected Qiongqi to do this. Rumble. A string of thunderclaps resounded through the heavens and the earth, and in the blink of an eye, the sky had become a pool of lightning. The astral winds that were originally only circling high in the sky roared and tore the demonic clouds apart. The earth cracked and magma gushed out. There was also a formless magnetic force rising up from the ground to connect with the astral winds. The world seemed to be infuriated, releasing a terrifying warning. The swamp had already become a scene of the apocalypse. Qiongqi ignored the wrath of the world and continued to walk with composure, walking over from the scene of the apocalypse towards Li Qingshan and Little and as if it was mocking the uselessness of the world. Little and swung her sword and blocked in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and stood beside her, staring at the approaching Qiongqi. He had never minded accepting her protection, but the enemy they faced this time was unprecedented and beyond his imagination. Looks like it's really over this time. The king of Southern Yu sighed. Even if the power that Qiongqi could unleash in this world was limited, the tremendous difference in cultivation had already determined that Li Qingshan and the others had no chance of victory at all, not to mention that Qiongqi's current strength had already approached the limits that this world could contain. It was equivalent to the peak of the third heavenly tribulation. Probably no one in the 9 provinces was his opponent. Yi Weiyang originally wanted to express her agreement, but then she looked at the banyan tree king. Yes. The banyan tree king closed his eyes. Descending regardless of the price had already demonstrated his determination to succeed. No matter what gods wanted to do, mortals would struggle to oppose them. Yi Weiyang looked away in some disappointment. Yeah, why did miracles keep happening? Boom. Qiongqi's huge claw stopped before them and was immediately swallowed by the magma. He did not care at all, lowering his head and looking at Li Qingshan. What a fascinating performance. A terrifying aura swallowed up Li Qingshan, but he was unfazed as he had seen even more majestic figures in the past. He smiled resplendently. Then are there any prizes? Everything you want in the demon domain. You will become the ruler of Qingqi Mountain second only to me. Countless demon domains and trillions of demon folk will listen to your commands, allowing you to do whatever you want. By then you'll find this world to be far too small. Qiongqi's offer left everyone tongue-tied. Originally, the king of Southern Yu had even been thinking that if Li Qingshan joined the demon domain, he might become the ruler of this world. Only now did he discover that he was still far too indecisive. Even his most exaggerated imagination seemed insignificant. Let's hope we're not one of the countless demon domains. The king of Southern Yu sighed. Oh my, a mighty figure. If I had known earlier, I would have curried favor with him. Elder Shu sure has a good eye. Yi Weiyang joked, but her eyes were filled with undisguisable envy. Just who could resist something like that? The banyan tree king smiled wryly. He really had no idea whether he should be happy or sad. Hee, it's a pity that you can't give me what I want. What is it? Don't waste time like a coward. Every second I stay here comes at a tremendous price. Qiongqi's head drooped down a little more. The lightning and atmospheric winds in the surroundings had already begun bombarding his body, but they were blocked by a faint ring of Demon King. The laws of the world were like invisible shackles. The stronger one was and the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger the repulsion would be. No matter how powerful Qiongqi was, it was impossible for him to contend against the entire world. However, his undisguised calmness was even more terrifying than a cold threat. Your life. Li Qingshan's smile vanished and he said resolutely. In that moment time and space seemed to freeze. Although he also wanted to say, where there's life there's hope, he could still clearly remember someone saying to him, remember, don't lower your head to anyone because you've once ridden on my back. Chapter 972. Within the roaring wind and rumbling thunder, Li Qingshan's resolute voice rang out clearly. In the Silver Dragon King, the king of Southern Yu and the others were all stunned. How could there be such a foolish person in the world? He would rather be crushed than lower his head. Even though they were all kings that looked down on the world, none of them felt that lowering their heads to a true god was something shameful, let alone the fact that Qiongqi had already demonstrated sufficient sincerity. It was definitely an honor to receive such attention from a god. Only the Banyan Tree King had a vague guess, but he only let out a long sigh inside. Qiongqi was taken aback as well. Although he told Li Qingshan to stop trying to stall for time, he never expected him to be so decisive, actually leaving no room for negotiation. He lowered his head and bared his teeth. How foolish. And how strange. Li Qingshan, do you really think I won't kill you? Then come. Li Qingshan spread his arms, ready to die. You're very interesting as well, but I won't let you stab me with that sword. Qiongqi's gaze suddenly shifted and landed on Little Anne. The sword in Little Anne's hand trembled involuntarily. Originally, he wanted to use the opportunity created by Li Qingshan to assassinate Qiongqi. He was already prepared to draw his sword. With the power of the Buddha slaying sword, he should be able to heavily injure Qiongqi's clone. However, he clearly did not move at all, nor did he give off any killing intent, yet Qiongqi saw through him with a single glance. This enemy was no longer as simple as a powerful enemy. He was basically flawless. Li Qingshan's heart sank. Qiongqi really was not giving him any chances at all. Was he really going to die here today? You recognize this sword? Little Anne held up the Buddha-slaying sword and asked in thought. Not only do I recognize this sword, but I also recognize your flames. Not only is the path you wish to take intolerable to immortals and Buddhas, but even the demon domain is intolerable to you. Go and I'll spare your life. Qiongqi's voice boomed out, drowning out the rumbling thunder and howling of the wind as it bore down. Little Anne's body swayed. His clothes and long hair danced in the wind, but his expression did not change. He only gripped the Buddha-slaying sword tightly. Li Qingshan's eyes were solemn as he gathered the power of vibration and prepared to fight to the death. Even if there was no chance of victory, even if it meant certain death, he still had to fight. Li Qingshan, it's truly too boring to crush you like this. Do you want to live or die? Qiongqi changed the topic and the interest in its eyes grew even stronger. Of course. Li Qingshan shouted. Then let's make a bet. What bet? Today I have bullied you. You must be feeling indignant. I will give you some time. He paused. 500 years. Come to Qingqi Mountain and we will fight again. If you lose, fine. If I can't topple your Qingqi Mountain in 500 years, I'll listen to your orders. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He did not expect such a good thing to happen. 500 years was a huge amount of time. He would definitely be able to transcend the tribulation and ascend to outer space. Even if he was still not Qiongqi's opponent, as long as he did not go to the demon area, Qiongqi would not be able to do anything to him. This is what you said. Let's clap hands and swear. If I lose, it will be the same. Qiongqi laughed strangely. Its body shrank rapidly and turned into a human. Its body twisted like a figure in an abstract painting. It was shrouded in a layer of demonic light, and its face could not be seen clearly. It reached out its distorted right hand to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt as if he had been tricked, but he could not go back on his word. He stepped forward and clapped hands with Qiongqi to swear. But the moment the two palms clapped, the surrounding strong wind and thunder calmed down. There seemed to be some invisible power that isolated the anger of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan vaguely saw a long, quiet river meandering in the void. It was vast and boundless, as if it had transcended time and space. It was difficult to calculate its length with ordinary measurements. Ha 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 ha. Qiongqi's arrogant laughter was gradually drowned in the thunder. It was full of complacency, and its body was distorted by the invisible laws of heaven and earth. With a boom, it suddenly collapsed into a monstrous demonic aura. It surged and spread for thousands of miles, drowning the whole swamp and even the Silver Dragon King in the sky. In an instant, the thunder and wind stopped, as if the anger of heaven and earth had calmed down. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous collapsed as well, and Li Qingshan felt his entire body lighten up. He glanced at his palm, and the river appeared in his head again. He had a vague feeling that the oath was probably not as simple as it seemed. He felt like he had to pay a visit to Qingqi Mountain. Was this another trap? At the same time, somewhere in the demon domain, the 12 pillars stood tall. It was as if the scene created by the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil had become reality. The 12 supreme demon gods of the demon domain were sitting on the pillars, discussing something. There were vaguely words like, Desireless Heavenly Palace, Jianghu, Devil-Rinsing Heavenly Venerable, 7 Mansions of the North, ha! Qiongqi's laughter was so loud that it attracted the attention of the demon gods. They asked, Qiongqi, what are you laughing at? Originally, Qiongqi had been in a daze, and the other demon gods were not surprised. They knew that he hated such solemn and lengthy meetings the most, but they did not dare to underestimate him. This was because his mind was quick-witted, and he was always unpredictable. Often he had a surprising way of winning. Then they saw the smile on his lips, and there were a few snake-like thunderbolts intertwining on his body. They knew that his consciousness had arrived in some world and found something interesting, and he was being rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. The other demon gods disdained such a waste of effort, but they would not say anything. It was only when Jianghu laughed and there was a winding river above his head that they asked in shock, "You made a blood oath of the Styx River." Legend had it that the Styx River was the first river at the beginning of the world. Its flow defined time and formed destiny. An oath to the Styx River had a strong binding force. Once a blood oath was made, even the gods could not go back on their word, and even their destiny would be distorted. Jianghu smiled without saying a word, and he was filled with undisguised smugness. The demon gods did not ask any more questions and continued their discussion. 500 years was a very short time for him. The reason why it was not 50 years or 5 years, but 500 years was that the Styx River blood oath needed the approval of both parties from the bottom of their hearts. If the time was too short, Li Qingshan might agree, but the result would be mutual destruction and it would be meaningless. 500 years was enough for the Styx River blood oath to be deeply rooted in destiny, and only then would he be obedient. There were many hidden and complicated conditions for the Styx River blood oath, and one of them was fairness. It was like a scale and both parties had to put in enough chips. Although there could be some imbalance, once there was a complete imbalance it would not be possible. Therefore, it needed 500 years to balance it. Jianghu even added, "If I lose it will be the same." Other than that, there were some hidden harsh conditions. For example, in these 500 years, not only could he not initiate an attack, he could not intentionally suppress Li Qingshan. These were all his chips. That was why the demon gods were so shocked. The Styx River was not a tool that could be used casually, and there were many risks involved. If they were not careful they could be affected. Usually, only existences at their level needed to make a Styx River blood oath to restrain each other. For weaker existences, there were many kinds of oaths that could guarantee that they would not lose anything. The blood oath book in Li Qingshan's hands was originally a method from the demon territory, and it could be considered a poor imitation of the Styx River blood oath. Jianghu had his own considerations in choosing to make a Styx River blood oath book. A large part of it was because of little Anne's appearance. It could not be helped. The white-bone bodhisattva, who had once tried to refine the hungry ghost realm, was too famous. Although she did not succeed in the end, her act of challenging the order of the 6 paths of reincarnation was enough to make people respect her. The Samadhi white-bone fire was even more famous in the 6 paths of reincarnation. When Little Anne first appeared, Jianghu had some doubts. This was because an inheritance of this level could not be obtained with luck, and it was almost impossible for it to appear in a world of this level. However, when Shaoan slew the kings of Yin and Yang in a single stroke and refined them into the Samadhi flames of white bone, Jianghu was already certain. He could play around with the 9 provinces, but he would have to think twice before facing a white bone successor. Moreover, he had never been able to see through Li Qingshan's inheritance. This white bone descendant clearly had a relationship with Li Qingshan, which was even more thought-provoking. If Li Qingshan and Little Anne were both immortals and Buddhas, Jianghu would not mind immediately eliminating them. After all, they were enemies. However, they were obviously not. Li Qingshan had transformed into a demon, and there was some meaning of the coexistence of gods and demons. On the other hand, the white-bone bodhisattva wanted to burn all living things, and everywhere she went, the world would become a land of death. Not even a single flower or grass could survive. Even the demon territory could not accommodate her, and she could not be more evil. If he killed the descendants of 2 demonic path giants just for a game, then it was not because he was too curious, but because there was something wrong with his brain. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. To be able to live until now and become an evil god, he first had to distinguish the difference between playing and courting death. Therefore, although he put on a great posture and did not hesitate to send his incarnation to the 9 provinces, it was all a bluff. He did not want to kill Li Qingshan at all, but just to force him to make this bet. Choosing the fairer blood oath of the Styx River was also to have some leeway in the future. If no one came to interfere, it would be the best, as he would have a powerful helper. If the white-bone bodhisattva or some other more terrifying existence jumped out, his action was not too much of a bully. At worst, he would just let them go. He was not worried that he would lose the bet. In a mere 500 years, any great cultivator in the 9 provinces would have a cultivation base of 1,000 or 800 years, and the monster kings would have thousands of years. No matter how strong Li Qingshan's inheritance was, it was almost impossible for him to cross so many realms in such a short time. 500 years later he might not even be able to walk into Mount Qingqi, let alone defeat him and push down Mount Qingqi. Moreover, there was a huge trap hidden in the Styx River Blood Oath. If he could really walk into this world, he would realize that 500 years was not as long as he thought. "Qingshan, are you okay?" Little An asked with concern. Chapter 973. Little An gently pulled Li Qingshan into her arms. Suddenly she looked back and a streak of silver light appeared. The Silver Dragon King tore through the surging demon chi and cast down a silver pillar of light nearby. "Fellow Little An, please board the ship for a chat," the King of Southern Yu invited. Little An considered it for a moment before picking up Li Qingshan and stepping into the silver pillar of light. She rose up slowly and boarded the Silver Dragon King. A puppet king led the way, taking her to the bridge. The Banyan Tree King, the King of Southern Yu Yi Duanhai, and Yi Weiyang all stood up to receive them, bowing to express their respect. In the cultivation community, cultivation and strength were the foundation of everything. As Li Qingshan and Little An underwent the third heavenly tribulation together, displaying terrifying strength and limitless potential, their statuses in their eyes had become completely different. The Banyan Tree King asked, "Qingshan is fine, right?" "Thank you for your concern, Senior. He's just asleep." Little An bowed before saying to everyone, "Thank you for saving my life, but please don't leak what happened today." Whether it was her Samadhi flames of white bone or Cheongqi's descent, once news of it spread, it would lead to unpredictable trouble. If it was just some orthodox Buddhist cultivators who had come to purge demons, then it would be fine, but if they attracted the attention of certain existences from beyond the heavens, then the small trouble would become trouble. Of course, they all said. After witnessing the battle today, who would be willing to offend them? The King of Southern Yu gazed at the woman with supreme beauty and felt very emotional inside. He felt rather regretful. He should have forged a good relationship with her in the past. Little An went without saying, but Li Qingshan was someone who clearly distinguished between kindness and grievances. He was extremely worth befriending. If he could obtain the assistance of the two of them, it would be even better than 10 honored guests. The King of Chu's estate of the Green Province would be a piece of cake. But who would have thought that in a mere 10 or 20 years, they would ascend to the peak of the 9 states and stand side by side with the kings? They could even look down upon the masses. Back then, Li Qingshan's title of King of Savages made people feel that it did not live up to its name. Now, King of the Southern Territory was nothing to him. How could the entire 9 states compare to the vast demonic region that he had given up? He had made an agreement of 500 years with a deity while talking and laughing? Even if he really lost 500 years later, he would still be one of the few great figures in the demonic region. With one command he could decide the fate of such a world. Compared to that, the feud between the Mist Province and the Green Province was a little like a snail's horn. It was not worth mentioning. As a result, he admired the Banyan Tree King's wisdom and insight even more. Originally, he still did not understand why the Banyan Tree King would treat a junior with special attention, even referring to him as a fellow. As it seemed now, it basically brought him endless benefits. Li Qingshan was still asleep. Little An had changed his method of cultivation slightly, no longer being completely emotionless to the people around him, but he was still calm and indifferent. He did not have much to say to the people around him. The reason why he ascended the Silver Dragon King was just to deal with the situation. He did not want to provoke unnecessary trouble because of his attitude. The King of Southern Yu and the others had yet to calm down either. They were not in the mood to talk too much, not because their mental fortitude and cultivation were lacking, but because they were shocked by the world beyond the well as frogs at the bottom of a well. They gained a new understanding of their own path of cultivation. "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." "Thank you." "Fire Melt Mountain." Little An said quietly, but some thoughts surfaced in her mind. This is the greatest enemy of the King Chu Lai's estate. If I swing my sword, will I be able to kill him? In the past, she would never have thought of something like that. As a matter of fact, there was no difference between the King of Southern Yu and the Chu Lai King to her, but now, a fundamental change had occurred. Her past memories and experiences were no longer completely meaningless, but she had no idea whether this was good or bad. Had she followed the path that the White Bone Bodhisattva had once taken, or had she embarked on the wrong path with the path of white bone and great beauty? All of this required time to prove. Of course it was just a thought. She would never risk Li Qingshan's safety, nor did she believe there was a need for her to take part in this grievance. At this moment, the Azura field in Li Qingshan's arms trembled. As it turned out, Gong Yuan had grown impatient. Little An opened the Azura field and let out Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan had already tidied up her appearance, recovering her cold and arrogant demeanor. She glanced at Li Qingshan deeply with her deep blue eyes before looking away. Then she greeted the king of Southern Yu and the others one by one. Although she remained in the Azura field, she had Yin Qing keep an eye on the situation outside the entire time. She had an idea about everything that was happening right now. As a matter of fact, she had even learned about something that the king of Southern Yu and the others did not know about, such as how a certain will in the Azura realm had once invited Li Qingshan to join them. Yi Weiyang looked at Gong Yuan meaningfully and smiled. "You sure have a good eye, sister. You've caught yourself a good husband." Gong Yuan shot a cold glance at Yi Weiyang and said to little An, "If he wakes up, tell him to pay a visit to the South Sea." Afterwards she left the Silver Dragon King. She did not even take back the Heart of the Abyss. The Silver Dragon King stopped above Fire Melt Mountain. Little An bade farewell with Li Qingshan in his arms. The king of Southern Yu said, "If fellow Qingshan wakes up, please invite him to the Mist Capital for a drink." Afterwards, the Shadow Queen also sent an invitation. Yi Duanhai also spoke up, but the person he invited was not Li Qingshan, but little An. "Fellow, I've never heard of your path of the sword before. If there's the opportunity, I'd like to ask for your guidance. I'll pass on the message, but please forgive me, Pavilion Master Yi. I'm not a sword cultivator, so there's nothing I can teach you." Yi Duanhai said nothing more. The path of the sword was like a cultivation method. It had always been a secret that could not be passed on to others. He had only said that because he was delighted by the prospect. Since it did not work out, then so be it. It was not like he was displeased. Not to mention that he did not even have the slightest confidence of victory when he stood before her right now. So what if he was displeased? Little An nodded and bade farewell. He landed on the divine Wutong tree on the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain with Li Qingshan in his arms before entering the phoenix's nest. A tiny figure rushed over and hugged Li Qingshan firmly, sobbing. "First Father, you finally returned. Take me away. I can't stay here any longer. Second Father's not human. First Father, answer me. What's wrong with you, First Father? Don't die. What am I supposed to do if you die?" Li Fengyuan. Feng Shiwu let out a furious roar, grabbing the little phoenix by the neck and lifting him up. Most of his gentlemanly demeanor had already been worn away. Only after this period of arduous education did he discover just how cute the phoenix's embryo was. Back then, when Li Qingshan was around, he would directly kick the little phoenix if he said anything wrong. The child's life force was startlingly great anyway. Regular, small injuries were nothing. Feng Shiwu even found this method of discipline to be too violent, so he often stopped Li Qingshan. Now, he was close to the point where he could no longer hold himself back. It was said that naughty children were difficult to discipline. A phoenix child, with great strength and intelligence, was basically a father's nightmare. Little did he know that the little phoenix would rather suffer a few kicks from Li Qingshan than listen to Feng Shiwu's long-winded lecture. What he saw this time really touched his heart. Chapter 974. So noisy. Li Qingshan grumbled and threw both fists. Ouch. Before Li Fengyuan could even respond, he was sent flying, slamming into the wall. He trembled all over. Feng Shiwu's expression changed, and he swung his sleeve to block. An unstoppable force appeared, hiding a profound power of tremors. He staggered back over a dozen steps. Just now he came to a halt. When he looked at Li Qingshan again, his eyes had not even opened, as if he was still asleep. He was surprised and doubtful. Was he really asleep, or was he pretending to be asleep? If he possessed such power when he attacked instinctively while asleep, that would be far too terrifying. In the past he had treated Li Qingshan in a different light, not treating him like a regular demon commander. However, he felt like while Li Qingshan had a promising future, it would take him a century or two at the very least before he could stand on equal footing with him. He never thought he would actually undergo the tribulation and become a demon king in just a few months, and he would be shocked the moment he struck out. Stop disturbing him. Let him rest properly. Little An made Li Qingshan lie down and use his head as a pillow. With a flash of fire, Li Fengyuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips and lunged over again. With the purest phoenix bloodline, even half of Demon Kings paled in comparison to his vitality and recovery. He called out, "First Father, you're so powerful. Even Second Father isn't your opponent. No one can stop you anymore." His voice came to a halt. A slender hand wrapped around his neck, suspending him in the air before slowly tightening. Under the gaze of those clear eyes, the little phoenix seemed like he had seen a ghost. He struggled desperately. "You underwent the tribulation too? Release him." Feng Shiwu was alarmed. The little phoenix was only a demon commander, but he possessed extremely great strength. Under his guidance during this period of time, his strength was already on par with Demon Kings. In particular, when it came to speed, he had actually been suppressed in a single move, unable to fight back. And Little N had struck without any prior signs, actually giving him a feeling of unpredictability. Even he found her expression chilling right now. "Shoo." Little N raised her index finger to her lips. Li Fengyuan nodded furiously, and only then did she release him. Li Fengyuan immediately fled far away, hiding behind Feng Shiwu. In that instant, Feng Shiwu felt like this method of education was not entirely bad. However, he immediately tossed this thought aside and asked, "What exactly is going on? Let's wait until he wakes up." "All right then. I'll play the zither for him." With a wave of Feng Shiwu's hand, the zither and zither were all prepared. The incense burner breathed out slowly as he sat on his knees and stroked the zither. The zither played softly. Hearing the sound of the zither, Li Qingshan's expression became increasingly calm. The entire divine Wutong tree seemed to have turned into a zither. Its branches and leaves swayed, and the zither music echoed. Little and nodded towards Feng Shiwu in gratitude. The phoenix's nest really was the best place to rest. It allowed Qingshan to sleep well and recover as soon as possible. Li Qingshan woke up. After sleeping for over half a month, he had a long dream. The dream was a mess of changes. There were the wasted experiences of his past life, as well as the struggles of his current life. Enemies, friends, and lovers leapt out one by one before vanishing again. In the end, there were demon kings circling around him, twisting and merging into a strangely laughing head. It repeated, 500 years, 500 years, 500 years. In the background was the winding river in space. The head grew larger and larger as if it wanted to swallow him in a single gulp. He furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth as if he was trapped in a nightmare. He felt even more distressed and anxious than when he was being hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea. There was a rumble. The scene shattered. A burly figure said without even looking back, "No, 10,000 years." "Yes, 10,000 years." Li Qingshan smiled and murmured to himself. The figure gradually traveled off into the distance, sinking into the darkness. He woke up from his dream and heard someone whisper, "Second Father, what's First Father talking about? 10,000 years? That's my blood, sweat, and tears for you. You have to be obedient in the future, do you understand?" Feng Shiwu never forgot to educate him. "Okay." Li Fengyuan nodded obediently. His eyes rolled around as he gazed at Li Qingshan eagerly. Li Qingshan yawned and yawned. He sat up and leaned against his hand. His head still hurt slightly and he was still exhausted. He had yet to recover completely. He had fought for several months, sweeping through the demon caverns, then falling into the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous, entering the demon cavern again, undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, fending off the 7 demon kings, being hunted down by the demon emperor, and facing a demon god in the end. There were so many things. Regular great cultivators would feel extremely exhausted if they went through even one of them, yet he had gone through them all in a single breath. Although he would never lack battle intent in battle, it was unavoidable for him to feel extremely exhausted after the battle. "First Father, you're awake." Li Fengyuan glanced at Little and carefully and greeted him gently and obediently. "Damn brat, it's been a few months since we last met, so why aren't you enthusiastic? Don't learn from your second father." Li Qingshan reached out and pulled Li Fengyuan into his arms. "I was just a little enthusiastic and you sent me flying. Stop. I'm about to break." Li Fengyuan felt all the bones in his body creak between Li Qingshan's arms. "Did I? Why don't I remember?" Li Qingshan scratched his head and laughed aloud. "Though it's perfectly reasonable for a father to hit his son, it also contains my heavy fatherly love." Li Fengyuan's face twisted as if he was about to vomit. "What? You still don't accept this?" Li Qingshan shot a glance at him and exerted a little more force. Li Fengyuan immediately said, I do. First Father is wise and mighty. You have your reasons for hitting me. How can I not accept this?" Feng Shiwu let out a long sigh. There was actually such a spineless phoenix in the world and he was clearly beaten up, yet he seemed to enjoy it. He really had no idea what to say. I didn't think you'd undergo the third heavenly tribulation so quickly. I've still underestimated you. Second brother? Li Qingshan sniggered. Li Fengyuan immediately understood and giggled. Shut up. After a series of pleasantries, Li Qingshan told him everything that had happened. He did not hide too much from Feng Shiwu and the little phoenix. He only hid the parts that were directly related to his secrets, such as Little Anne's path of white bone and great beauty. The little phoenix leaned against his shoulder and beamed with joy as he listened. He was tempted to take part in it and fight with Li Qingshan. Qiongqi. Feng Shiwu was greatly surprised. Only at his realm of cultivation could he deeply understand just what a true god meant. Li Qingshan's purging of the demons was actually a trap laid down by evil god Qiongqi. In the end, he even directly descended with an incarnation and invited Li Qingshan to the demon domain. If it were not for the fact that he knew Li Qingshan was not the type of person who spoke nonsense, Feng Shiwu basically wondered whether he was still dreaming, or whether he was making up a fairy tale to fool a child. This was just far too unimaginable. Yeah, it's that bastard. He really has nothing better to do. How can there be such a bored god? Fortunately, he's bored enough. Originally, I thought I was dead for sure, but I never thought he'd only set a time limit of 500 years. Li Qingshan said rather happily. The situation back then was indeed hopeless. Even if he was in perfect condition, there was no chance of victory even if he worked with Little N. Chapter 975. I know. 500 years is far too short, but it's not like there's no chance. Li Qingshan was not surprised at all. If it were a regular cultivator, they could have declared the bet a loss before it had even begun. They had no chance at all, but he was confident that he was not regular. The question is, how exactly do you calculate these 500 years? Feng Shiwu shook his head with his hands behind his back. What do you mean calculate? Li Qingshan was confused. Were there any other ways to calculate time? No matter how he calculated it, it was still that long. You really don't know. Your 500 years is different from Qiongqi's 500 years. What's the difference? Li Qingshan felt rather uneasy. Haven't you heard of the saying, a day in heaven is a year on earth? Li Qingshan immediately realized what he meant. His expression changed. You mean, the 3,000 worlds come in all shapes and sizes, high and low. The larger and higher they are, the faster time flows. As a god, Qiongqi definitely resides in an extremely high and distant world. To us, it's equivalent to heaven. Qiongqi's 500 years might be 5,000 years or even more to the 9 provinces. That's not too bad. However, if you calculate it according to your 500 years, which is the 9 provinces' 500 years, you might only have 50 years left after ascending or even less. Fuck. Li Qingshan cursed. So something like that really happened? Is the difference really that great? I've never been to a higher and distant world either. I only have a rough idea. I'm not sure about the exact details. Perhaps I've still underestimated it. After all, summer insects cannot speak of ice and a young year cannot tell the old year. There's another saying, 7 days in a cave is 1,000 years in the world. It sounds very unbelievable, but places like that do exist. Stop. Don't go on. Li Qingshan raised his hand. What a guy. If he really calculated it according to 7 days in a cave is 1,000 years in the world, then he only had 3.5 days left of his 500 years. In other words, while Qiongqi blanked out, he would have to fight him in front of Qiongqi. It was no wonder that Qiongqi had the patience to wait 500 years for him. The idea of using 500 years to challenge a god was already bordering on madness. 50 years was simply a fantasy, so what if it was 3 days? Daydreaming? You don't have to worry too much. If you didn't mention this when you swore the oath, you basically left some leeway, said Feng Shiwu. I hope so. Li Qingshan frowned and thought of the winding river in the void. Although he did not know that it was the legendary Styx River, he vaguely understood that it had something to do with Qiongqi's bet. He would not overestimate the morality of an evil god. Instead, he felt that it was only natural. The kind of plot where Qiongqi would leave his opponent alone and give them enough time to grow before finally having a fair duel would only appear in anime. No matter how he looked at it, Qiongqi didn't seem to be stupid at all. However, he wasn't particularly angry. After all, he had preserved his useful body. Whether it was 500 years or 50 years, he finally had a buffer period. He could slowly think of a solution. If he wasn't strong enough, he could think of a way to cancel the vow. What truly worried him was the difference in the flow of time. Brother Ox gave him 10,000 years to ascend to the 9 heavens. He originally felt that it was an extremely long time and even unreachable. But looking at it now, the 9 heavens definitely existed even higher than the demon domain. Then just how long was 10,000 years equivalent to Brother Ox? With each step he took, the 10,000 years would rapidly shrink, and there was nothing he could do about it. He had to race against time and increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Only then could he make it to the 9 heavens. This was a vow that he would rather die than cancel. Feng Shiwu still thought that Li Qingshan was worried about Qiongqi, but little and could tell what he was really thinking. He tugged at his sleeve. "We'll definitely make it." Of course. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently. Worrying was not his personality. Even if he frowned every single day, he could not make the 9 heavens even a tiny bit closer. Why didn't he just open his mind and stride forward? It's time to return to the Green Province. Li Qingshan gazed into the distant north. There were some grievances waiting for him to settle. There were some old friends that he had been separated from for a very long time already. Suddenly he thought of a beautiful figure. After so many years, was she still waiting for him? Perhaps she had already given up on him. This separation had already lasted for far, far too long. Little An agreed with him. She also seemed to be in thought. After changing her path of cultivation, memories of the past would frequently surge into her head. Her past parents were no longer unimportant symbols either. However, she still had not thought about how she should face them, or whether she should continue maintaining the current situation. This was a problem that the emotionless and sexless her had never experienced. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. He had sensed her changes a long time ago, so he felt happy for her. "First Father, can you take me with you to the Green Province?" The little phoenix flew over. His eyes were filled with eagerness. "You're not allowed to go anywhere." Feng Shiwu grabbed him by the neck. "First Father, I promise I won't cause you any trouble. I'll properly train and increase my cultivation. I'll help you fight the Dragon King and Qiongqi in the future." The little phoenix patted his chest and guaranteed. "Damn brat, there's nothing fun in the Green Province." Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. He was rather fond of this adopted son he had personally hatched. He was not just joking when he said he would help him fight the Dragon King. The divine bird phoenix had the confidence to do that. All it lacked was time. Time again. Just how was he supposed to deal with this? Anywhere is better than being imprisoned here. "I beg you, First Father, please take pity on me." The little phoenix gazed at Li Qingshan tearfully, completely ignoring the furious Feng Shiwu. "Li Feng Yuan." Feng Shiwu bellowed furiously and slammed the little phoenix against the ground viciously. He struggled, refusing to yield. He constantly called out, "Save me, First Father." "Just take him with you," Little An said. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Even he, who loved the little phoenix, did not want to take a burden that would definitely cause trouble with him. Little An's attitude towards the little phoenix had always been cold, so why had it suddenly changed today? Even the little phoenix forgot to struggle. He stared at her blankly. A bird should soar in the sky, not to mention a divine bird phoenix. Fellow Taoist Feng, restraining him here might be helpful for his cultivation, but it will only wear down his spirit. What he lacks now is not power. Little An spoke with fervor and assurance for once, which made Feng Shiwu sink into his thoughts. During this period of time, the little phoenix did indeed seem more and more restless and uneasy. "I know you're afraid of attracting attention, but with Qingshan and my protection, who can harm him? Let alone the fact that he himself possesses the strength of a demon king. If he doesn't even have the courage to venture out under these circumstances, can he still be regarded as a phoenix? He's not even as good as a pheasant." "I'll never be a pheasant," the little phoenix called out in an extremely cooperative manner. Chapter 976. All right then. After some consideration, Feng Shiwu finally nodded and agreed. He really could not trap the little phoenix in this tiny phoenix nest forever, and staying by Li Qingshan's side was even safer than staying on Firemelt Mountain. The little phoenix let out a cheer and turned back to his original form, flying around Feng Shiwu a few times before throwing himself into his arms. "Thank you, Second Father. There will be a day when you leave this world and follow your true parents. You will find that wudong that belongs to you." Feng Shiwu hugged him tightly. His smile carried some melancholy. The phoenix flew away, leaving behind the wudong in the air for 10,000 years. The little phoenix was taken aback. Suddenly he felt pained. How could he not sense the 10,000 years of companionship? Originally he wanted to fly even further away, but only when he truly parted did he discover he still had not grown accustomed to it. This was a feeling that the phoenix's legacy had never taught him. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He almost wanted to change his words. It's not easy to find a wudong as good as you. If you don't want to be separated like this, then cultivate properly. Let's go to a higher world together and take a look. Li Qingshan patted Feng Shiwu's shoulder. That's reasonable. We should take another step forward. Feng Shiwu smiled as well. He was a plant demon, but as a natural divine tree, his cultivation speed should not have been so slow. He had spent far too much effort hatching the phoenix's embryo, which affected his cultivation speed. Don't worry, second father. I definitely won't find another wudong. The little phoenix wiped away his tears and clenched his fists. Feng Shiwu smiled and said to Li Qingshan, I'll leave Feng Yuan to you. You're the first father. If anything happens to him, cut the bullshit. He needs to grasp his own fate. If he's bold enough to do it, then he's bold enough to take responsibility for it. If it's not because his surname is Li, I'll take care of him for the rest of his life. Even if he dies outside, he can forget about it. Li Qingshan said firmly. He wanted something spectacular, yet he was afraid of danger. How could there be something as good as that in the world? Feng Shiwu was speechless. His expression changed several times before finally shaking his head and sighing. This is the first time I feel that you're indeed more suitable to be a father than me. Of course. The little phoenix clenched his fists. His gaze was determined. No matter how different the phoenix's legacy was from Li Qingshan's will, there was one similarity at the very least, and that was to not be a coward. Alright, let's go. Li Qingshan leapt out of the crater and Little An followed closely behind. The little phoenix hugged Li Qingshan again. Second father, I'll come back to visit you when I have time. A phoenix cry rang out in all directions. The cry of a young phoenix was clearer than the cry of an old phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings, rushing into the heavens, unexpectedly also tens of thousands of zhang in brilliance. A few shamans and cultivators gathered at the foot of Fire Melt Mountain. They had all come to Fire Melt Mountain in search of treasure before being caught by the little phoenix. Right now they all gazed at the sky in amazement. The radiance was brilliant, dazzling and dazzling. She turned her neck and her feathers danced in the wind. She had an innate elegance, and even Li Qingshan and Little An were amazed. Little Phoenix flew a few rounds in the sky and stopped on Li Qingshan's shoulder, lightly pecking his cheek. Let's go. Let's go. Little An passed on what Gong Yuan and the others had told her to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan gazed at the South Sea in the distance and took out the heart of the abyss. He said, Wait for me on Savage Mountain first. I'll pay a visit to the South Sea. Before he had even finished talking, he had already taken off, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The little phoenix secretly glanced at Little An. He felt some instinctive fear towards her. He could not help but feel rather uneasy about being alone with her right now. I'll let you fly for a while. Let's see who reaches Savage Mountain first. The loser has to pluck a feather for me. Little An smiled. The smile was different from before. Instead, it was filled with true emotions. The little phoenix immediately found her to be so amiable, which roused his competitive spirit again. He flapped his wings and said, All right. As a result, he embarked on the first journey of his life in a bet. He flapped his wings as hard as he could and flew towards the distant horizon. The world seemed endless. Feng Shiwu stood at the top of a tree and gazed into the distance. He wanted to say something, but he faltered a few times. The little phoenix was his greatest secret. Originally, he wanted to keep this secret under wraps and avoid being coveted by others. However, with such a grand flight, the little phoenix's existence would definitely be known by the world. However, on further thought, how could his true brilliance always remain hidden? Look, that's my child. On that day, many people saw a legendary phoenix fly across the sky. When Savage Mountain appeared on the horizon, the little phoenix glanced backwards. He still did not see Little An's figure, so he could not help but let out a complacent cry. He muttered to himself, You're trying to make me suffer, aren't you? But hold on, I have to pluck a feather if I lose. Why didn't I say what she has to do if she loses? You're thinking too much. A voice drifted over as if it had rang out right by his ear. What? Before the little phoenix could even respond, he felt a slight pain. A white figure brushed past him. Little Anne held a feather between her fingers and vanished into the rolling mist that enveloped Savage Mountain. The little phoenix was extremely vexed, but he could not help but admire her strength. His endless fighting spirit was roused and he became excited again. A feather was nothing to him. This was the first time he had flown like this in his life. He felt much faster than when he was on Firemelt Mountain. He understood that this was because he had unleashed a portion of the power in his body. Looking back, Firemelt Mountain had already vanished. He secretly made up his mind and dove towards Savage Mountain. The mist dispersed and the view before him suddenly opened up. All he saw was Little Anne standing on a towering tree. He landed on it as well. The glorious light threw Savage Mountain into chaos. The Banyan Tree King was filled with amazement too. That's a phoenix? As if his past memories had been revived, the figure he originally thought he would never see again actually appeared before him again. He asked Little Anne, "Where did you find him?" "There's no need to say anything. I understand." Feng Shiwu had left the main peak of Firemelt Mountain 10,000 years ago, so he had already guessed this. Combined with Li Qingshan's stay in the phoenix's nest, the matter became as clear as day. "He's Qingshan's foster son," Little Anne said. "If he didn't have a foster father like that, why would Feng Shiwu let him out?" The Banyan Tree King expressed his understanding. A droplet of phoenix blood refined into a pill could extend one's lifespan. It was enough to tempt any cultivator. "First father is the strongest. You're the Banyan Tree King? I know you. Sure enough, you're much bigger than second father." "That's right. I might not be a Wutong, but please rest for now," said the Banyan Tree King. He also felt rather honored. You're welcome." The little phoenix looked around curiously. What an auspicious omen, but what a pity. The Banyan Tree King sighed. Legend had it that the appearance of the phoenix was a symbol of peace, but the world was in chaos right now. Although Li Qingshan had basically flattened all the demon caverns in the south, the demon domain did not seem to have any intentions of giving up. The situation was becoming more and more chaotic. Chapter 977. Li Qingshan rushed into the atmospheric wind layer and wove the atmospheric winds into his wings of wind, flying at an unprecedented speed. His exhaustion from the battle had yet to vanish, but he felt extremely light. The sharp atmospheric winds brushed past his ears, and the scenery on the ground was thrown far behind him. A while later he arrived above the boundless South Sea. There was a shadow on the surface of the sea. A storm was currently sweeping through. It was not as great as the storm that battered Firemelt Mountain, but it was still quite large, displaying the might of the world without any fear. With a thought, Li Qingshan suddenly plummeted, diving into the storm. Fierce winds, heavy rain, lightning and rumbling thunder rushed over, but it was only a fleeting sight. In just a few seconds he had passed through the center of the storm. Looking back, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick storm clouds, creating a valley of sunlight in the darkness. The storm paused for a moment before collapsing and dispersing. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently and flew into the depths of the South Sea without even looking back. He arrived above the Crystal Palace and discovered with a sweep of his soul sense that Gong Yuan was currently cultivating in the sea abyss. He concealed his presence and dove down silently, arriving at the bottom of the sea abyss and silently approaching her from behind. Her deep blue hair drifted with the waves, and her slender figure seemed like the soul of the ocean, giving off a strange charm. When they were still over 30 meters apart, Gong Yuan suddenly sensed something and turned around. "Li Qingshan, what are you trying to do by sneaking around like that?" "I'm just giving you a surprise." Li Qingshan laid out his hands, but he was surprised inside. She had actually discovered him beforehand. They really did dual cultivate together before. "I don't think there's anything to be happy about. Return the heart of the abyss to me. Don't come over." Gong Yuan's expression was icy cold. With a wave of her hand, she carved out an ice wall in front of Li Qingshan. The icicles were like thorns, filled with a sense of threat. "Is anyone home?" Li Qingshan knocked on the ice wall. "Yuan, open up. Don't waste my time." Gong Yuan frowned. She did not fall for his tricks. "All right then." Li Qingshan's movements paused. According to his usual temperament, he wouldn't care what you said. Let alone this ice wall, even a glacier wouldn't be able to stop him. However, his current mood was very different. Gong Yuan's position in his heart was also not ordinary, so he stood still and threw the heart of the abyss over the ice wall. Gong Yuan checked it carefully as if she was afraid that Li Qingshan would cheat her with a fake one. Li Qingshan shook his head. It was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea, let alone a woman who cultivated at the bottom of the sea. Everything that had happened in the Devil's Den was still vivid in his mind, and that passionate kiss was engraved in his heart. How could he change his attitude so quickly? I'm here to say goodbye. I'm going back to Qingzhou. I know. Gong Yuan put away the heart of the abyss. She had no intention of asking him to stay. I don't know when we'll meet again after today. If you need my help, feel free to come find me. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly. He did not approach her. Only when he vanished into the deep, gloomy seawater did the iciness on Gong Yuan's face recede just now, replaced by gloominess. From the perspective of the Merfolk Queen, she should have done everything she could to befriend Li Qingshan instead of coldly distancing herself from him. The strength and potential that Li Qingshan had displayed during the battle in the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the Ominous had amazed even the king of Southern Yu. Even demon god Qiongqi wished to receive his assistance. Just how powerful of an ally was he? However, perhaps because he had nullified her inner demons, she was unable to maintain her composure anymore, or perhaps because of the infatuated nature of merfolk, but she finally let her emotions get the better of her. Of course, she knew he would not stay in the South Sea, but she still held on to a sliver of hope. Perhaps he would change his mind? In the end, she was blocked by an ice wall. Her pride prevented her from asking him to stay. All she could do was gaze into the distance in melancholy. The profound light illuminates all reflected her face, and Li Qingshan sighed inside. He still had a very, very long path ahead of him. It was impossible for him to stay in a certain place for too long. Since they would have to bid farewell sooner or later, perhaps this was not a bad thing. When Li Qingshan's presence completely vanished, Gong Yuan closed her eyes gently and thought back to everything that had happened since they met. She experienced a different feeling inside as well as a hint of bitterness. What a resolute man he was. Afterwards, she used the all-water to Ruin's End and did her best to use the cold power of Ruin's End to calm her various emotions. Suddenly, a pair of powerful arms wrapped around her tightly from behind. A familiar voice rang out by her ear, "Surprise!" Li Qingshan. Gong Yuan was furious. She radiated with a bone-chilling coldness, freezing the seawater into ice. With a wave of her slender, beautiful fishtail, the ice shattered and shot everywhere. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. The entire sea abyss shook because of it. Being filled with so many worries really was not in his character. He deeply despised such a pretentious situation where words could not be spoken. As a result, he was determined to return. While she was uneasy, his sneak attack really succeeded. With a flap of his wings, he tore through the surface of the sea and reached the horizon. What do you want to do? Stay in the South Sea? How could Gong Yuan resist his strength? Not to mention that her cultivation method was even suppressed by him. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free from his embrace. All she could do was give up. The scenery here is quite nice. It's much better than the bottom of the ocean. Li Qingshan pointed at the sky. The sun was shining brightly. If you're turning me down, then just say it. Gong Yuan sneered. Sorry. Li Qingshan's gaze was sincere. Whatever. If you really stay, I'll look down on you instead. How are you going to deal with Qiongqi? Gong Yuan asked. Qiongqi is easy to deal with, although he might have fallen for a trick. Li Qingshan explained Feng Shiwu's analysis with a smile. That's easy to deal with? Gong Yuan widened her eyes. If it's a bet I was forced to make, I just have to find a way to renege on it. However, there are some agreements that can't be reneged on. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky. His eyes were filled with unquenchable desire. What agreement? This was the first time Gong Yuan had seen him like this. 10,000 years. Someone's waiting for me there. He said he'll wait for me for 1,000 days. Li Qingshan pointed straight at the sky. A day in heaven is a year on earth. No, a decade? Gong Yuan said in surprise. That's right. He once said that 10,000 years for me is just 1,000 days to him. I used to think that was just a metaphor, expressing that 10,000 years was nothing to him, but only now have I realized that he doesn't seem like someone who likes to use metaphors. Li Qingshan sniggered. Gong Yuan was unable to imagine just how far away that was. Time actually flowed 3,600 times faster than the 9 provinces. Your cultivation method is the legacy. That's right. That can be considered my greatest secret. Li Qingshan said. Originally, he had treated his transmigration as his greatest secret, but as it seemed now, possessing innate wisdom was nothing special at all. Humph, it's meaningless to me. Gong Yuan seemed disdainful, but she was unable to hold back her joy. It's pointless. I really don't know how to make a beauty smile. Just give me a casual smile when I'm so helpless. Li Qingshan smiled. Having left and returned, he did not ask for anything else. Gong Yuan smiled faintly. I hope that one day your wish will come true and you can make it to that date. I'm very grateful. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and said, let's have a goodbye kiss. Gong Yuan sneered and turned her head away. Hey, I really have to leave this time. I don't know when we'll meet again. Then hurry up and leave. Gong Yuan waved her hand impatiently. All right then. Li Qingshan helplessly let go of her and slowly retreated. Just as she turned her head around, he used all his strength to flap his wings, increasing his speed to the limit. He flew up and kissed her lightly on the lips. Li Qingshan. Gong Yuan scolded. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He spun and flew up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. His voice echoed between the clouds and mountains. The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. Yuan, we'll meet again. What a terrible man. Gong Yuan stood between the clouds and mountains for a while, as if he was still hiding somewhere and would come out at any time to force a hug on her. The white clouds drifted leisurely. This time he had really gone far away. She touched her lips and smiled. The sea was vast and boundless and the sky was misty and boundless. She thought in her heart, do you think those words can scare me? I'm also a cultivator. If I go through the tribulation and ascend, your 10,000 years will at most be a few thousand years to me. Maybe it will only be a few hundred years. Why do I calculate this? I can't be that kind of woman who waits passionately. Li Qingshan continued to head north, leaving the South Sea far behind. He looked straight ahead. After so many trials and tribulations, it was finally time to return. He shouted at the top of his voice. Chapter 978. First Senior Brother, you've returned? As soon as Li Qingshan returned to Savage Mountain, Duoj came up to receive him. I've made you wait. You can go first. I'll be returning to the Green Province right now. Really? Why don't we travel together? I just happen to have many things I don't understand about the Demon Suppression Statuary, so I'd like to ask First Senior Brother. Duoj was still afraid that Li Qingshan would change his mind and try to coax him back to the Green Province. What, you still don't trust me? Li Qingshan patted his shoulder with a smile. I do. Duoj only felt like his First Senior Brother had changed drastically again in just a few short months. The resplendent sunlight gilded him, casting a black shadow. In a daze, he seemed taller than the surrounding mountains, possessing an incomparably stalwart bearing. However, only when he returned to his senses did he discover that it was just an illusion. His expression and bearing even seemed calmer than before. Li Qingshan said, then piss off. I still have some matters to attend to in the Mist Province, so it might take a few days. However, the journey is long, so I might even be a step faster than you. I'll set off right now to report back to Master. Duoj immediately set off, directly making his way out of Savage Mountain. First Father. The little phoenix flew down from the treetop and landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder. His resplendent tail feathers almost touched the ground. How's this place compared to Fire Melt Mountain? It's much more fun. Then you might as well just stay here. No, I want to go to the Green Province. As he spoke, Li Qingshan arrived before the Banyan Tree King and smiled. Fellow, you still owe me something. I knew you wouldn't forget about it. Come to Towering City. The Banyan Tree King said, I've already been waiting for quite some time. Duoj left Savage Mountain, afraid to fly in the sky. After switching to the Demon Suppression Statuary, he could no longer be regarded as a demon folk, but his power still originated from the demon heart in his body. Right now, demon folk were being slaughtered throughout the Mist Province, so he could not afford to be careless. Turning his head, he saw 3 beams of light piercing through the sea of fog and reaching the horizon. They flew over his head and headed north. His heart was completely at ease. Li Qingshan headed all the way north, and it didn't take long for him to leave South Sea County. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional as he recalled everything that had happened in the past 20 years, but he quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. There was still a long way to go, and now wasn't the time to reminisce. The endless sea of trees spread, and the weather was sometimes sunny and sometimes rainy. Suddenly, a wriggling shadow appeared on the horizon, connecting with the thick fog and clouds in the sky. Was it a mountain? No, it was a tree. Towering banyan tree stood tall, and each one was like a tall mountain. Thick fog pervaded the foot of the mountain, and the dark green canopy intersected with each other, like an endless sea of clouds. Aerial roots intersected and grew, like a horned dragon soaring over the mountains and rivers. Li Qingshan couldn't help but stop and look up, but he couldn't see the end of it. Even though he already knew that the Banyan Tree King's body was incomparably huge and stretched for tens of thousands of miles, he still couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. So big. Little Phoenix exclaimed, "It's much bigger than Second Elder Father." "It seems too big," Little An said. Li Qingshan was slightly startled and also nodded. "A little? What do you mean, isn't it good to be big?" Little Phoenix asked curiously. "It's not bad, but it's not all good either." "Aren't you very small?" Li Qingshan said with a smile. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have noticed anything strange and would only be amazed. In the normal state of Little Phoenix, even including its tail feathers, its body was less than 10 feet, and the divine Wutong tree couldn't compare to any of the banyan trees here. The Great Whale King's body was only 10,000 feet, and compared to it, the Banyan Tree King was a little too big. Even though banyan trees had the natural ability to form a forest by itself, it wasn't easy for them to expand to such a large scale, and it was unknown how much effort they had put in. When Li Qingshan saw this sea of trees, he no longer had any doubts about the strength of the Banyan Tree King, and even felt that he might be the strongest existence in the 9 provinces. These great banyan trees weren't simply extending, but faintly formed a kind of formation, forming a domain of its own. Even if the Dragon King of the Sea entered this sea of trees, he would only end up with a grievance. However, what cultivators pursued was a qualitative change, to condense power to break through to the next realm, and not a quantitative change. The horizontal development of the Banyan Tree King really made people scratch their heads in confusion. If he used all this effort on his main body, perhaps he would have already ascended. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of Towering Sky City." The sea of trees in the distance suddenly rippled, and a green-skinned giant with wood grain all over its body stood up, and looked at Li Qingshan with vigilance. "This place doesn't welcome humans." "Giant lumberman tribe," Li Qingshan said curiously. Moreover, the aura emitted by this giant lumberman had clearly gone through 3 heavenly tribulations, and was also a giant lumberman king. Just now, he was shocked by this sea of trees, and the aura of the giant lumberman had perfectly integrated into the sea of trees, so he didn't notice it for a moment. At this time, the sea of trees trembled and the clouds dispersed. The trees beside the giant lumberman king stood up one after another, and turned into green-skinned giants. Most of their gazes fell on the little phoenix, and their eyes were full of surprise. After all, the legendary phoenix was rare, but they were all silent, and it was unknown whether they were communicating with their divine sense. "We are the guests of the Banyan Tree King, and we are on our way to Towering Sky City." Li Qingshan recalled that many years ago, he once told a giant lumberman that he would one day visit his hometown. Although it probably wasn't here, it could be considered as fulfilling a wish. "Yes." The giant lumberman king frowned. He did not believe he had the right to do that. Instead, he felt that the 2 behind him were a great cultivator who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations, while the other seemed to be a legendary phoenix. They were more worthy of the Banyan Tree King receiving them. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the distance, spreading through the sea of trees. The Banyan Tree King's ancient voice rang through the surroundings. "Esteemed guests have arrived. Forgive me for not going out to greet you." In that moment, all the demons and other folk in the sea of trees knew about Li Qingshan's arrival. The giant lumberman was shocked. In his memory, only the successive kings of Southern Yu would receive such a courteous reception when they arrived at the sea of trees for the first time after ascending to the throne. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. "You're so polite. I'm afraid I won't even dare to enter." I'm just afraid that I'm not a good host." "Please don't take offense, little friend Qingshan." The Banyan Tree King laughed heartily. Although he knew about Li Qingshan's personality, he still felt very relieved when he saw that his attitude was the same as before, without any change. "If there's no fine wine, please don't take offense." Li Qingshan also laughed heartily. "Then slow down a little. I'll definitely let you drink to your heart's content. Since you're an esteemed guest of the Tree King, please come and have a drink." The giant lumberman king revealed a warm and friendly smile and raised his hand in invitation. "All right." Li Qingshan took a step and entered the sea of trees, arriving in the kingdom of the giant lumberjacks. With a boom, a huge object smashed in front of Li Qingshan. It was over 3 meters tall and was engraved with many simple patterns. The giant lumberman king sat with his legs crossed, holding a similar object in his hand. It was actually a wine cup carved from wood. Faint, green alcohol rippled within it, giving off a heavy fragrance. This is solid wood wine, an excellent brew that only the giant lumberjacks have. You can't drink it anywhere else. Please, fellow Taoist. The giant lumberman king finished speaking and drank the wine in one gulp. He then said meaningfully, "If you can't finish it, just have a taste. There's still a long way to go to Towering Sky City." If the Tree King wanted to treat him with great hospitality, he would definitely not neglect it. However, he was a little curious and unwilling to accept it. He wanted to see how great Li Qingshan was. The other giant lumberjacks also did not remain silent. Some urged, "Drink, drink. If you don't finish it, then it'll be our fault for not being a good host, and we won't be able to answer to the Tree King. After this cup there are still 3 more cups." Others advised, "You're so small, how can you drink so much wine? If you can't finish it, then forget it. Don't force yourself." "I'll drink." The little phoenix flew towards the wine cup. How can a son fight over wine with his father? Li Qingshan grabbed the little phoenix's wings and kicked the bottom of the huge wine cup. The light green wine immediately poured down like a small waterfall. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and inhaled. The wine flowed into his mouth and he also drank it in one gulp. "You do have some alcohol tolerance." The giant lumberman king was slightly startled. It was not because of Li Qingshan's drinking, but because the little phoenix just now had pounced at a speed that was even faster than an ordinary demon king. Even he did not have this confidence. To be treated as an honored guest by the Tree King, he was indeed not an ordinary person. Still far from it. Why? The wine was filled again. Li Qingshan drank 3 big cups in a row, causing the surrounding giant lumberjacks to cheer. Only the little phoenix cried out in dissatisfaction, "I want to drink too." Bang! A huge wine cup fell in front of the little phoenix. He shouted with joy and directly dived into the wine. The other giant lumberjacks also joined in and drank to their heart's content. Li Qingshan drank to his heart's content until there was not a drop left in the giant lumberjack's wine. The giant lumberjacks were all drunk on the ground. Just now they would wave goodbye and continue on their way to sky-reaching city. The giant lumberman king watched Li Qingshan's figure disappear into the sea of trees and shook his head. He really did not understand. Suddenly remembering something, he cried out in pain, "Ouch, my wine!" The sea of trees was deep and serene and filled with mist, but it was also full of strange and dazzling scenery. Li Qingshan leaped from treetop to treetop, but before he could travel more than 10 li, a black shadow rushed out of the soil under the tree and blocked his way. It turned out to be a thin, dark-skinned man covered in scales and armor. He was a demon marshal of some unknown creature, and he carried a large bag on his back. "Have a taste." The demon marshal opened the bag and inside were thousands of colorful insects, some wriggling, some crawling and some flying. It looked rather terrifying. "Sure." Li Qingshan casually grabbed a red-shelled insect and threw it into his mouth. With a light bite, the juice flowed out, but it was sweet and pleasant, even better than honey. He tasted them one by one. These insects were sour, sweet, spicy and salty, each with its own taste. The little phoenix did not like it at first, but seeing Li Qingshan eating happily, he also couldn't help but come over to have a taste. Along the way, Li Qingshan came across countless other folk tribes, demons and demons. They brought out all sorts of strange things to entertain him. Some even traveled over thousands of kilometers to receive him, prepared with alcohol and delicacies, waiting on the path he had to pass by. He basically received them one after another. Chapter 979. When it's time to strike, I strike. I charged through the 9 provinces in a flurry. As Li Qingshan traveled, his drunkenness turned into something else. His loud singing shattered the silence of the jungle, startling countless birds. Before he knew it, he had already traveled for 3 days and 3 nights. Who knew how much fine alcohol he had drunk and who knew how many exotic foods he had eaten? He passed by another great banyan tree, and his field of vision suddenly expanded. There were no longer any trees before him, only huge, intertwined roots that resembled dragons, forming a huge maze on the ground. Leaping onto the top of a tree and gazing into the distance, his vision was blocked by a tall, greenish-gray mountain. The mountain was uneven, but it gave off a neat feeling. Looking to the left and right, he could not see the end of it. Raising his head, His vision was blocked by the clouds so he could not see how high it was. What a strange mountain, Li Qingshan said drunkenly. The little phoenix on his back was already completely drunk, crying out a few times in a daze. Along the way he had passed by quite a few tall mountains, but this was the first time he had come across such a large, strange mountain. All the mountains and rivers he had seen in his life could only be regarded as dwarfs compared to this. That's not a mountain. Little An drank quite a lot with him, but his gaze remained empty. If it's not a mountain, then what is it? Have you forgotten why you've come here? Do you really think I'm drunk? Haha, just kidding. I've obviously come to Towering City to see the Banyan Tree King. When Li Qingshan reached there, he suddenly shuddered. He powered the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and temporarily suppressed his drunkenness. His eyes narrowed and he gazed upwards. His gaze pierced through the clouds, reaching high into the sky. His eyes suddenly widened. How was this a mountain? It was clearly a tree, a great banyan tree that blotted out the sun. It was where the Banyan Tree King's original body resided. He had been moving through the forest the entire time, and the great banyan trees were like mountains in the first place. In his half-drunken state, he actually failed to sense that he had arrived beneath the Banyan Tree King's feet, mistaking it for a mountain. What, you don't recognize me now that you've seen me? The Banyan Tree King's laughter came from high up in the sky, dispersing the layers of clouds and mist. The Banyan Tree King's majestic figure was completely revealed in front of Li Qingshan. A majestic presence surged forth. It was not the presence of the Banyan Tree King. His presence had also melded perfectly with the world around them, but the sensation of a behemoth naturally emanating, as if it was a heavenly pillar of legend that held up the firmament. Li Qingshan sobered up a lot. He praised, "What a great Banyan Tree King." The Banyan Tree King smiled and said, "It's just a superficial appearance. I'm not as capable as you, little friend. I've finally seen your true appearance. No wonder it's called Towering Sky City," Li Qingshan said. There were only a few people in the entire 9 prefectures who could describe him, who was 7,000 feet tall, as vigorous. Originally he thought the Banyan Tree King should not be so huge since it had developed so many branches. It was even possible that it was the same size as other banyan trees. Now that he had seen it in person, who knew how many times larger it was? Only the great whale king he had seen in the South Sea could rival it. However, the feeling of length and height was completely different. 30,000 feet was only a few dozen kilometers on flat ground, but it was completely different when it was placed vertically. Even the highest peak in the world of Li Qingshan's past life was less than 30,000 feet, and it was on a plateau. It was not that tall in the first place. However, the Banyan Tree King before him truly towered over 30,000 feet. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have struggled to imagine a sight like this. "Why don't you come up? Don't tell me you've drunk too much and can't fly anymore?" The Banyan Tree King said. "I'm coming." Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and flew up. Little An followed close behind. Having arrived several thousand feet in the air, he had just caught a glimpse of the Banyan Tree King's appearance. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Sun vines. A colossal golden vine wrapped around the Banyan Tree King. It was like a legendary golden dragon, shining with a faint, golden light. No wonder it seemed much brighter under the endless shade. Li Qingshan could not help but feel rather confused. The roots of the sun vines were directly inserted into the tree, absorbing nourishment from the Banyan Tree King's body. It definitely did not benefit the Banyan Tree King's cultivation at all, so why did it allow it to wrap itself around him? When he first met the Banyan Tree King, he had received 2 requests, which were to get rid of insects and to loosen the sun vines. He knew that the sun vines were an extremely vicious parasitic plant. They could absorb all spiritual energy and basically did not fear any attacks from techniques. If it was a branch, it could still be used for some defense, but who could oppose the Banyan Tree King in the center of the forest? Who was bold enough to oppose the Banyan Tree King? Let alone the Banyan Tree King's personal strength, Li Qingshan had seen no fewer than 7 mutant kings and demon kings along the way. Coupled with those who had yet to show themselves, the forest was basically impregnable. Though, if such a huge sun vine attacks, it'll really be terrifying, Li Qingshan thought. He flew to the top of the tree, and a grand palace appeared before him. The Banyan Tree King assumed human form, currently waiting before the palace. However, Li Qingshan's gaze landed on the Banyan Tree King's side. A woman hugged the Banyan Tree King's arm and rested her head on the Banyan Tree King's shoulder. She seemed extremely intimate. Lover? Mistress? I didn't think he'd like that. Li Qingshan wondered inside. The woman was beautiful and enchanting. Her figure was slender and soft, with a resplendent smile on her face. Her golden hair draped down, and there was a beautiful sunflower in her hair. She seemed so radiant, but Li Qingshan instinctively raised his guard. He was reluctant to approach her. Suddenly he understood. As it turned out, she was the Sun Vine, and the presence she gave off was clearly that of a demon king. Qingshan, are you satisfied with the reception? The banyan tree king approached him. The golden-haired woman followed him closely, remaining close to him the entire time. Extremely satisfied. Li Qingshan patted his belly and burped. He looked at the golden-haired woman and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "You can just call me Madam Ting. This is my Lord Tree." The banyan tree king was about to introduce her, but Madam Ting beat him to it. Her gentle voice was like a vine winding around him, and her gaze only glanced at Li Qingshan and little and gently. Even the little phoenix did not make her look at them for long. Immediately she returned her gaze to the banyan tree king's face. Her face was filled with sweetness and attachment. Li Qingshan felt his teeth ache. A scene like this was rare even among human couples, let alone two demon kings. However, a hint of envy flashed across Little Anne's eyes. He did not envy the intimacy, but rather the stubbornness of relying on each other and never being separated. The banyan tree king seemed to be used to it. He welcomed Li Qingshan into the palace as he asked, "How does your journey feel?" "I feel great," Li Qingshan said sincerely. It was not only because of the good wine and delicious food, but also because of the unique civilization that existed in this forest. Just the different races of mutants that he had encountered alone numbered several tens. Although there was also hunting and killing, there was a sense of a natural cycle. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, every life form had a place to live and reproduce. When Li Qingshan spoke of his thoughts, the banyan tree king laughed heartily. It was obvious that he was proud of his life. "However, you seem to have expanded too much. I'm afraid this is not conducive to ascension." "See? Old man, I told you that you were wrong. Even this little brother who came for the first time could see the problem. What good is this for your cultivation? What do those mutants and monsters have to do with you?" Madam Ting complained. "I don't live for benefits. Besides, if I thought like this 5,000 years ago, you wouldn't be here now." The banyan tree king smiled. His attitude was gentle and amiable. "But you already have me now," Madam Ting said. "Senior has a broad mind and a heart of universal love. It's admirable," Li Qingshan praised. Although he wasn't a person who loved universal love, he admired the banyan tree king very much. Moreover, he could be considered as a direct beneficiary of the banyan tree king's love. "You talk too much." Madam Ting glared at Li Qingshan in displeasure. "Don't be rude." The banyan tree king waved his hand and said, "I have something to discuss with Qingshan. You can leave first." "I won't." Madam Ting acted coquettishly until the banyan tree king frowned. Only then did Madam Ting reluctantly leave his body and disappear. The banyan tree king said to Li Qingshan, "I've let you see a joke. Senior is old but vigorous. Junior admires you even more." Li Qingshan teased mischievously. The banyan tree king shook his head helplessly and invited Li Qingshan into the main hall of the palace. "I'm not as great as you think. I'd rather give up on ascension to help the common people. This time I invited you here because I have a request." "It's not a request. What does fellow Taoist need help with? Just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely do my best." Li Qingshan's expression turned solemn, but he didn't dare to agree. Although it was his principle to repay kindness and enmity, something that could make the banyan tree king request was definitely not a small matter. He could only treat it cautiously. Otherwise it would be even more inappropriate to go back on his word. The banyan tree king pondered for a while and sighed to the sky. How can all living things not have requests? Even if it was a tree, it would still beg for sunlight and rain. When it gains spirituality and turns into a monster, its requests will be even more. Using my own strength to protect all living things is my wish. But since I've entered this path of cultivation, I naturally want to find a path to walk. But you should be able to see that the path I'm looking for is not to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Then what path is it? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Apart from transcending the tribulation, was there any other path to take? Since you've seen the golden cicada, did he use the well as an example and say that he wanted to jump out of the well? That's right. This is what he's looking for. Jumping out of the well is to transcend the tribulation and ascend to a higher and vaster world. Which cicada doesn't want to break out of the soil, break free from its shell and spread its wings to fly? But I'm just a tree. I just want to protect this part of the world. Little An said calmly, although the lifespan of the demon race is much longer than that of humans, and the grass elves are much longer than ordinary demons, it's not endless. There will come a day when it's exhausted. That's right. It's not that simple to protect this part of the world. If it's a dead end, I'm afraid I don't have the determination. After all, I'm also one of the living things. How can I not have the desire to live? Longevity is the most fundamental pursuit of all cultivators. Then what should we do? Chapter 980. In the quiet towering sky city, every carved railing and painted building had their own unique craftsmanship. Exquisite works of art from the 100 races were displayed here. The entire city did not look like a residence but more like a museum. The main hall of the towering sky city was where its essence lay. However, the people in the hall were not in the mood to enjoy it. Li Qingshan's astonished voice echoed in the empty hall. Transform into a well. Senior, do you want to form a world of your own or merge with the 9 provinces? Little An seemed to have understood something. Since I want to stay in this world forever, it's naturally the latter. However, it's not merging. If it does, it'll be over. The Banyan Tree King then looked at Li Qingshan. If I use the Azura field in your hand as an example, I want to become an artifact spirit. I want to use my own heart as the heart of the heavens and use my own consciousness to replace the consciousness of this world. Only now did Li Qingshan understand why the Banyan Tree King kept expanding his branches without caring about the price. It was like moss growing on the walls of a well. What an inconceivable ambition. But what do you want to do? Could it be that you want to expand to cover the entire 9 provinces? This was impossible. Even if the humans did not obstruct the Banyan Tree King's actions, he did not know how long it would take him. His lifespan was definitely not that long. Of course not. The Banyan Tree King smiled and waved his hand. He turned around and walked into the depths of the hall until he arrived in front of a mental map of the 9 provinces. Every world has its own laws. If you want to replace the consciousness of this world, you must first understand the laws of this world. However, the laws of a world are profound and complicated. It is not something that can be completely understood with the so-called comprehension ability. You must have a large number of calculations. Although too many branches are not beneficial to cultivation, it can greatly increase the speed of calculations. Li Qingshan had a strange expression. The thousands of kilometers of forest he had walked through had turned into a hole in his mind. Every branch of the banyan tree was both a collector and a calculator of information. Countless pieces of information were transmitted through every root and finally gathered here to decipher the code of heaven and earth. This did not sound like something a monster would do. The banyan tree king in front of him was like a three-dimensional projection. Its real identity was a giant supercomputer. No wonder you're known for your profound wisdom. However, what's the result of deducing the laws of heaven and earth? The result is not bad. At the very least, it is very helpful for divination. However, Cheongqi's trap is far beyond my divination ability. The difference between our levels is too great. I believe you already know that there might be a time trap in this bet. Li Qingshan nodded. If I can succeed, I will be able to lend you a hand. The banyan tree king said. A single demon king was nothing more than an ant in front of Cheongqi. However, if it transformed into a world, even Cheongqi wouldn't be able to go against it directly. I also hope that you can succeed, but how can I help you? I don't understand any laws of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan said. Compared to something as troublesome as comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, he preferred to use brute force to destroy the laws of heaven and earth. Just comprehending the laws of heaven and earth is useless. Although you can better adapt to this world and use these laws in various aspects, it's just like how even if you see through every grain on the walls of a well, you won't be able to turn it into a well. Comprehending is just the first step. Furthermore, with my current realm, it's impossible for me to completely comprehend it. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. The banyan tree king sighed. Even if he used all sorts of methods to make up for it, a third heavenly tribulation realm was still too low. Isn't that a dead knot? Li Qingshan asked. There's always a way out. An ant can shake a tree. Even a dead knot can be solved. Do you know of the mountain water divine seal? The banyan tree king asked. I know. I've even refined a few before. Li Qingshan seemed to have understood something. From a certain perspective, the mountain god seal and water god seal were the condensation of the laws of heaven and earth. Then do you know of the 9 cauldrons? The Banyan Tree King asked again. Who doesn't know about the national treasures of Great Xia? It's said that they've been forged from all the god seals in the world. They can suppress the fortune of the 9 provinces and make the world devoid of gods. Li Qingshan came to a realization. Grasping a single god seal meant grasping a river or a mountain range. If he grasped all of the divine seals of mountains and rivers, would he be able to grasp the 9 provinces? Sir, you want to refine the 9 cauldrons and become a god on the spot? That's roughly what I'm thinking, but I don't have that great of an appetite. My current plan is to refine the Mist Province cauldron first, which will greatly extend my lifespan and ensure my own survival. Afterwards, I'll comprehend the laws of the world a step further and use that as a breakthrough until the day I succeed. Sir, you want me to go to the King of Southern Yu's estate and steal the Mist Province cauldron? Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Even if the King of Southern Yu's estate was not as tightly guarded as Towering City, it was definitely not a place easy to enter or leave, let alone the fact that he had to bring his supreme treasure with him. It really was not a simple matter, and regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would directly fall out with the King of Southern Yu. That's not it. The Banyan Tree King waved his hand, and the surroundings twisted and changed. He arrived in a huge hollow in the center of the banyan tree. The Mist Province cauldron. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. All he saw was an ink-green, 3-legged cauldron sitting in the center of the hollow. Countless famed mountains, great rivers, and wondrous treasures were engraved on the cauldron. It was a style unique to the Mist Province. Gazing deeply, the flat image seemed to turn into countless mountains and rivers, buried deep within the mist. It was one of the 9 cauldrons, the Mist Province cauldron. The Mist Province cauldron was not particularly large, but it gave off an extremely heavy feeling, as if it was the condensation of the Mist Province that spanned 100,000 kilometers. Even with countless aerial routes wrapped around it, it struggled to hide its profound light. I obtained this cauldron 5,000 years ago. The Banyan Tree King stroked the inscriptions on the cauldron gently, removing some of the roots wrapped around it. Sir, why haven't you been able to refine the cauldron? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. The Great Xia Empire had only been established for 5,000 years, so didn't that mean the King of Southern Yu had given the cauldron to him as soon as it was forged? It's not time yet. The 9 cauldrons are a single entity, possessing the power to rule the world. Let alone refining it, even shaking it will be difficult. In the past few years, I've only been deriving its structure in preparation for refining it in the future. Has the time come now? Take a closer look. The Banyan Tree King pointed at the cauldron. Only then did Li Qingshan see a few black spots on the cauldron. They seemed like rust, but he would not be able to tell if he did not look carefully. These are demon caverns. That's right. The laws of the world that these demon caverns destroy and corrode this world have also manifested on the Mist Province cauldron. This is where the cauldron's weakness lies. What can I do for you? Destroy the Mist Province cauldron. Before he had seen the Mist Province cauldron, Li Qingshan really did not believe there was anything in the world he could not destroy, but now he was no longer that confident. I've forged it after so much difficulty. Will it still be effective even if I destroy it? Chapter 981. But Senior said the 9 cauldrons are a single entity. If we attack the Mist Province cauldron, won't the other cauldrons react? Little and noticed the problem. Exactly. In particular, the Dragon Province cauldron is the leader of the 9 cauldrons, so it will suppress the other 8 cauldrons. Normally, destroying one cauldron is equivalent to destroying all 9 cauldrons. However, I can temporarily cut off the connection between the Mist Province cauldron and the other cauldrons. The Banyan Tree King smiled. After all, forging the 9 cauldrons was my suggestion in the first place. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at one another. This plan sure was far-reaching. All right, then allow me to assist you. Li Qingshan was about to take a step forward. Hold on. I've already waited for several millennia, so there's no need for me to be in such a hurry. This matter needs to be completed in one go. You've just gone through a great battle, so your vitality still hasn't completely recovered. You might as well rest for a few more days and recover to peak condition. The Banyan Tree King suddenly sighed. His eyes were rather worried. I also have some matters that I need to deal with on my end. Yeah, fair enough. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen the Banyan Tree King react like that. He had no idea what matters he had yet to deal with after preparing for several millennia. However, it was inappropriate for him to ask. If there's anything I can help you with, feel free to ask. The Banyan Tree King nodded and recovered his composure. Take these spiritual stones for now. When Li Qingshan heard spiritual stones, he did not pay too much attention to them. He had seen plenty of spiritual stones and they were basically worthless to him now. He even found it strange why the Banyan Tree King had suddenly become so stingy. Only when a few spiritual stones landed in his hand did he become surprised. The spiritual stones all gave off a faint, green mist. They did not seem particularly special, but the spiritual energy they contained was tremendous and pure, enough to rival the demon heart of a demon king and the sarira of a monk king. Refining demon hearts and relics was an extremely troublesome matter. It was inevitable that there would be many negative effects, and even inner demons would be born. However, these spirit stones did not have these problems at all. Li Qingshan tried to probe them with his divine sense and found that these spirit stones did not stop there. They also contained a trace of the mysterious laws of heaven and earth. If he could refine and absorb them, he would definitely gain endless benefits. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Is there anything else? Don't be greedy, kid. These spiritual stones didn't form naturally. They all come from the Mist Province cauldron. Over the past several thousand years, only a few have condensed. Go. The Banyan Tree King waved his hand with a smile. Li Qingshan put away the spirit stones and casually cupped his fists. His figure distorted and disappeared. Only the Banyan Tree King remained in the empty tree hole. He turned around and gazed at the Mist Province cauldron before suddenly letting out a long sigh. Why aren't you coming out yet? I'm the problem you want to deal with, right? Madame Teng's lingering voice rang out in the Banyan Tree King's ears. Her arms wrapped around him naturally, and the tips of her fingers gently touched his furrowed brows. Do you really have to sigh like that? Once I refine the Mist Province cauldron, I'll assist you in ascending with everything I have, said the Banyan Tree King. No, we'll ascend together. Madame Ting wrapped herself even tighter around him. Stop pestering me. This won't benefit you at all. We'll part ways one day. The Banyan Tree King patted her back. No, we'll ascend together. Madame Ting repeated stubbornly before pleading again. Old man, I'm begging you, all right? Sigh, you're still too young. The Banyan Tree King closed his eyes gently. In a daze, he saw the scene from 5,000 years ago when the valiant king of the 9 provinces gave him a tiny, wilted, golden vine as a gift. This sun vine is a natural variant. It doesn't belong to this world in the first place. If even you aren't willing to take it in, there won't be a place for it in the 9 provinces anymore, said the Lord of the World. If regular trees were entangled by the sun vines, they would wither and die in a few days. Only relatively powerful grass elves could endure their entanglement. However, as long as they possessed some intelligence, who would be willing to let them entangle themselves? They would definitely eliminate them as soon as possible. As a result, the Banyan Tree King allowed it to cling to him. Many other folk and demons under his command wanted to kill it, but he stopped them all. I can let it share some of the dew with me and it won't harm me at all. Why must I kill it? She did not let down his benevolence, constantly absorbing the tree sap and strengthening day by day. In less than 300 years she underwent the heavenly tribulation and became a demon general, becoming a demon king 800 years ago. To demons, this cultivation speed was startlingly fast, let alone the fact that she was a plant demon who cultivated the slowest. Apart from her natural talent, the Banyan Tree King's sacrifice played a crucial role. He allowed her to absorb the tree sap day and night, guiding her carefully from the moment she gained intelligence. It was no less than what the divine Wudong tree had invested into the little phoenix. His uncomplaining efforts were rewarded as well. She became the final and strongest barrier of Towering City. Although it had only been 500 years since she underwent the third heavenly tribulation, her strength far surpassed regular demon kings. And, under her intentional control, it was no longer a one-sided devouring. Instead, it assisted his cultivation, forming a harmonious symbiosis. This was another victory for the Banyan Tree King in upholding his principles. The other folk and demons who wanted to kill her all admired his wisdom and breadth of mind. However, even with his wisdom, it was impossible for him to calculate everything, especially when it came to sentient beings and the subtle changes in their emotions. Unknowingly, she began to address herself as his wife, causing everyone to call her Madame Teng. He had treated it as a joke, but he did not expect her obsession to be so strong. I don't live for benefits either. Madame Teng hugged the Banyan Tree King tightly, but her pursed lips revealed her stubborn determination. Li Qingshan and Little An had just been moved back to Towering City. They were about to walk around and take a good look around when thousands of sun vines that were as slender as snakes and as bright as gold swarmed in through the window. Madame Ting? Li Qingshan immediately pressed down on the hilt of his saber. From the first time he saw Madame Ting, he knew that he could not treat her as a regular demon king. Back in the Azura field, he felt it was dangerous even when facing a sun vine that did not possess any intelligence at all. Even the powerful Foundation establishment cultivators under Prince Si Qing were entangled to death, so Madame Ting's strength could be deduced. Although plant-type demons like her had the disadvantage of not being able to move freely, they were extremely powerful in their own territory. If it were not for the fact that he trusted the Banyan Tree King very much, he would not have come to Towering City at all. However, he did not have any relations with Madame Ting. The sun vines did not attack. Instead, they intertwined and formed a golden staircase. One of the vines even twisted into the word please. Li Qingshan and Little An exchanged glances and stepped onto the staircase. They arrived in the sky above Towering City. Countless golden vines quickly weaved into a golden building, and the golden staircase pointed towards it. The moment Li Qingshan stepped into the building, the door was closed. He cupped his hands and said, "Madame Ting, how may I help you? I wouldn't dare to help you, but I have something to ask of you. Although I don't think you can destroy the Mist Province cauldron, please mind your own business." Madame Ting's voice echoed through the building. She called it a request, but it was very rude. Li Qingshan was never one to be provoked. Coupled with the fact that he was still tipsy, he laughed loudly and said, "I do have some confidence." "Ignorant child. You think you're helping him but you're actually harming him?" Madame Ting said angrily. "What do you mean?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. "You're preventing him from ascending?" "He doesn't want to ascend either. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a cow. Instead of becoming the lackey of those demon gods after ascending, he'd rather be with the world and be the god of the 9 provinces. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. Since ancient times, no one has ever succeeded in something like this. Do you know what the consequences are if you fail? In the ancient times, before the 9 cauldrons appeared, countless godly seals were scattered all over the world. There were people who dreamed of this and wantonly conquered and collected the godly seals. In the end, they were devoured by the godly seals and their souls were destroyed, Madame Ting said. Li Qingshan believed her. Being the god of a mountain or a river and being the god of a prefecture were 2 completely different concepts. Just like how it was easy to rule a village or a town, it was impossible to rule a country without the corresponding strength to be a commoner. This was why there was the mountain god seal and the water god seal but not the sea god seal. The sea was too vast, and there were countless mountain ranges at the bottom of the sea. It was not a place that ordinary demon kings could control. If they tried to forcefully condense the godly seal, they would only be throwing their lives away. However, the Banyan Tree King's ultimate goal was to encompass all of this and control all of the mountains and seas. It was indeed like a daydream. However, since the old man dares to do this, he must have a certain amount of confidence. Just because no one has ever done it doesn't mean it can't be done. The old man's wisdom is profound and some people can't compare to him. Damn it! How dare you speak to me like this? Do you believe that I won't pester you to death? Every single sun vine in the building wriggled. Li Qingshan immediately felt his strength disperse uncontrollably. If it were not for the support of the strength of the earth, he probably would have run out of strength in no time. He immediately understood that she had already turned this extraordinary talent into an ability. It was truly terrifying. However, he was unfazed. He said proudly, "I don't believe it." In the end, Madame Ting could not lay her hands on the guest invited by the Banyan Tree King. She sighed and said, "You really don't understand. You've come to help him because he is the Banyan Tree King. If he succeeds, will he still be the same person?" Li Qingshan fell silent. He had discussed the will of the world with the Banyan Tree King many times, and they had many guesses. In particular, whether the so-called self existed in the world or not. Although he had once received an invitation from the Azura realm, he did not feel that he was speaking to the Azura realm. However, at the very least, one thing was certain. The will of the world was definitely different from the will of living beings. Therefore, after the Banyan Tree King succeeded, no one could say for sure what would happen to him. However, once he started on this path, there was no possibility of turning back. Do you understand now? I'm doing everything for his own good. Don't be a hindrance here. I will get him to give you the fruit of wisdom that he promised you. Go back to your Qingzhou. Madame Ting's voice turned gentle as she guided him patiently. The towering tree remained silent. It did not interrupt this conversation, as if it was waiting for his decision. Chapter 982. Li Qingshan wavered slightly after hearing Madame Ting's words. However, he asked himself, will I no longer be me once I reach beyond the 9 heavens? As a result, he no longer hesitated. Only people with unbelievable dreams would believe in another unbelievable dream. You don't care about his life or death at all, which is why you can say something like that. Madame Ting was furious. For a moment, killing intent permeated the air. Li Qingshan said, if you really care about him so much, you should be lending him a hand instead of obstructing him. Shut up. I'm doing this for our future. The sun vines twisted and danced like snakes, swarming over and wrapping around him. However, the spirit turtle's profound shell stopped them. I think you're doing this for your own future. Li Qingshan sneered. With a clang he drew his blade. Little and gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. The Buddha-slaying sword was rather effective against opponents with large bodies and great recovery. To Madame Ting, even if Li Qingshan cut through all the vines here, he would not be able to harm her at all. Meanwhile, the Buddha-slaying sword only needed to cut through a single vine, and it would be enough to extend its body and harm her. However, Xiaoan's emotions fluctuated in a peculiar manner, so she hesitated slightly with her strike. Alright, stop messing around. At this moment, the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out. There was some helplessness in his voice, but it left no room for doubt. You only know how to side with outsiders. Madame Ting backed away reluctantly. Thank you for your trust. That's extremely precious to me. The Banyan Tree King said to Li Qingshan. You're welcome. I'm still hoping that you'll succeed and assist me in the future. Li Qingshan smiled. That day will definitely come. The 2 demon kings eagerly anticipated that day. Little and gazed at the sun vines wrapped tightly around the tree and sighed inside. When Li Qingshan returned to Towering Sky City, the originally tranquil and peaceful atmosphere changed. He keenly felt the omnipresent hostility and knew that Madame Ting hated him. He smiled and didn't take it seriously. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Li Qingshan had absorbed a spiritual stone from the Banyan Tree King, and his vitality had all recovered to peak condition. He stood before the Mist Province cauldron again. Are you ready? Asked the Banyan Tree King. Alright. But is fellow Taoist really going to do that? Li Qingshan asked. It's not what I want, but I have no choice. The Banyan Tree King sighed. Alright then. Li Qingshan nodded and no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and stood before the Mist Province cauldron, but he did not strike immediately. Instead, he stared at the engravings on the cauldron deeply. Gradually, nothing else existed in his eyes. All that remained was the Mist Province cauldron. The endless sea of trees, mountains, and rivers all appeared before him. It was as if he was not facing a cauldron, but the Mist Province that spanned 100,000 kilometers. The tremendous pressure became more and more obvious. Before he had even struck, he felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. And behind the Mist Province was an even vaster world. That was the 9 provinces of the world, like they were a single entity. It was unshakable. It was definitely unshakable. Li Qingshan pursed his lips and clenched his fists, allowing the power of tremors to constantly gather around him. His body trembled slightly, but he still did not strike, as if he was waiting for something. The Banyan Tree King nodded in satisfaction. If he were a regular demon king, he definitely would not be able to endure such tremendous pressure. He would either directly retreat in defeat or strike out blindly. He probably would not even be able to leave a mark on the Mist Province cauldron. The Banyan Tree King spread his arms. At that moment, every single banyan tree in the sea of trees that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers trembled and swayed. The sound of water was deafening, surging like waves that approached from afar and gathered towards the Banyan Tree King. The aerial roots spread out madly, covering the walls of the tree hole densely. However, the aerial roots around the Mist Province cauldron rapidly receded, revealing the cauldron in its entirety. It glowed with magnificent light. Seal. The Banyan Tree King spat out a single word quietly, and the light from the cauldron dimmed. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Like a flash of lightning, all of the illusions of mountains and rivers shattered. There was still the Mist Province cauldron before him, as if it had been isolated from the 9 provinces. The pressure it brought him immediately decreased. He punched out with both fists and bellowed out, boom! Thump! A great sound rang out like a great bell, reaching thousands of kilometers away. Under the night sky, Yi Weiyang stood high above the sea of trees. An inky, green pillar of light rushed into the air. It was even thicker and vaster than the Banyan Tree King's body, like a pillar that supported the heavens. With it as a foundation, a tremendous formation that enveloped tens of thousands of kilometers was activated. She frowned as if she was worried about something. She said with an almost indiscernible voice, "Don't." In the sea of trees, all the living beings either understood what was going on or were at a loss. They all gazed in the direction of towering city. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, the king of Southern Yu suddenly sensed something in the Silver Dragon King. He smiled. It's finally begun. The full-powered strike that Li Qingshan had prepared for a very long time only made the Mist Province cauldron tremble and leave behind two indiscernible imprints. There were a few cracks, but the moment he pulled his fist back, the cracks closed up. As it seemed, the Mist Province cauldron would be as good as new in the blink of an eye. However, the booms constantly echoed through the tree hole, slamming against his soul viciously like a series of questions, asking him why he was bold enough to offend the imperial authority of the heavens. It really is tough. Li Qingshan laughed. If the Mist Province cauldron did not respond at all, it would instead be far too boring. A tiger's roar drowned out the booms. Li Qingshan's blood surged and his skin became scarlet red. The inscription of a beast spread across his forehead, forming a king character, the tiger demon's fury. Thump, thump, thump. The booms rang out endlessly, ringing through the surroundings. Li Qingshan's figure blurred, turning into a storm and bombarding the Mist Province cauldron furiously. In his fury, he still retained a sliver of clarity in his mind. The black specks on the cauldron healed much more slowly when they were damaged, as if they were the cauldron's lifeline. Apart from the initial probing, his punches had all landed on the black specks. The imprints constantly caved in, and the cracks rapidly spread until they became a crack. Suddenly, a streak of rainbow light shot out. Nice. The Banyan Tree King praised. He also used his full strength. Not only did he seal up the Mist Province cauldron, but he also mobilized transparent, jade-green aerial roots that wrapped around Li Qingshan's legs, channeling tremendous amounts of spiritual energy into his body. The tiger demon's fury was powerful, but it also placed a great burden on Li Qingshan. Could be said that if he wanted to injure his enemy, he would injure himself first. He could not maintain it for too long. However, with the Banyan Tree King's full support, the various negative effects were suppressed to the limit, allowing him to unleash his destructive power to his heart's content without any worries. Streaks of rainbow light shot out, and more cracks appeared on the Mist Province cauldron. At this moment, Madame Ting suddenly appeared in the tree hole. She was extremely stern. She had never expected Li Qingshan to actually possess such strength. She bit her lip and shot a vicious glance at the Banyan Tree King before making her way towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan seemed to be completely submerged in the pleasure of destroying the Mist Province cauldron. His back was completely unguarded. "Don't do anything stupid." The Banyan Tree King frowned. His voice was solemn and loud, as dignified as a god's. Madame Ting was immediately restrained, immobilized. However, she said disdainfully, "Humph, damned old man, I might not be as clever as you, but you can't stop me either. Just obediently undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend with me." She raised her right arm high into the air, and the sun vines around the great banyan tree suddenly tightened. A streak of golden light twisted and coiled around the great banyan tree, wrapping around the dark green light. The light immediately began to fade, while the golden light rapidly strengthened. Li Qingshan immediately felt the pressure from the Mist Province cauldron increase drastically. Even the cracks showed signs of closing up, so he gritted his teeth and continued his assault. If the Banyan Tree King were restrained, he would not be able to destroy the Mist Province cauldron alone. "Why must you do this?" Seeing how the plans of half his life were about to come to nothing, the Banyan Tree King let out a sigh and closed his eyes gently. "Old man, I've let you down, but I will be with you forever. I'll make it up to you tenfold, 100-fold. Please forgive me." Madame Ting's voice came to a halt, and she vomited a mouthful of golden blood. A shiny, white blade protruded from her chest. Little An stood behind Madame Ting, gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand as his white clothes drifted about. The golden light around the pillar of light immediately collapsed. Even the huge sun vines that resembled golden dragons began to wither at a visible rate. Yi Weiyang stared at this and smiled bitterly. At the very least, she should be glad that she did not have to do anything herself. Li Qingshan glanced around from the corner of his eye before continuing to destroy the Mist Province cauldron. Everything was going according to plan. The aura of death constantly spread, dyeing Madame Teng's face with a layer of grayish-white. She stared straight at the Banyan Tree King and asked in disbelief, "You really want me dead? I'm sorry, but I really can't think of any other way to stop you." The Banyan Tree King seemed to age a lot in that instant. His voice was particularly deep and ancient, but his eyes remained as determined as ever. He could not compromise with everything. "Fine then." Madame Ting lowered her head powerlessly. The sunflower in her hair immediately wilted. She murmured to herself, "What are these 5,000 years?" Little and drew the Buddha slaying sword, and pale white flames rapidly swallowed Madame Teng. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. The dazzling rainbow light coated him with a resplendent ring of light. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan threw a punch into the Mist Province cauldron. Time seemed to freeze for a split second as thousands of colors erupted and flowed before him. Only then did he realize that the Mist Province cauldron had already shattered. Li Qingshan widened his eyes and saw a green heart in the shattered Mist Province cauldron. He came to a realization that this was the Banyan Tree King's demon core, and the tree hole happened to be where the heart of the Banyan Tree King resided. The heart of the tree absorbed the thousands of colors and suddenly shone with countless streaks of light. As a matter of fact, it even pierced through the thick tree trunk and produced a beautiful glow in the night sky, vaguely displaying the various sights of the Mist Province. In the end, it condensed into a map of the Mist Province, hovering in the air. The Banyan Tree King stood there without moving. Only the color of his eyes constantly changed. Li Qingshan frowned. Originally, the Banyan Tree King was the tranquility of a tree. Within the tranquility, he radiated with benevolence and life. Now, he was the tranquility of the sky, with a hint of emptiness within the tranquility. He viewed everything as nothing. Chapter 983. Success or failure all depended on this. At this moment, the Banyan Tree King's tremendous numbers came into play. Every single great banyan tree seemed to be an independent entity, yet they were also connected together through their countless roots. Tremendous amounts of information flowed through them. All of a sudden, each of the great banyan trees glowed with a colorful brilliance, and the vast forest turned into a beautiful sea of light. The demons and other folk who lived there all looked around in surprise. Then they saw the map of the Mist Province hanging high in the night sky slowly descend, growing closer and closer and becoming larger and larger. When they raised their heads, they could clearly see the countless mountains and rivers as if they were tangible. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Cries rose and fell in the sea of trees. Yi Weiyang stood in the sea of trees and gazed at the descending Mist Province. She smiled. A mountain hung upside down, pressing down on her. She did not dodge passing through it. The demons and other folk looked around in a panic, but they discovered that the disaster they were imagining did not happen. The Mist Province had merged with the sea of trees, swallowed by the sea of light. A while later, all of the light receded, and the forest returned to how it was before, as if nothing had happened at all. Only the kings could deeply sense the profound changes. They all beamed with joy and wished in the direction of Towering City. The Banyan Tree King exhaled deeply. His eyes returned to their inky green, but his tree heart continued to shine resplendently. His aura became more and more distant, but it did not feel like his personality had changed drastically. Instead, it was a very natural form of growth and improvement. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations. You've succeeded." Li Qingshan clasped his hands and congratulated. He admired the Banyan Tree King very much. Although it was not some natural divine tree, it had pushed its special characteristics to the limit. After several millennia of painstaking planning, it had created an unprecedented path which made him very excited. "It's just the first step." The Banyan Tree King waved his hand. "However, once you take this step, the other 8 cauldrons will sense it. The imperial clan of the Dragon Province will definitely be furious," said Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Great Xia wanted to rid the world of gods, yet the Banyan Tree King had directly become the god of the Mist Province and even destroyed their national treasure. It would be strange if they did not react at all. Don't worry, they won't attack." The Banyan Tree King's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. He had already deduced the cause and effect of everything. Now he could see it even more clearly. "You're right," Li Qingshan said with a smile. The current Banyan Tree King had already stepped into a whole new realm. In the world of the 9 states he was almost invincible. If the Great Xia dynasty wanted him to fall, it was likely that even the Great Xia dynasty could not afford to pay such a price. Is it worth it? Little An suddenly asked the Banyan Tree King. The Banyan Tree King was speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Little An? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, but he saw a rare expression of pity on her face. He could not help but sigh. There's nothing we can do about it. That Madame Ting has gone too far. Is it worth it? Little An did not look at Li Qingshan and asked further. The Banyan Tree King closed his eyes as if he was unable to face her gaze. The sun vines around him had already withered. His body had never been so light before, but he instead felt empty. He was rather unaccustomed to it. If it was not worth it, why would he make a choice like this? If it was worth it, why would the joy of success be unable to make up for this regret? 5,000 years of companionship was really nothing? Was it because he had put in too much effort such that he could not treat it lightly? Or had he purposefully controlled certain changes in his emotions the entire time? Even though he could comprehend the profound laws of the world, he struggled to resolve these doubts. Forgive me, Senior. I've asked too much. Little An shook her head and returned to Li Qingshan's side. It's not worth it. The Banyan Tree King suddenly opened his eyes. Although there was pain in them, there was no confusion. But if I had to choose again, I would still do the same. Normally, Li Qingshan would definitely praise a reply like that. However, after glancing at Little An beside him, he felt that it was better to remain silent. He did not want to involve himself in other people's matters. I probably will never be able to understand such decisiveness. Little An said as she looked at Li Qingshan with her clear eyes. Li Qingshan's heart sank and the corner of his lips twitched. Fine, he had still gotten himself involved in the end. He tried hard to organize his words. Little An, you're thinking too much. Don't get into character so easily. You're not Madame Teng and I'm not the Banyan Tree King. Of course, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Anyway, Sai, it's really complicated. You've actually overestimated the power of this sword. I'm the same. Little An raised the Buddha-slaying sword in her hand. Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King were both taken aback. They had personally witnessed the power of the Buddha-slaying sword. 2 demon kings as powerful as the lords of Yin and Yang had been finished off with a single stroke, so how could they still overestimate its power? However, it was exactly because that sight was just too shocking that they overlooked many things. For example, back then, the lords of Yin and Yang had already fought Li Qingshan to the point of exhaustion. They had only managed to break free from Li Qingshan's suppression after so much difficulty, but before they could even get their revenge, Little An had already charged over. For example, the Buddha-slaying sword. Although it possessed terrifying power, it actually countered 2 types of opponents the most. One was Buddhist cultivators, which was why it was called Buddha-slaying. The other was existences of extreme yin and evil, such as corpses and demon folk, because the path of white bone and great beauty was still a Buddhist cultivation method after all. However, Madame Ting did not belong to either of these groups. She did not possess a body of flesh and blood. Although the Buddha-slaying sword countered her very much, it mostly ensured that every strike could injure her. In the past, the myriad poison ancestor had only been heavily injured when the Buddha-slaying sword pierced his chest, and he had almost fled back to the myriad poison cult. The sole nascence that escaped in the end was very spirited too. It took quite a lot of effort to deal with it. After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, the Buddha-slaying sword's power had increased drastically, but as a natural variant demon king, her life force was far more abundant than an elderly human cultivator. Actually, the only time Little An had truly used the Buddha-slaying sword after undergoing the tribulation was against the lords of Yin and Yang. Only when he stabbed Madame Teng did he understand that the strike was not enough to claim her life, which was why he did not draw it immediately. Between Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King, one possessed great instincts for battle, while the other possessed great wisdom. In the past, they had only been shocked by the startling strike, which was why they had overlooked this. Now that Little An had reminded them, they immediately understood. They were both stunned. Li Qingshan felt some lingering fear. In the situation back then, if Madame Teng had struggled a little longer, he would not have been able to shatter the Mist Province's cauldron. If she had blown up her demon core out of fury and hatred, then it would not be as simple as the plan failing. As it turned out, none of this went according to plan. Little An said, "Senior Banyan Tree King, although my strike heavily injured her, the true fatal strike was your determination. Chapter 984. Li Qingshan looked at little N in surprise. The blurry feeling became extremely clear. She had indeed changed. In the past, little N would never do these unnecessary things, much less pay attention to the grievances and conflicts of others. If the divine nun of the South Sea was still alive, she should be smiling happily. The Banyan Tree King was stunned for a while before suddenly letting out a long sigh. His eyes became rather moist, but there was actually a hint of a relieved smile on his face. Fellow little N, thank you for your guidance. Can I ask you to help me out again? With his sleeves fluttering, the Banyan Tree King bowed deeply towards little N. Even his long beard reached the ground. Li Qingshan was surprised. Just who in the world could receive a bow like that from the Banyan Tree King? However, little N accepted it calmly. She did not mind at all. With a wave of her hand she said, "There's no need to be so polite, senior. I'm not helping you." "Why girl, that's no good." Li Qingshan was even more surprised. In the past, little N was emotionless, but she was flawless when it came to etiquette. Even Feng Shiwu praised her. She would never behave so rudely. Xiaoan hummed in acknowledgement, but he didn't seem too convinced. "Qingshan, there's no need to say anything more. I'm the one who asked to be humiliated." The Banyan Tree King waved his hand at Li Qingshan and smiled bitterly. Little N glanced at Li Qingshan as if she was saying, "What do you think?" Li Qingshan shrugged and laid out his hands. All right. A skull prayer bead on little Anne's wrist turned into a skull. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of samadhi flames of white bone, burning silently. Her seaweed-like hair drifted about as two specks of golden light shone in her clear eyes. She murmured, "White bone and great beauty, the cycle of life and death." The almost transparent samadhi flames of white bone gradually materialized. Madame Ting's figure faded in and out. Her eyes were firmly shut as despair froze on her face. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. "You can do that?" Little N said, "I've already said that my sword strike wasn't enough to sever her life force. It was her own mind that was thrown into chaos, causing her to suffer from chi deviation. If I ignore it, she'll definitely die." "So that sword of yours actually saved her?" Li Qingshan felt that it was unimaginable. Little N had brought him too many surprises today. Since white bones can transform into beautiful faces, the sword that kills can also save people. Little Anne's white robes fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of benevolence in her calm demeanor. She had a kind of beauty that could topple the world. This was a brand new understanding of the path of white bone and great beauty after balancing the Buddhist and demonic powers. Although she did not know whether she had taken the wrong path or not, the white bone bodhisattva's original intentions were probably not to kill. Madame Ting's figure gradually solidified, but she still could not stabilize it. To little N, this was the first time she had done something like this. Li Qingshan saw that the Banyan Tree King's face was filled with concern. His vast and distant aura was greatly reduced, making him seem even more like a mortal than before. He thought to himself, "This person must really be an old tree that's sprouting new buds. He's fallen in love. Qingshan, help me." Little N flipped her left hand and held a phoenix feather between her fingers, thrusting it towards Madame Ting's forehead. "Coming." Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and circulated the phoenix nirvana scripture with all his might. The phoenix feather glowed with resplendent light, transforming into a stream of light and entering Madame Ting's body. Little N let out a sigh of relief. Madame Ting's figure stabilized. She was barely breathing and she fell unconscious in the Banyan Tree King's embrace. The Banyan Tree King thanked Little N again. Little N said, "She is severely injured and both her body and mind are in a mess. Senior, please take care of yourself." The Banyan Tree King nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and lowered his head to touch Madame Ting's forehead. The heart of the tree above him glowed with seven-colored light. "Wow!" Li Qingshan's eyes widened. He saw the Banyan Tree King's lush beard withering, revealing his true appearance. Li Qingshan was about to speak, but the Banyan Tree King waved his sleeve without raising his head. The surrounding scene twisted and changed and they were teleported out. However, he heard Little N say two words, "Give up." Li Qingshan waited in Towering City for a while before Little N was teleported to his side. Little N lowered her head and didn't speak. "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan asked. "If you want to scold me, then go ahead." Little N seemed like she was ready to die. "Why would I scold you?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Really?" Little N blinked her eyes and asked carefully. "Haha, what nonsense are you talking about?" Li Qingshan pulled Little N into his arms as he laughed aloud. He rubbed her hair and gave her a thumbs up. Moreover, you've done this extremely beautifully. This is the first time I've seen this old man show an expression like that and what he's like. I really didn't expect it. You don't blame me for acting on my own? My little Anne has already grown up. It's time for her to have her own opinions. Li Qingshan did not like Madame Teng, but it was not to the point where he wanted to kill her. As a result, he wanted to confirm the Banyan Tree King's thoughts again before he attacked the Mist Province cauldron. However, since the Banyan Tree King had made up his mind, there was nothing he could say. It would be for the best of both worlds in the end. What comforted him even more was little Anne's changes. He had never agreed with the White-Bone Bodhisattva's terrorist ideology, nor did he want little Anne to become a second White-Bone Bodhisattva. I just pity her a little. Little Anne hugged Li Qingshan gently and gazed at the withered vines around the Banyan Tree King. She guaranteed, I definitely won't be as willful as her. I already told you not to bring things in recklessly. I'm not as great and compassionate as the Banyan Tree King. You know that I'm very selfish and greedy. I don't want to let go of what I have in my hands. If you want to go somewhere without me, I definitely won't let you go. Li Qingshan smiled. Yeah, I'll definitely take you beyond the 9 heavens. The corner of little Anne's lips curled up as she gazed at Li Qingshan deeply. If I become an obstacle to you one day, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Then please take care of me, Sir Little Anne. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. If he did not have her by his side, what was the point even if he went beyond the 9 heavens? He might as well hold on to his dreams and die in battle somewhere. At this moment, the withered vines shone with golden light again, gradually recovering their vitality. Oh right, why did you stay behind earlier? Li Qingshan asked. I wanted to ask him a question, said little Anne. What question? If I had to choose again, how would I choose? You really know how to get to the bottom of things. But it was a good question. How did he answer? He thought about it for a long time, but he did not answer. Instead, he asked me a question. Really? What did he ask you? Li Qingshan could not guess what the Banyan Tree King was thinking. Did he change his mind, or did his heart remain the same, or did he not have an answer? He asked me, do you think she will forgive me? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He simply could not imagine the expression on the Banyan Tree King's face at that time. Then how did you answer? What do you think? I can't guess. But if it were me, even if I don't take revenge, I will definitely remember him for life. Then I'll have to be careful not to offend a narrow-minded person like you. You dare say that I'm narrow-minded? I'll remember this sentence. Li Qingshan glared at him, pretending to be angry. Oh no. Little Anne covered her mouth and snickered. Numerous sunflowers bloomed brilliantly like little suns, illuminating the dark canopy of the tree. Chapter 985. A hawk's cry rang through the air. Banyan Tree King, you're one of the 10 demon kings, yet you dare to destroy the 9 cauldrons. Do you know that the laws of the nation are merciless? What a powerful aura. Li Qingshan shivered inside and raised his head. A man in black clothes stood with his arms behind his back, standing high up in the air. The atmospheric winds surged with his voice, spreading through the sea of trees for thousands of kilometers. It was like the might of the heavens had descended upon the world. His appearance was valiant and extraordinary. His long golden-brown hair draped behind him meticulously, and his hooked nose made him even more stern. However, the thing that stood out the most was his eyes. Outside his dark irises was a faint, golden ring, as if they could see through everything. The hawk god has graced us with his presence. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. The Banyan Tree King replied modestly. His voice was tremendous, echoing through the surroundings. He did not lose any of the limelight at all. Sure enough, Li Qingshan thought, there are not a lot of people in the world who are bold enough to speak to the Banyan Tree King like that. Apart from the legendary hawk god that protects the kingdom, there is no one else with such bearing and presence. It's the bird girl's bird father. Little Anne communicated. Li Qingshan burst into laughter. He felt very comforted inside. The little girl's sense of humor had grown after undergoing the tribulation. In that moment, a pair of hawk eyes pierced through the leaves and landed on him. It was like a blade. There were not a lot of people in the world who were bold enough to laugh when the hawk god and the tree god spoke. Subordinate Li Qingshan greets Sir Hawk God. Li Qingshan's smile vanished. He recalled his identity as a white hawk commander and clasped his hands at the horizon, meeting the hawk eyes without any fear at all. Although he was in charge of the renowned Hawkwolf Guard and maintained the laws of the Great Xia Empire, the Hawk God was still a form of respect at the end of the day. He was not a true god. However, he had even seen demon god Qiongqi, so he obviously did not fear a demon king, no matter how holy and powerful this demon king was. Savage King Li Qingshan. The eagle deity's eyes narrowed, and Li Qingshan felt the pressure on him increase. He thought to himself, in my entire life, if we were to talk about the word majesty, this person is definitely number one. This is probably not just because of his temperament, but also the majesty of the laws of Great Xia. As the saying goes, godly might is like a prison. Perhaps this is the origin of his name, Eagle Deity. Even though Qiongqi was far more powerful than the Eagle God, it was only an incarnation, and its aura was astonishingly powerful, but it had nothing to do with majesty. Instead, it was sly and playful. Lord Eagle God recognizes me? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Then he smiled and said, however, the title of King of Savages is too unpleasant. I have already resigned. The Hawk God looked at him deeply as if he didn't want to waste any more time with a small fry like him. However, his gaze lingered on Little Anne for a moment, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, he was basically at the apex of the 9 provinces. With his cultivation at such a young age, he could no longer be described as a genius. Of course, he never would have imagined that the person who personally destroyed the Mist Province cauldron would be this small fry. This was also the effect that Li Qingshan wanted. No matter how much this Lord Eagle God liked him anyway, it was impossible for him to take him in as a son-in-law. He was fine as long as he was not viewed as an enemy. You've come from afar, so why don't you pay a visit to my towering city? Asked the Banyan Tree King. There's no need. Do you admit to destroying the 9 cauldrons? Asked the Hawk God. I do, said the Banyan Tree King. From today onwards, you will be stripped of your position as one of the 10 demon kings, and you will be placed at the top of the wanted list of the Ministry of Justice. The Hawkwolf Guard will do everything in their power to capture you. If you put up any resistance, you will be executed on the spot. Li Qingshan found this to be more and more strange the more he listened. At this point, why would the Banyan Tree King still care about the position of one of the 10 demon kings, let alone the fact that he was wanted by some bullshit Ministry of Justice? The Hawkwolf Guard was renowned throughout the world, but capturing or killing him was basically wishful thinking. Was there something wrong with this Protector Hawk God? Before he knew it, the supreme masters and tremendous organizations in his heart were no longer as unreachable as before. He could not treat them lightly anymore. All those who make friends with you are the enemies of Great Xia. When the Hawk God reached there, he glanced at Li Qingshan again. He had rushed over in a hurry, so he had no idea that the Banyan Tree King had traveled all the way to welcome Li Qingshan, welcoming him into Towering City. He wondered about the relationship between Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King. Then Great Xia has far too many enemies. Please reconsider, fellow. The Banyan Tree King smiled. What a Banyan Tree King. So much for me treating you as a great senior, you've actually broken the law. My Hawkwolf Guard will never forgive you. Li Qingshan yelled out furiously as if he had not vented his anger. He stomped on the branch a few more times to draw a clear line between them. The corner of the Hawk God's eye twitched, and he was immediately unable to continue with what he was about to say. He had seen people seeking death, but never had he seen someone seeking death like this. He thought the same as Li Qingshan earlier. Is there something wrong with this bastard's head? Little Anne smiled. He was truly an expert at ruining the atmosphere. He could already tell that the Hawk God had come this time purely for a stroll, to express that the Great Xia Empire would never tolerate something like this. However, if he wanted to capture or kill the Banyan Tree King, probably even he did not have the ambition to do so. Sai, you've been betrayed so quickly. If that's the case, then please take action. The Banyan Tree King sighed with a smile. Windrise. The Hawk God spread his arms like a hawk spreading its wings. The atmospheric winds in a range of 500 kilometers immediately became violent. With another powerful swing, it swept down from the sky, and a few clouds were immediately torn to pieces. If it were a regular forest, it would have been reduced to a barren land immediately. Even the roots buried deep underground would have been torn apart, losing all life. It really is impressive. Li Qingshan thought. The atmospheric winds and geomagnetism basically drew up the upper and lower boundaries of this world. To be able to control the atmospheric winds so easily, the Hawk God had already reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation. He was close to ascending. He focused on the scene of the battle between the two 10 demon kings in preparation for the Ink Sea Dragon slaying. The Banyan Tree King held up a light green canopy. The moment the atmospheric winds entered the canopy, they immediately lost their sharpness and became ordinary gales. The strong gales stirred up waves in the sea of trees. Thousands of banyan trees swayed, forming a vigorous and impassioned tune. Li Qingshan stepped on a branch and looked into the distance. The wind and clouds were raging, and the strong auras in the sea of trees were ready to be released. Although the battle between the Hawk God and the Banyan Tree King was magnificent and impressive, it did not feel like a battle to the death. He thought, since they're going to go through the motions, I'll go along with them to avoid trouble in the future. Lord Eagle God, let me lend you a hand. Li Qingshan bellowed out and unleashed his great strength as a golden core cultivator as well as the superb acting skills he had honed over many years. He launched a barrage of attacks at the Banyan Tree King, personally demonstrating the meaning of an ant trying to shake a tree. With his interference, the great show of a battle between rulers came to an end very quickly. However, before the Hawk God took off, he said, "Pass on my orders." The White Hawk commander of the South Sea Commandery, Li Qingshan, deserves praise for his loyalty and his service as a protector. He will be transferred to the Dragon Province immediately. No mistakes are allowed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.